Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I grew up in a small town, a place where kids would often wander the streets and explore the woods without much worry. It wasn't like other towns where everyone was confined to their houses or had to constantly check in with their parents. Here, the streets were quiet, the town itself was close-knit, and we felt safe walking anywhere, even deep into the forest that bordered the town. My best friend, Charlie, and I spent most of our free time there, working on a secret hideout we'd been building over the past 2 years. It was a special place for us, hidden away in the trees, and we'd go there almost every day after school. Charlie had this dog, Max, a huge, scruffy mutt that was as loyal as could be. The dog would follow us everywhere, and he was a big part of our adventures. There was something comforting about the way Max would walk behind us, keeping an eye out like he was guarding us, even though he was just a dog. For the most part, the woods felt like a safe escape for us, a place where we could just be ourselves without anyone watching or judging. That day started like any other. We packed a small bag with snacks and drinks, ready for our usual trek to the hideout. Charlie had some new ideas for the fort, and I was eager to help him put them into action. Max ran ahead, his tail wagging, probably excited to get to the forest and run around. We were laughing, joking around as we neared the edge of the woods. The sun was starting to dip behind the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground, and there was a light chill in the air that made us pull our jackets a little tighter. We were just about to cross into the trees when we saw him. At first, I thought he was just some random guy passing through, maybe someone who was lost or out for a walk. He didn't seem dangerous or threatening, just a man walking along with a large stick in his hand. His clothes were filthy, caked in dirt and grime, and his hair was unkempt, like he hadn't bothered to shower or change in days. The smell hit me before I even realized what was going on, a sour, rank stench that made my stomach churn. But it wasn't until he squatted down, pulling his pants down with a groan, that I realized something was wrong. I froze, feeling a sudden wave of unease wash over me. He wasn't just taking a walk. He was doing something much worse. He was relieving himself right there on the ground, right in front of us, like he didn't even care that we were standing a few feet away. I could hear the sound of his business hitting the dirt, the squelching noise that made my stomach turn. Charlie, Max, and I stood there in complete shock, unable to move or say anything. I didn't even know how to process what I was seeing. Then the man stopped, as if he sensed we were watching. He turned around slowly, and his eyes met mine. There was a flash of recognition, like he hadn't noticed us before, but now knew exactly where we were. His expression shifted from casual to angry in an instant, his face contorting into a sneer. "What the fuck are you looking at?" he barked at us, his voice hoarse, almost like he hadn't spoken in days. The shock of the moment wore off, and panic set in. Without thinking, I turned and bolted into the trees, running as fast as my legs would carry me. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could hear the sound of the man's footsteps behind me, growing louder with every second. I didn't dare look back, only pushing myself harder, weaving between the trees, my mind racing with fear. I had to make it to the hideout. It was the only place I knew I'd be safe. I didn't stop running until I reached the clearing where our hideout was. My legs burned, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but I forced myself to slow down, trying to steady my breathing. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I crouched down behind the pile of old logs that made up the entrance to our fort. I could hear the sounds of the forest around me, the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds, but it all felt far away. My mind kept replaying the man's eyes, the anger on his face, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was going to happen. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to calm myself down. But as I began to regain some composure, a new realization hit me. Charlie wasn't here. I hadn't seen him since I turned to run, and I suddenly wondered if he had taken a different route. I tried to listen for any sound that might tell me where he was, but there was nothing, just the rustling of the wind in the trees. I couldn't wait any longer. I stood up slowly, brushing the dirt off my pants, and made my way back toward the direction where I'd last seen Charlie. I moved quietly, my footsteps barely making a sound on the forest floor. Max's barking echoed in my mind, and I felt a sudden pang of worry for the dog. If that guy had chased us, then maybe he had gotten to Charlie and Max. When I got close to the spot where Charlie and I had parted ways, I stopped. My stomach twisted into knots as I saw him. He was crouched down by a large rock, his hands covered in blood. It wasn't just a little bit of blood. His hands were completely soaked, dripping with it. My heart skipped a beat, and I ran over to him, panic surging through me. "Charlie, what happened? Are you okay?" I shouted, kneeling beside him, my voice trembling with fear. I didn't care about the blood. I just needed to know he was all right. Charlie didn't answer right away. His eyes were wide, his face pale, and he was shaking. It took a moment for him to process the words, and then he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. It's Max. The guy, he." Charlie trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. He looked over at the spot where he had been standing, and my eyes followed. There, lying on the ground, was Max. The dog was unrecognizable, a mangled mess of fur and blood. It looked like the man had gone into a frenzy, hitting Max with the stick over and over until the dog stopped moving. I could tell by the way the body was positioned that Max had fought back, but it had been no use. His fur was matted with blood, and the ground around him was soaked. It wasn't just a dog's death. It was something much more brutal, like the man had taken his time, making sure that Max couldn't get away. I felt sick to my stomach. I could barely breathe as I walked over to the dog, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. I could hear Charlie sobbing behind me, but I couldn't look at him. I couldn't stop staring at the dog's broken body, the mess that had once been our companion. Charlie finally stood up, wiping his face with his sleeve, and turned toward me. "We need to go. We need to get out of here." I didn't argue. I didn't know what else to say. We both knew what had happened was bad, but the worst part was that the man was still out there. Still somewhere in the woods, still angry, still dangerous. We needed to get back to town, to get help. I wasn't sure what we would say to Charlie's mom or the police, but I knew we couldn't just leave it like this. When we made it back to Charlie's house, his mom was already waiting for us. She looked up when we walked in, and her expression changed from confusion to concern the moment she saw Charlie's bloodied hands. "What happened?" she asked, her voice shaky. Charlie froze. I could see the way he was struggling to speak, the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to say it, and I didn't blame him. I was the one who had to explain everything, to tell her what had happened in the woods, what we had seen, and what that man had done. Her face paled as I spoke, and when I finished, she grabbed the phone and dialed the police. The police arrived soon after, but they never found the man. They searched the woods, interviewed witnesses, and checked the town, but it was like he had vanished. No one knew who he was or where he had gone. They assumed he was just a drifter, some random crazy person passing through, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. The police told us to be careful, but it was obvious they didn't take it as seriously as they should have. They never found any leads. The man was gone, and we were left with the aftermath. It took Charlie years before he could talk about what had happened that day. The trauma of witnessing Max's death, of seeing the man's violence up close, was something that haunted him for a long time. I could see it in his eyes every time we talked about it. The guilt, the fear, the confusion. He had lost his dog in the most horrific way possible, and there was nothing he could do about it. As for me, I never went back to those woods. I couldn't. The memory of that man, of what he did, stayed with me, and I knew I'd never be able to shake it. It wasn't just a strange encounter. It was a reminder that danger could be lurking anywhere, even in the places where we felt safest. The sun was starting to dip low when we finally reached the shelter. We had been hiking for most of the day, our legs sore from the steep climbs and long miles on the Appalachian Trail. The air had been thick with humidity, the kind that clings to your skin like a second layer, making every step feel heavier than the last. But now, as we neared the shelter, the sky had started to change. Dark clouds rolled in, billowing over the mountains in a way that felt too fast, too ominous. The smell of rain hung in the air, and the breeze began to pick up, a sharp reminder that the weather on the Act could change in an instant. We picked up our pace, eager to get to shelter before the storm hit. We were 3 miles deep into a state forest, surrounded by trees so thick that even in the daylight, it felt like we were swallowed by the woods. No towns for miles, no roads, just us, the trail, and whatever else might be out here. By the time we reached the shelter, the first drops of rain began to fall, lightly at first, then quickly picking up speed. The shelter was a small structure, just a roof with 3 walls and a couple of bunks built into the wooden frame. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep us out of the rain. We dropped our packs inside, and the storm hit in full force. The kind of summer rain that comes down in sheets, pounding against the ground like it was trying to wash everything away. We were lucky to have made it just in time. The rain was heavy, but it was short-lived. It poured for about 30 minutes. Then just as quickly, the clouds broke, revealing clear skies and the fading light of the setting sun. The air felt fresh, the moisture soaking into the earth, leaving the smell of wet leaves and pine. We were all eager to build a fire and cook up some dinner. We had some freeze-dried meals with us, but we also had snacks, granola bars, trail mix, jerky. It wasn't much, but it was enough to tide us over until we could cook something more substantial. As we were gathering wood for the fire, I heard footsteps coming down the trail. I turned to the others, raising an eyebrow. "Someone else caught in the rain?" I asked, squinting toward the trail. The storm had passed, but the air was still thick with moisture, and it wasn't surprising that someone might be making their way down the trail after the downpour. Sure enough, just as I thought, a small dog appeared first, trotting down the trail toward us. A corgi. It came running straight at us, tail wagging like it had just found the best place on earth. It was dry, its fur hardly damp from the rain. Its paws were barely wet, which didn't make any sense. The rain had been heavy, and there was no way a dog could have avoided getting soaked unless it had been sheltered from the storm. We all looked at each other, confused. But the dog was harmless enough. It started begging for food as soon as it reached us, sniffing around for any scraps we might have dropped. We started tossing it bits of trail mix and jerky, trying to figure out where it had come from. But that was when the man appeared. He was a middle-aged guy, moving slowly down the trail. He wore blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and cowboy boots. No pack, no gear, just walking down the trail like it was the most normal thing in the world. And the strangest part? He was dry. Not a speck of rain on him. His clothes, his boots, everything was bone dry, even though we'd just been caught in the downpour. It didn't make sense. There was no way someone could walk through that storm without getting soaked. Not even in the shelter of the trees. "Hey," he said, his voice sounding distant, like he wasn't really sure what to say. He seemed a little awkward, like he wasn't used to talking to strangers. He didn't make much conversation, just a quick hello before he started walking around the shelter, looking at the trees, the ground, the sky. It was like he was enjoying the view, but he didn't seem to care about the people who were there either. He didn't engage with us, not really. We just kind of watched him, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. The whole situation felt off. None of us said anything, but we were all thinking the same thing. This guy didn't belong here. He was out of place. Too calm. Too dry. The dog wasn't much better. It just sat there, staring at the man like it didn't have a care in the world. And then the guy did something else that made us all uneasy. He started calling for the dog. "Toby! Toby, come on, boy!" he shouted, his voice carrying through the trees. The dog didn't respond, not at all. It just sat there, looking up at him like it didn't hear a thing. We were all staring at the dog now, and that's when I noticed something strange. The dog was wearing a collar. A bright, Barbie pink collar. The kind of collar you'd expect to see on a little girl's dog. But there was no dog tag. Just the collar and a small metal ring hanging from it. No tags. No name. Nothing that told us where the dog had come from. The guy called for the dog a couple more times, but it didn't move. No reaction. Not even a wag of the tail. And then, just like that, the man turned and started walking back the way he came, calling the dog to follow him. The dog didn't even lift its head. "Toby, come on," the man repeated, his voice getting softer as he walked away. The dog stayed behind for a moment, just sitting there in the middle of the clearing. It didn't even look at us. It just sat there for a few minutes, and then, without warning, it stood up and walked away. It didn't follow the man. It didn't turn back to look. It just walked off into the woods in the opposite direction. We stood there, dumbfounded. The man disappeared down the trail, and we all exchanged glances. This was weird. There was no way around it. It didn't add up. None of it. We'd been hiking all day and hadn't seen a single person on the trail. No hikers. No tents. No shelters. Just the 4 of us, and now this guy out of nowhere. And the dog. The more we thought about it, the stranger it got. We tried calling the dog. "Toby! Hey, Toby!" But it didn't respond. Not even a glance in our direction. We all looked at each other, our minds racing. Something wasn't right. We couldn't explain it, but we all had the same feeling. The guy hadn't seemed like he was just passing through. He hadn't seemed like someone who was lost. He hadn't seemed like someone who belonged on the trail at all. And the dog. It had a girl's collar, no tags, and it didn't respond to the name Toby. Not once. It was like the dog didn't even know the man, and yet it stayed with him. It was all wrong. We tried to shake it off, but none of us could. That night, after we'd set up our camp and tried to settle down, we couldn't stop thinking about it. We tried to convince ourselves that it was just a coincidence, that maybe we were overthinking it. But deep down, we all knew something wasn't right. We decided to take precautions. We set up noise traps with tin cans, strung together with paracord, around the shelter. We used the picnic table to block the front entrance, hoping to create some kind of barrier between us and whatever might be out there. We didn't sleep that night. Not really. We'd take turns watching out the front of the shelter, jumping at every noise, every little movement in the trees. We'd whisper to each other, making sure we were all still there. Every creak of wood, every shift in the wind, made us tense. Every time someone moved, we all jumped, hearts racing. At one point, Kurt had to get up to check outside. He didn't even make it back to his bunk before Andy, in a panic, almost stabbed him with his knife. He wasn't expecting anyone to be up. He hadn't realized it was Kurt. We laughed nervously, but it didn't help ease the tension. Every noise, every shift of the air, made us more on edge. Even when Morgan had to pee and accidentally hit the string that triggered the cans, we all froze, thinking it was the man coming back. We were ready to jump into action, knives in hand, but thankfully Morgan yelled out, "It's me. It's just me." The rest of the night was a blur of tension and unease. We stayed awake, each of us thinking about the man and his dog, wondering if they were still out there, wondering if we were safe. When the sun finally rose, we cautiously took down the traps, silently agreeing that we weren't staying another night in that shelter. We left a note in the shelter's sign-in book, something about the man and the dog, though we didn't know exactly what to write. We just hoped someone else might read it and know that something strange had happened. We didn't follow the trail the next day. We diverted our path, heading towards a campground a few miles off the trail. We set up camp there, a quarter-mile from the trail, trying to keep as low a profile as possible. The next morning, we reached the campground's payphone and called for extraction. We were done. None of us have forgotten that night. Toby and the man. The dog that wasn't his. The man who shouldn't have been there. To this day, whenever we talk about it, we still can't explain what happened. But one thing is for sure, we never looked at the trail the same way again. I remember that day like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. I was about 10 or 11, and I had just finished school for the day. It was a warm spring evening, and I was in the middle of my church's softball league. It was one of those games where everyone from the church would show up, families sitting in the bleachers, kids running around, and a few folks like my parents, who were always there to support. I loved those games, not just because I enjoyed the sport, but because it was one of those rare moments when the whole community would come together. I had a game that afternoon, and I wasn't up at bat yet. In fact, I was still a few people away from my turn, which meant I had some time to practice my swings. The sun was high, and the air smelled like grass and freshly cut dirt, just the way a baseball field should. I was on the edge of the field, taking some practice swings down the third baseline, trying to get my timing right. The game was moving along, and I felt good. I was doing my usual thing, just getting into the zone, my thoughts completely absorbed in the rhythm of swinging the bat. That's when he approached. I didn't think much of it at the time. He wasn't dressed in anything out of the ordinary. Just an older man, maybe in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing a baseball cap and a worn t-shirt with some faded logo on it. His jeans were a little too baggy, and his sneakers looked like they'd seen better days. He didn't seem to stand out in any way. To me, he was just another person at the game. He walked up casually, not in a hurry, but like he was just looking for someone to talk to. He greeted me with a smile that, looking back, didn't seem entirely genuine, but at the time, I didn't think anything of it. He started with small talk, asking about the game, about which league we were in, things like that. It was so ordinary, so normal, I didn't even stop to wonder why he was talking to me in the first place. I was a kid, surrounded by other kids and adults I knew. Nothing about the situation screamed danger. Then he told me he had a problem. He said he'd locked his keys in his truck and his dog was inside. He went on about how it was a really hot day and he was worried about the dog getting overheated. His story sounded reasonable enough. After all, I'd seen people locked out of their cars before, and I had heard plenty of times about people being concerned about pets in cars on warm days. It wasn't out of the ordinary. He said his truck had a small window in the back of the cab, and it was too small for him to fit through, but it would be no problem for a kid. Maybe, just maybe, I could help him out. He was asking me to crawl through the window, unlock the truck, and free the dog. At first, I didn't really think about it too much. I was just a kid, and adults ask kids to do things sometimes, right? Besides, I was used to adults talking to me like I was capable. My parents had always treated me like I could handle things, so it didn't feel all that odd when this man asked for my help. And I thought I was just helping out. He seemed nice enough, right? I think back now, and I shudder. There are so many things that should have set off alarms, things I just didn't see at the time. He wasn't with anyone else. He didn't seem to have a phone or anything like that. And I never once thought, why me? Why would he ask a kid to help him when there were plenty of adults around? But I didn't ask myself those questions. I didn't even consider them. The most chilling part of this whole thing is how close I came to saying yes. I was just so naive, so caught up in the moment, I didn't see the danger in it. I even remember the way he smiled at me, like he was just making a casual request. His tone was so nonchalant that I didn't realize the weight of what he was asking until much later. It's strange how time works, how we can look back and realize the moments that could have changed everything. I think the only reason I didn't go with him, the only reason I didn't agree to crawl through that window and help him out, was because of the game. You see, I was almost up to bat. The person ahead of me had just hit the ball, and I was about 2 batters away. It was one of those moments when I was distracted enough by the game, focused enough on what was about to happen next, that I told him I needed to go. I wasn't trying to make an excuse, but I just said, I'm almost up to bat, but I'm sure you'll find someone else to help. He didn't push it. He just nodded, a little too calmly, and walked off in the direction of the parking lot. I didn't think much of it at the time. I thought, well, that was strange, but that was about it. After all, I had a game to focus on. The rest of the day went by like normal. I hit a double, we won the game, and I didn't give much thought to the man or his request again. But later, as I was talking to my parents, I mentioned it in passing, like it was no big deal. I had a tendency to ramble after games, so I was just telling them about the day, and I brought up the guy who had asked for help. At first, they seemed mildly interested, asking what he looked like and what he'd said. But then something shifted. Their faces turned serious, and they began asking more questions. They wanted to know every little detail. What was he wearing? How tall was he? What direction did he come from? Did he have a car? What did he look like? My dad didn't say much, but I could tell something was off. There was a tension in the air I couldn't quite place. My mom got very quiet, and I could see the concern in her eyes. She asked if he seemed to be in a hurry, or if he acted weird. I remember thinking, no, he was just asking for help. He wasn't weird. But my parents weren't satisfied with my answer. Soon after, my dad picked up his phone and made a call. I didn't think much of it, though I now know it was probably a call to the police. They didn't want to scare me, but I could tell they were both trying to piece together everything I had said. The way they exchanged looks, the urgency in their voices. It was then that I started to understand that something about that man, about the situation, was not right. The next few days went by, and I didn't think much about it, until one night when my dad sat me down. He told me that there had been some news in town. A man had been arrested for attempted kidnapping in the same area, and the description matched the guy I had talked to. He said he wasn't sure if it was the same person, but it was a definite possibility. I remember feeling a chill run through me. I was old enough to understand then what had almost happened. I had been a kid, trusting and naive, talking to someone who was nothing like what he appeared. If I had said yes, if I had gone with him, things could have gone very differently. I don't like to think about it, but I often do. Years later, when I was in my 20s, that memory came up again. It wasn't something I'd thought about in a long time, but the realization of how close I had come to being in a terrible situation hit me like a ton of bricks. I thought about how, if it weren't for that baseball game, if I hadn't been distracted by that, I might not be here today. I thought about how easily that moment could have slipped away from me, how easily I could have walked right into a trap. The thing that haunts me the most isn't just how close I came to danger. It's the fact that, at that moment, I didn't realize how much danger I was actually in. If it wasn't for the distractions of the game, I would have been alone with that man. And I don't even want to think about what might have happened then. The man was arrested later for the same kinds of things I had heard about on the news. It turns out that my parents had kept an eye on him after I gave them the description. And that's when they found out that he had been doing this kind of thing in the area for a while. He had been targeting kids, and my parents had caught it just in time. I don't know what would have happened if I had gone with him, but I know that it would have been bad. I still think about that day from time to time. I can't help it. Sometimes, I wonder how many other kids were approached by him, how many others might have been in the same position I was in. And every time, I'm just thankful that I had that one small distraction, a baseball game, keeping me safe. It was a warm afternoon in early autumn, and the sun was still high in the sky when I set out from the schoolyard. I was 7 years old, just a kid really, but I had done this walk to my babysitter's house dozens of times. It wasn't far, just a block. Nothing out of the ordinary. I knew the route like the back of my hand. The houses were familiar, the trees lined the streets like old friends, and the occasional dog barked in the distance. I had done this walk alone since I could remember, and I always liked the independence of it. I remember the air was crisp that day, the kind of crisp where you know the seasons are shifting, but the warmth of summer hasn't quite let go. The sky was a soft blue, and a gentle breeze tugged at the hem of my jacket. I carried my backpack on one shoulder, holding it tight with my small fingers as I walked. The road was mostly quiet, except for the occasional car that passed by, their tires crunching on the pavement, the sound of engines humming. I had no reason to think anything strange would happen, but then it did. The car came out of nowhere. It wasn't like it was speeding or anything. It just pulled up beside me, and the driver rolled down the window. I didn't think much of it at first, maybe just some friendly neighbor or someone asking for directions. But then he started shouting, "Come here, come here." His voice was loud, urgent, like he was trying to get my attention. He was pointing at me, gesturing wildly, his hand waving at me to come closer. His words weren't friendly at all. It wasn't a request. It was a command. Something about it made me freeze in my tracks. I was frozen, not sure what to do. My heart raced in my chest, and I remember my breath getting tight in my throat. I clung to the straps of my backpack with both hands, my knuckles going white. I shook my head slowly back and forth. No, I thought. No, I'm not going over there. I don't remember exactly what went through my head in that moment, but I do remember the way my heart seemed to pound louder than anything else. I remember the heat rising to my face, but it wasn't the warmth of the sun. It was the kind of heat you get when you're scared, the kind that comes from anxiety and uncertainty. I could feel my feet rooted to the sidewalk, unable to move, like I was stuck in place. "Come here," he shouted again. His voice was more forceful this time, almost like he was angry. "Come here." I just shook my head faster, harder. No, no, no. I thought, but I couldn't speak. My mouth was dry, my body rigid. I wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't come. Then, as if realizing that I wasn't going to come closer, the man's voice dropped to a low, almost ominous tone. "Stay away from Christina." He said it so plainly, like it was the most normal thing in the world. But there was something strange about it. How did he know Christina? Why did he want me to stay away from her? I had no idea who this man was, but the mention of her name made me feel even more uneasy. I didn't know what it meant. Before I could even process what had just happened, the car started moving again. It didn't speed off or anything, but it rolled away slowly, almost like he was watching me the whole time. I stood there, still frozen, as the car drove off down the street, disappearing around the corner. My legs finally found their strength again, and I forced myself to move, but I didn't run. I didn't even look back. I just kept walking to my babysitter's house, the whole time wondering what the hell had just happened. I never told anyone about it, not my mom, not my babysitter, not anyone. At 7 years old, I was already used to keeping things to myself. I didn't know what to say or how to explain it, but I never forgot. That strange encounter with the man and his cryptic words stuck with me, haunting me quietly in the back of my mind. Time passed, and life moved on. I forgot about the whole thing for a while. That was until 5th grade, when things took a darker turn. Christina was one of those people who, as a kid, you were constantly on again, off again with. One moment, we were best friends, sharing lunch and secrets. The next, we were barely speaking, caught in some petty argument or misunderstanding. I had known Christina since kindergarten, but she wasn't always easy to get along with. Sometimes she was sweet and fun, and other times she was mean, just like the other girl in our grade, who alternated between being my best friend and making my life miserable. One day during lunch in 5th grade, the other girl, let's call her Sarah, invited me to go with her to the pop machine in the back hall of the school. It wasn't anything special, just a chance to grab a soda. But I agreed, happy to hang out with her and get a break from the usual school routine. When we returned to class, I saw Christina waiting for me at my desk. "Your lunch was messed with," she said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "But don't worry, I brought it back for you." I didn't think much of it at the time, just the typical lunchtime drama. I sat down at my desk and opened my lunchbox, grabbing the can of pop I had brought. I took a sip and instantly felt something was wrong. It tasted off, chemically, like something wasn't right. I spat it out immediately, the taste lingering bitterly in my mouth, and I rushed to the water fountain to rinse it out. It didn't take long before I felt nauseous. The sour taste wouldn't leave, and my stomach twisted uncomfortably. I didn't know what had happened until much later, when the truth came out. Christina and her sister had taken my soda and added Lysol to it. If I had drunk more than a sip, I probably would have gotten seriously sick. The thought of what could have happened to me sent chills down my spine. The school called my parents, and soon the police were involved. Christina and her sister were questioned, and a restraining order was put on them. But it didn't do much. The school was small, and there was no way to separate Christina and her sister from the rest of the students, so they just got a few days of suspension. That was it. No real consequences for what they had done, just a couple of days off. The whole situation left me feeling uneasy. How could someone do something like that? I didn't fully understand the gravity of it all, but I knew enough to be scared. Christina's actions felt like they had crossed a line I couldn't ignore. But there was one thing that kept nagging at me: the man in the car. I never connected the two events at the time, but the more I thought about it, the more the pieces seemed to fit together. How did the man know about Christina? How did he know to warn me to stay away from her? Was it just a coincidence? Or was there something more to it? I don't know if I'll ever have answers to those questions. All I know is that the feeling of unease never left me. It stayed with me throughout my school years, lingering just beneath the surface of my everyday life. It was a quiet reminder that some things, some people, just aren't what they seem. And I don't think I'll ever forget the way he said it. Stay away from Christina. That warning stuck with me, like a shadow, and I've carried it with me ever since. I've thought about this a lot. I've written it down a couple of times, but I could never really bring myself to share it. I've told a few people, but I always feel like I fail to convey the true depth of what happened, especially the feeling of something watching me, something with intent, something with a sort of malice behind it. That's hard to put into words, especially for someone like me who's prone to using flowery language. So, I'll try to keep this one short as I can, though this story has haunted me in ways I can't really explain. This happened over 10 years ago now. I was living in a small ground floor apartment, not in a big building, but in one of those complexes where all the doors opened to the outside. It wasn't fancy, but it was decent, and it was a quiet neighborhood. It wasn't the sort of place where you'd expect anything weird to happen. Most nights, the only sounds I'd hear were cars passing by or the occasional dog barking off in the distance. Not much to worry about at 2 a.m., but this night was different. I wasn't a great sleeper back then. It didn't matter how tired I was. I always had trouble falling asleep. I usually got into bed by around midnight or so, but it'd take me another hour or two to finally drift off. So, I was asleep by about 2 a.m. when I was jolted awake by a loud crash from the next room, the kitchen. I remember the sound in perfect clarity. It was sharp, loud, like something had been knocked off a counter, maybe a plate or a cup. But it wasn't like something that had simply fallen. No, this sound had a violence to it, like something heavy being thrown or slammed onto the floor. My heart skipped a beat as the noise sliced through the silence of the apartment. I laid there for a moment, trying to make sense of what had happened, but the first thing that came to my mind was that it was the cats. Maybe they had knocked something over. I had 2 cats at the time. They were both adults, well-adjusted and calm. They'd been with me for years, moved with me across states, survived long drives and noisy apartments. They weren't the type to get spooked easily. I tried to sit up, irritated that my peaceful sleep had been interrupted. But as I tried to pull back the blanket, I felt them, both of them, huddled against my hip. I froze. They weren't moving. They weren't squirming like they usually did when they wanted to get up or find a different spot. They were pressed against me, their fur cold, their bodies rigid. I reached down, and that's when I saw their eyes. Huge, dilated, wide as saucers, their ears flattened so far back that they almost disappeared into their fur. They were puffed up like they'd been electrocuted, but it wasn't just that. It was their eyes. The fear in their eyes hit me harder than the crash had. Now, I've lived through a lot of strange situations, and I've never seen my cats act like that before. They'd lived with loud noises, lived with people coming and going, lived with dogs in chaotic situations. They'd been through all of it and never reacted this way. But now, they were completely terrified. I remember feeling a tightness in my chest, a sense of unease creeping through me. But even then, I still thought it was just something silly, something that could be explained. Maybe a dish fell off the counter. Maybe they just got spooked by a noise outside. Maybe it was nothing, but something in me started to shift. The anger I had at being woken from my sleep started to fade, replaced by a creeping sense of caution. I knew I should stay in bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, and I couldn't ignore the fear on my cats' faces. I swung my legs out of bed and stood up, my bare feet hitting the cold floor. The apartment was quiet again. The silence was almost deafening. The kind of silence where you feel like everything is holding its breath, waiting for you to move. I moved down the hall to the kitchen, almost instinctively flicking on the light as I passed. The moment the light clicked on, I immediately saw it, the dish drainer. It had been shoved across the kitchen, clear from where it had been placed on the counter. The thing was, it wasn't just casually knocked over. It was as if someone or something had thrown it with force. The bowl that had been on top of it was shattered on the floor, pieces scattered near the stove. The dish towel that had been half hanging off the edge of the sink was now lying directly in the center of the floor. I froze for a second, staring at the mess, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't just the mess, though. It was the way it had happened. The dish drainer had been launched across the kitchen. There was no way this could have been the result of my cats. Not in a million years. They were in my bed, huddled against me in fear. They couldn't have done this. I bent down, slowly picking up the dish rack. The mess was worse than it seemed at first. The bowl had broken on impact, its jagged edges sitting next to the stove. The plastic food container was on the other side of the room, like it had been thrown there too. I could still hear the crash in my head, but I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know what to think. I gathered the broken pieces of ceramic and the plastic parts, tossing them into the dish rack. I didn't feel angry anymore. I wasn't irritated. I felt like I was floating in this strange state, just going through the motions, because that was what you do when something happens and you don't have an explanation for it. I didn't feel scared at that moment. I just felt disoriented and tired. I finished cleaning the mess up, turned off the kitchen light, and walked back to my bedroom. The cats had settled down, but they were still on edge, their eyes flicking back and forth toward the kitchen. I climbed back into bed, trying to put it all behind me. I remember feeling the weight of the blankets on my body, the chill of the air creeping in from the window. But my mind kept returning to the kitchen, the mess, the way the dish drainer had been flung across the room. It wasn't something that could just be written off as a simple accident. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how deeply unsettling it had been. I eventually fell back into a fitful sleep, but I woke up the next morning hoping I'd just dreamed it all. When I walked into the kitchen, though, the mess was exactly as I had left it. The dish rack was still on the counter, the broken bowl still lying near the stove, the food container resting where it had fallen. The weird thing, I couldn't make sense of it. I've spent so many years trying to reason it out, trying to come up with some logical explanation, but I never have. I was raised in a secular blue-collar family where skepticism was the norm, and anything supernatural was dismissed outright. So I never really thought ghosts or anything like that was behind it. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that something had been there that night, something that caused my cats to panic, something that threw that dish rack across the kitchen. I didn't tell many people about this at first, mostly because it felt silly to even try to explain. But every time I think back to that moment, the crash, the way my cats looked, the mess, it feels like a dark weight. It's still with me, all these years later, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. It's not something that fits neatly into any explanation. It just happened, and there's no neat way to tie it all up. Some things don't have an easy answer. Some things don't have a name. But I'll never forget how I felt that night. How something unseen seemed to be watching. How that moment felt full of malice, like something had just been waiting for the right time to make its presence known. I'm sitting in my room, as usual, working late into the night. The soft hum of my computer is the only sound in the otherwise silent house. It's a typical night for me, nothing out of the ordinary. The kind of night where I can feel the pressure of the hours tick by, where the need to finish one more thing stretches the minutes into what feels like endless loops of time. I'm working on a project that needs to be done by morning, so I've been glued to the screen for the past few hours. But as the minutes creep closer to the early hours of the morning, my bladder gives a sudden, sharp reminder that I need to take a break and go pee. It's not an emergency, but it's enough of a nudge to make me get up and step away from my computer. I stand up and stretch for a moment. My body aches from sitting for too long, and I let out a small sigh as I roll my shoulders. The house is dead quiet, just the way it always is when I stay here. It's familiar, comforting even. It's not my house, but it's my family's house, and I've spent weeks here every year for as long as I can remember. I know this house like the back of my hand. I could probably navigate it blindfolded by now. It's funny, really, how familiar a place can become over time. The way you can feel its layout in your bones, like a part of your body. I know exactly what to do to avoid waking anyone up. I've stayed here enough times to know the exact pattern of how to move through the house without making a sound. It's late, and I don't want to disturb anyone, especially not my family. I'm a guest here, and even though they're all in bed, I still don't want to be the one making noise at this hour. The hallway between my room and the bathroom isn't long, but it's a bit of a maze. There's a sort of left-handed U-turn that I have to navigate every time. I don't mind it. It's just how the house is laid out. It's simple, really. I've done this same trip 100 times. I head out the door, quietly pull it shut behind me, and step into the hallway. The first turn is a left, and then a few steps down the hall. Another left turn, and I'm facing the bathroom door. Everything is so automatic. No thinking involved. I can probably do it with my eyes closed, though of course I won't. The bathroom light flickers as I flip the switch, but it doesn't matter. I'm used to it. I do my business quickly, as I always do, trying not to make too much noise. The last thing I want is to wake someone up at this hour. The house is still quiet. Too quiet, almost. I turn off the light and step out into the hallway, back the way I came. Now this is where it gets tricky. I've never had a problem before, but tonight something feels different. I don't know what it is. It's just a feeling, something I can't quite put my finger on. The air feels heavier somehow, thicker. But I push it aside. It's just the hour, the stillness of the house. I've been working too hard. I'm just tired. That's all. I don't turn on the hallway light. That would defeat the purpose of trying to be quiet. Instead, I feel my way down the hall. One step, two steps, I take the first right turn, and I know exactly where I am. I'm almost back to my room now. A few more steps, then another right turn, and then I'll be at my door. That's when I see it. I stop. For a split second, I'm convinced I saw something move. A shadow, a flicker in the corner of my vision, but it was gone before I could focus on it. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. I listen intently, holding my breath. Everything is quiet, the kind of quiet that almost feels suffocating. I try to convince myself it's nothing. I take another few steps. Then I see it again. A shadow. It's not moving quickly, but it's definitely there, and it's not the same as the first time. This time it's closer. I know it is. The shadow, almost indistinguishable from the darkness around me, seems to shift, moving toward me. My heart races. Panic starts to creep in. My body stiffens, but I force myself to stay still, trying to see it better, trying to understand what I'm looking at. There's no sound. I don't hear footsteps, no rustling. But I can feel the shadow getting closer, inch by inch, as though it's deliberately coming towards me. There's nothing else to explain it. It's not a trick of the light. It's real. I freeze, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind races through every possible explanation. A person, a shadow of something else. Is it just my tired brain playing tricks on me? Maybe a coat on a hook moved. Maybe it's nothing at all. But it doesn't feel like nothing. I take another step. I'm almost at my door now, close enough to grab the handle. I don't want to touch the handle yet, though. I don't want to open the door with whatever that thing is standing right outside. The shadow, whatever it is, seems to lunge towards me. I flinch, but I can't move. My legs feel like they've turned to stone. The shadow is getting bigger, closer, and every step I take seems to bring it right up to me. I feel a strange coldness in the air around me, as if the space has shifted. I take one more step, closing the distance. I feel the coolness of the door handle against my palm, but the shadow is now inches away from my face, right in front of me. I want to scream, but the panic is making it impossible to move, to do anything except stand there, paralyzed. I try to focus, but all I see is a blur of dark shadow, moving closer, closer. I'm frozen, my breath shallow, my mind running in circles. What do I do? What the hell is this? What is happening? I should scream, but I can't. I should run, but I can't. And then, before I can even process it, my nose bumps into something cold, something solid. It's the mirror. I'm standing right next to the mirror that hangs on the wall, perpendicular to my door. I didn't make the second right turn after all. In my panic, I had veered off course. I never made it to the door. I had turned the wrong way entirely and walked into the mirror instead. The mirror. The one I've passed 100 times, but never paid attention to in the dark, because it's just a mirror. It's not part of the path I'm used to taking. But tonight, I was disoriented. I couldn't see clearly in the dark. I didn't realize what I was doing until it was too late. I feel a rush of relief flood through me, mixed with an uncomfortable sense of embarrassment. My pulse is still racing, and my body still feels locked in fight or flight mode. But it was just the mirror. Just the stupid mirror. The thing I've passed 100 times without even thinking about it. The shadow was nothing. Just my mind playing tricks in the dark. I take a few deep breaths, forcing myself to calm down. I turn back, make the right turn this time, and walk back to my door. I pull it open, step inside, and close it behind me. My heart is still pounding, but now I can't help but laugh at myself, just a little. I make it back to my bed, pull the covers over me, and close my eyes. But even as I try to sleep, I can't shake the feeling that something's off. My mind keeps replaying the moment when I thought the shadow was coming for me. The moment when everything inside me screamed to run, to escape. But for now, I try to push the thought out of my mind. Tomorrow, I'll tell myself it was just a trick of the dark, nothing more. Just a stupid mistake. But deep down, part of me knows that no matter how hard I try, I won't forget how real it felt. How close it came. I was 4 years old when my life changed in a way I could never fully understand at the time. My father, stepmother, and baby brother were killed in a horrific highway accident, and I, by some twist of fate, was left behind. To this day, I can only piece together fragments of that day. Things I've heard from others and details I've tried to uncover through my own search for answers. But the memories that linger most are the ones I can't explain, the ones that don't make sense, even to me. We were living in Texas at the time, a small town in the West Texas region, just a few hours from Lubbock. My parents had split a while ago, and while my father and I weren't exactly close, I still spent time with him and his new family, at least when things weren't too complicated. But by the time of the crash, I had been away from him for a while, and I hadn't been around him or my stepmother enough to have a vivid memory of either of them. It's a strange thing, memory. It doesn't always work the way you expect it to. Most of what I know about that day comes from what others have told me or from things I've read. I've pieced together the story over the years, but there's a part of me that still doesn't feel like I fully understand it. The accident happened on Highway 84, a long stretch of road that runs between Lubbock and Abilene. It's the kind of highway you drive along for hours without seeing much of anything but flat fields, the occasional farmhouse, and the endless stretch of the road ahead. There was nothing particularly remarkable about that part of the highway. At least, not until that night. My father, stepmother, and baby brother were driving from Albuquerque, New Mexico, to Houston to pick me up. They were going to take me for a few months, give me a break from the daily grind of life in a broken family. I don't remember them leaving Albuquerque or anything leading up to that moment. All I know is that they were on their way to get me. According to what I've been told, they had stopped on the side of the highway near a small patch of trees. It was late in the evening, and my baby brother was throwing a fit in the back seat. My stepmother had gotten out of the car to check on him, to calm him down, and my father had gotten out with her. They were parked, the car on the shoulder of the road, just a few feet away from the main traffic lane. At the time, I didn't understand the dangers of being on the side of the highway, but now, as an adult, I can see it so clearly. They were vulnerable, exposed, in a place where the only thing that separated them from the fast-moving traffic was a few feet of shoulder. And that's exactly what cost them their lives. A semi-truck driver, who had been driving for far too long without rest, was coming down the hill toward them. He had been over his hours, his body exhausted, his focus slipping. It was late, the road was empty, and he wasn't paying attention to the shoulder. The truck veered off course, its massive tires screeching as it hit the parked car at around 70 miles per hour. The impact was immediate and violent. The truck slammed into the rear end of the car, sending it spinning out of control before it caught fire. The wreckage was unrecognizable. My father, my stepmother, and my baby brother never had a chance. The fire consumed everything. No one survived. Not even a trace of them remained. The only one left behind was the truck driver, who somehow walked away from the wreck. I never knew the full extent of it at the time, of course. I was just a kid, and I didn't understand the gravity of what had happened. My family had been taken from me, and I was left behind to face a world that was already too big and too confusing for someone so young. But even then, something inside me knew that life wasn't going to be the same anymore. Over the years, I grew up and tried to move on. I lived with relatives, and eventually, I ended up attending Texas Tech in Lubbock. I still remember the feeling of driving down the highway, passing the stretch of road where the accident had occurred. It was like a knot in my stomach every time, a sick feeling that I couldn't shake off. I would drive past it and wonder how many people actually knew what had happened there, how many knew that a family had been lost, that lives had been destroyed in an instant. It wasn't until much later, when I was an adult and had some free time, that I decided to do some research on the accident. I had to know more. I had to understand what had happened. The details of the crash were vague, but I wanted to find out more. I found an article online that seemed to reference the accident, a piece written by someone who had witnessed it. The person who wrote the article had lived in a house near the highway, and they remembered seeing the accident. They spoke about the family, my family, walking along the side of the highway after the crash. They didn't describe them as being injured or anything like that. No, they described them as continuing their journey, walking along the shoulder of the road, but never getting any closer to their destination. At first, I didn't understand. What did they mean? How could this person have seen my family walking after the crash? I couldn't make sense of it. The crash was so violent, so final. There was no way anyone could have survived, let alone been seen walking away from the wreckage. But the article was clear. This person had seen them. They said they could see them walking, just a few feet away from where the car had been. The witness described them as being alive, but stuck in some kind of limbo, a journey they couldn't complete. It wasn't until I started to really think about it that I realized what it meant. My family had been on their way to pick me up. They had been coming to get me, to bring me into their lives again. And they had never made it. They had never reached their destination. They had been taken from me, their journey cut short. The witness's description of them, walking along the side of the road, but never getting closer to their destination, felt like some kind of cosmic reflection of that. They had been so close to being with me again, but it had been snatched away. I couldn't explain the feelings I had when I read that article. I broke down in tears. It was strange, because I didn't know this person. They were just a stranger who had happened to witness something horrible, something that had happened to people they didn't even know. But somehow, they felt like a part of me. They had seen my family, and in a way, they had seen me too. They had seen the part of my life that had been lost, and that loss had somehow become theirs too. I decided I needed to find the exact spot where the accident had happened. I asked some locals, people who had lived in the area for years, and to my surprise, many of them remembered the accident. They spoke about it with a strange reverence, as though it was something that still haunted the area, something that people couldn't forget. They told me roughly where it had happened, and with their directions in hand, I set off to find it. When I got there, I parked my car by the side of the road and just sat there for a few minutes. I didn't know what to expect, but I needed to be there, to be close to where everything had ended for them. It was a quiet spot, just like any other stretch of highway in West Texas. The sky was a dull, overcast gray, and the wind carried the scent of dry dirt and sagebrush. I took a few moments of silence to honor them, to show respect for the lives that had been lost. It was one of the strangest moments of my life. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but there was something profound about being there, standing at the place where everything had come to a tragic end. The emptiness I had felt in my life, the part of me that had never fully healed, seemed to connect with that empty stretch of road. It was as if, for just a brief moment, I could feel the loss in a way I hadn't been able to before. I didn't stay long. I had come, I had paid my respects, and I knew that I couldn't change what had happened. But something about the experience stayed with me. It gave me a sense of closure, of understanding, even if I still didn't have all the answers. The details of the accident, the witness's account, and the place itself, it all added up to something that felt important, even if it was something I couldn't fully explain. It's a strange feeling to live with a part of you that you can never fully understand, to have pieces of your life and your family missing, and yet to still try to make sense of it all. That accident, that loss, will always be with me. But at least now, I have some sense of peace. I know where it happened, I know what it meant, and I can carry that with me as I move forward. That part of my life hasn't left me, not entirely. It never will, but I've learned to live with it. And in the end, that's all any of us can do. We had been planning this trip for months, but it was a simple one. Just 5 days. Southern California was always on my mind, so when I brought it up to my boyfriend, Nate, he agreed without hesitation. We had met through hiking, the Appalachian Trail, to be specific, so we both knew what it meant to be out in the wilderness, away from the bustle of civilization. We weren't new to this by any means. We had thru-hiked long trails before, living off the bare minimum, living out of our packs for days at a time. But this trip was different. It was short, and we both wanted to indulge. I remember the day we went to Whole Foods like it was yesterday. We were excited, so excited that we went a little overboard. It wasn't like the usual backpacking trips, where we carried the lightest food possible. This time, we bought whatever we wanted: fresh fruit, protein bars, artisanal cheeses, a few cold cuts, granola, and other delicious snacks. We didn't care that our packs would be a bit heavier than usual. The idea of good food on a short hike was too tempting to pass up. We figured we'd be out for a few days, but we could handle a little extra weight for something nice. Our packs were stuffed. We spent the next few hours organizing the food, double-checking everything to make sure nothing was too squished or poorly packed. We then drove out to our starting point. The weather was perfect, the sky clear, and the air dry but not too hot. It was everything we wanted for a getaway, and after about an hour of driving, we arrived at the trailhead. The hike was exactly what we needed. Nothing too strenuous, with gentle inclines and a steady pace. We spent the first day getting used to our loads again, reacquainting ourselves with the rhythm of the trail. At the end of the day, we came across a nice spot, a small clearing nestled against the side of a hill. It was just far enough from the trail that it felt private, and the view of the valley below was beautiful, with the sun setting in the distance. The last thing we wanted was to be near other people, so this secluded spot was perfect. The next day, we planned on hiking further, but the day was a little more relaxed. We ate a big breakfast of fresh fruit and granola and began hiking without too much of a destination in mind. Around midday, we passed a dirt service road that led to some sort of utility area. There was a large trough nearby, presumably used to feed horses. The trough was big, heavy, and already overturned, so it looked like no one had been around in a while. We figured this was as good a spot as any to stash our food bags for the night. At the time, it seemed like a perfect choice. The trough was solid, heavy, and clearly not in use. It would be a great place to keep our food safe from any potential animals, especially bears. It was just far enough off the beaten path that we felt confident no one would stumble upon it. We shoved both of our food bags underneath the trough, arranging everything carefully to ensure nothing would fall out. We didn't really expect anyone else to be out here, especially so far from the nearest town. The trail was quiet, the only sounds coming from the wind and the distant rustling of the trees. That night, we settled into our tents and spent the evening talking, eating some of our trail mix, and enjoying the quiet. The sky was clear and full of stars, and it was one of those nights when everything felt peaceful. The sound of the wind through the trees was calming. We didn't think much about the food bags. They were safe where they were, and it was a simple, easy night in the wild. The next morning, we woke up early to continue our hike. The first thing on our minds was breakfast, so we grabbed our gear and walked over to where we had stashed the food. As we approached, I saw it immediately. Half of the food was gone. It didn't make sense. There were only 2 bags, and both had been packed to the brim. Now one was nearly empty. I felt my stomach drop, and my skin prickled with a creeping sense of unease. The food bags had been opened, but it wasn't like an animal had torn into them. The bags were neatly unzipped, and whoever took the food had done so selectively, only picking certain items. Some of the cheese was gone, some of the bars, and even a few of the fresh fruits. But not all of it. It was like someone had gone through and chosen what they wanted. I froze, looking around, trying to make sense of it. "Nate, what the hell?" I whispered. He didn't respond immediately, and I could see him standing still, scanning the area around us. His face looked pale. He wasn't as freaked out as I was, but I could see the concern in his eyes. He moved over to the other bag and checked it carefully. The damage was the same. It didn't take long for the realization to hit us both. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't a bear. No bear would pick out specific foods, and no bear would leave the bags so neatly disturbed. This was a person who had been watching us. And that thought made my stomach turn. I tried to think back. Had we seen anyone else? No. No one had passed us on the trail. We hadn't heard any cars or voices. We were miles from the nearest town, with no signs of anyone else being nearby. But that's when the thought hit me. The person must have been watching us. Maybe even from the road, or perhaps they had seen us from a distance as we set up camp. The idea of someone else being out here, near us, was unsettling. I felt a wave of panic, like someone had violated our space. We had been so sure we were alone, so certain that no one else would come this far into the wilderness. But now, someone had taken our food, rifled through our bags, and disappeared back into the woods. I wanted to think it was just a fluke, maybe a hunter passing through, or someone who was also hiking. But it didn't feel like that. The quiet was too heavy, too still. It felt like whoever had done this was watching us even now, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to approach. We stood there for a while, unsure of what to do next. Our food supply was decimated, and we weren't sure we could continue without it. We had enough for maybe another day, but we had planned for 5. This was supposed to be our break, a chance to relax and enjoy the outdoors without worrying about anything. Nate finally spoke up. "I think we should go back," he said, his voice low but firm. He was right. There was no reason to stay out here without enough food, and the thought of someone else being so close to our camp, possibly still watching us, made it feel unsafe. The idea of continuing the hike, knowing someone had been that close, felt wrong. We packed up quickly, trying to salvage what little we had left in the food bags. We didn't say much as we walked back toward the trailhead. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us, maybe following us. Every rustle in the bushes, every crack of a twig, made me jump. But we didn't see anyone. There were no footprints, no signs of another hiker or person on the trail. It was just us walking back. By the time we got to the trailhead, it felt like we had been out there for much longer than we actually had. I was relieved to finally see our car in the parking lot, but there was still a knot in my stomach. I couldn't stop thinking about the food and the feeling of being watched. We hadn't seen anyone, but the evidence was there. Someone had been out there, and they had taken what wasn't theirs. We drove home in silence, the air heavy with the tension of what had happened. I kept thinking about how easily we could have been in danger. We were experienced hikers, but we were also naive in thinking that we were far enough out that nothing like this would happen. We didn't talk about it much after that. It felt like one of those things you just had to move past, even if it left a lingering unease. We never found out who had taken our food or why, but we both knew one thing for certain. Next time, we'd be a lot more careful about where we left our things. The woods were no longer just peaceful. They were a reminder that you never really know who, or what, could be lurking in the shadows. I live in the woods, and when I say that, I don't just mean that my house is surrounded by trees and a few wildlife trails. I mean I'm deep in it. My family has lived here for decades, and we've come to understand the land in ways that you can't really explain to people who've never spent much time in remote places. The kind of place where your neighbors are the animals, and the only sounds you hear are the rustling of leaves and the occasional animal cry echoing in the distance. Back in the 1950s, the state began buying up land from farmers. One farmer, stubborn as they come, refused to sell all of his land and instead began parceling off sections to private buyers. In the 1970s, my father bought a 38-acre piece of this land. He built our home there, tucked into the side of a mountain. Later on, my parents bought out another neighbor's house, knocked it down, and expanded our property to 50 acres. We're completely surrounded by 900 acres of state-owned forest and another 3,000 acres of national forest beyond that. When I say I live in the woods, I mean it in the most literal way possible. Wildlife is abundant. Bobcats, deer, bears, mountain lions, coyote packs of 15 to 40 coy dogs, and even a badger every now and then have all made an appearance in my backyard, as it were. It's not unusual for me to go out to the porch and see a family of deer grazing not too far from the house, or to hear the calls of coyotes as they hunt in the distance. But it's not just the wildlife that makes living here so strange. It's the things that happen. Things that can't easily be explained away by science or logic. One afternoon, I was hanging out in the living room with a few friends, chatting and laughing. The room was warm, cozy. I had just set a steel water bottle on the table, one of those heavy-duty, twist-off cap types. It was sitting there next to a few other things, resting in a puddle of condensation. Out of nowhere, without anyone touching it, the bottle suddenly shot straight up off the table, 2 feet into the air, before coming back down to land exactly where it had been, right into the ring of water left behind. It was as if the bottle had been thrown up by some invisible hand and gently placed back down. We all stared at it, and without saying a word, we all left the room. Nobody needed to speak about it. We all knew something strange had happened, something we couldn't explain. A few months later, the strangeness returned, this time during a video game night. We were in the living room, the TV and game console blaring. The usual noise of people talking and the game's soundtrack filled the room. The loading screen music stopped, and there was an awkward pause as the game froze. All of us fell silent, unsure what was going on. Then behind us, we heard it. The kitchen faucet. It was running full blast. No one had been in the kitchen. Nobody had gone near it. We didn't even have to walk past the kitchen to get to the living room. The layout of the house was such that the kitchen was tucked away, and most people didn't even realize it was there unless they went looking for it. But there it was, the sound of water gushing from the sink, loud enough for all of us to hear. That wasn't the last of it either. The house, for whatever reason, seemed to have a mind of its own when it came to electrical things. The light fixture in the bathroom became a constant source of frustration. I don't know how many times I've rewired or replaced bulbs in that fixture, but it's the same thing every time. One bulb never works. No matter if it's a 3-bulb fixture, the middle one refuses to light up. If I change it to a 2-bulb fixture, the left one will never turn on. I've even run separate circuits from 2 different breaker boxes to try and fix it, but no matter what I did, the same light always burned out. I've given up trying to fix it. It's just one of those things that, no matter how hard I try, I can't explain. Even stranger are the electronic devices in the house. Computers, TVs, stereos, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. They'll randomly switch on or off, often without any explanation. You could be sitting in the living room, not even near the TV, and suddenly the screen will light up on its own. Or you'll be walking away from a room, and the stereo will suddenly start blaring music. I've even had devices switch on when they were unplugged, or the batteries were out of the remote controls. It's as if something or someone is flipping switches when you're not looking. The woods around the house are no less strange. I've spent a lot of time hiking, exploring the surrounding forest. The area is covered in old remnants of history, abandoned structures, overgrown roads, and forgotten paths. There are old foundations of smugglers' dens and stone staircases that lead nowhere, ascending up the sides of hills and vanishing into the trees. These relics are scattered throughout the forest, and the deeper you go, the more you find. It's not uncommon to come across unmarked graves, old shine shacks, and ruins from long-forgotten times. There's something eerie about it, walking through a place where people once lived, but now the only evidence of their existence is a crumbling stone wall or a half-buried rusted metal can. But for all the oddities, I've never felt truly threatened. It's not that I don't have a sense of caution or that I don't recognize the dangers that exist in the woods, wild animals, falling trees, or the risk of getting lost, but it's something else entirely. There's a presence, a sense that I'm not always alone. It's a feeling that I get sometimes when I'm out in the woods by myself, or even when I'm inside the house. There are moments when I just know that something's watching me, even if I can't see it. You get to know the land after a while, and you learn to trust your instincts. My instincts tell me that I'm being watched, even if I can't put my finger on exactly who or what is watching me. One night, a few years ago, I was out hiking on a trail that runs through our property. It's an old, overgrown path that loops around the ridge of the mountain and connects to several other hiking trails on state land. The trail is narrow, barely wide enough to fit one person, with dense underbrush on either side. I've hiked it many times, but that night, something felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was following me. I kept hearing branches snapping behind me, soft enough that it could have just been an animal, but too rhythmic to be random. I stopped a few times, straining my ears, but the noises would stop as soon as I did. Eventually, I quickened my pace, and the noise seemed to follow suit, matching my speed. It wasn't until I reached a clearing that I felt the full weight of the strange sensation. The clearing was small, surrounded by thick trees on three sides. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting long shadows across the ground. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to shake the eerie feeling creeping up my spine. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the feeling faded. The air felt lighter, and the hairs on the back of my neck lay flat again. I don't know why it stopped, but I knew something had been there, watching, waiting. The feeling didn't go away entirely. It lingered, just at the edge of my mind, like a shadow that wouldn't quite disappear. I came home that night, and everything felt off. The house was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that fills you with unease, the kind of silence where every creak and groan of the house sounds amplified. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been out there in the woods had followed me back. That's when I noticed the first sign. The faucet in the kitchen was on again, full blast. But this time, I knew I hadn't left it on. I checked the other faucets, nothing. Just the kitchen sink, running as if someone had left it on and forgotten. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened, but something about this felt different. I turned the water off, but the feeling didn't go away. I could still feel eyes on me. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but after a while, it becomes hard to ignore the strange events that happen around here. Maybe it's just the isolation, maybe it's just the land, but it feels like there's something here. Something that's been here long before I ever set foot on this property. Something that's never quite left. To this day, I still feel it. That strange sensation that I'm being watched. I've learned to live with it, as unsettling as it is. I've come to accept that I might never fully understand what's happening, but I also know that I can't deny it either. There's something about this place, this land, that doesn't let go. Maybe it's the remnants of all those who lived here before. Maybe it's something else entirely. But whatever it is, I've come to understand one thing for sure. This land is alive with stories, with history, with things that aren't easily explained. And I'm just another chapter in its strange, ongoing tale. We had been camping at that spot countless times before. It was one of those places you just naturally return to, even after exploring new ones. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, and most of my memories were tied to the woods and lakes near my home. A lot of my childhood was spent fishing, hiking, and camping with friends, with the lake as a constant backdrop. It was peaceful, isolated, and beautiful. But there was something about that trip that changed everything, something that still haunts me every time I think about it. There were 4 of us that night, 2 guys, 2 girls, none of us older than 19. We had 2 tents set up, one for the girls and one for the guys, all beside the lake, not far from where the trees started to thin out. It was a typical summer evening, cool and calm. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow on the water. We had made this trip many times, so it felt like second nature to us. The area was secluded enough to keep things peaceful, but not too far from our vehicles to make it a hassle. We didn't expect anything to go wrong. Just before it got dark, we decided to go fishing. The lake was only a minute or two's walk from the campsite. The guys and girls went in separate directions, as we usually did, and we all had our own favorite spots to cast our lines. The evening was nice, and the air had that crisp, refreshing feel that only comes after a day of warmth. We stayed out by the water for about an hour, just fishing and chatting, as you do. Nothing out of the ordinary. The kind of evening where the time slips away, and you barely notice it. It was only when the first stars started to appear in the sky that we decided to head back. The walk back was quiet, our footsteps crunching the gravel path beneath us, a slight breeze stirring the leaves. The camp was supposed to be right there, just up ahead, near that familiar clearing by the lake. But as we neared, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but when we finally reached the clearing, everything hit me at once. The camp was gone. No tents, no coolers, no gear, not a trace of anything we had left behind. Nothing at all. The ground was bare, just dirt and grass, the faint impression of where the tents had been, but that was it. It looked like we had never even been there. The first thing that ran through my head was that maybe someone had come by and taken everything. It would make sense, right? Someone could have come while we were fishing, grabbed our stuff, and just left. But that didn't sit right with me. I looked around. There was only one way in and out of the spot we were camped, and we had been fishing in that very entrance. No one could have snuck in without us seeing them. The trees were thick on both sides, and the path was narrow, meaning no one could have carried everything away quietly. But here we were, standing in a place that was supposed to be home for the night, staring at an empty, silent space. For a second, I thought I was losing my mind. I checked my pockets. Thankfully, I still had my keys. I didn't know why that gave me some sense of relief, but it did. At least we could get to the vehicles if we had to. We all stood there for a while, trying to make sense of it, but the more we looked around, the more confused we became. One of the guys suggested we head back to the vehicles. He figured we could figure it out from there, maybe get some help. We were about a 10-minute canoe ride from where we had parked, and I guess in the back of my mind, I thought maybe something had happened while we were gone, something weird. We piled into the canoe, and the whole ride back, none of us said much. We just kept looking around, trying to make sense of what was happening. When we finally reached our vehicles, it felt like we were in another world. The lights from the trucks illuminated the area around us, and I remember how eerie everything felt, like we had crossed some invisible boundary into a strange reality. My mind was racing, and even though we had left in good spirits earlier that day, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. The whole ride back to the campsite felt strange, too, as if the world had somehow shifted. We were all quiet, almost too quiet, each of us replaying the events in our heads, searching for some explanation. There were no tracks, no evidence of anyone else. No sign of struggle, but no sign of us either. Just emptiness. The next day, we went back. We had to know what had happened. Maybe we had just misremembered. Maybe the tents were never there. Maybe we had lost our minds. But no, everything was exactly the same. There was nothing. Nothing but dirt and rock. The ground where the tents had stood was perfectly undisturbed, and there was no sign of any of our gear, no marks in the dirt, no evidence of anything. The thing that really freaked me out, though, was the cliff. Right behind where we had camped, there was a 40-foot drop straight down, the kind of cliff that could leave you seriously injured if you went over it. We had all camped here many times before, but I had never thought about that drop. I never thought to consider the possibility that someone could have been watching us from that height. That day, though, standing there, staring at the cliff, I couldn't shake the thought. I couldn't help but feel like we had been observed, like we were being toyed with. What I can't understand is how it all disappeared. Our stuff, our tents, our gear gone. It doesn't make sense. Even if someone had come by and taken it, there's no way they could have done so without leaving some trace. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. It was as if the land itself had swallowed it all. After that, we decided to leave. There was no reason to stay. We couldn't explain what had happened, and we didn't want to stick around to find out if it would happen again. The thought of being out there, with nothing to explain what had just occurred, made me feel more uncomfortable than I can explain. I've thought about that trip a lot since then. Over the years, I've tried to reason with myself, come up with logical explanations, but every time, I hit a wall. I don't know what happened, and I don't know what could have made all our things vanish like that. Sometimes, when I'm out camping, I find myself looking around, checking the cliffs, checking the path, trying to make sure I'm not being watched. I'm not sure if it's paranoia or if something really did happen that day, but either way, I don't think I'll ever forget it. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods, the memory of that empty campsite still haunts me. I'll never understand what happened, and maybe that's what scares me the most. I was at my girlfriend's apartment, the kind of place where you could tell the landlord was just trying to make it feel homey, but it was small. We were on the first floor, which was convenient because you could step right out the door and be on the porch. That evening, the four of us were drinking a bit, chatting. and just winding down before heading out to downtown for a night out. The apartment was a studio, nothing too fancy, but cozy enough to make it feel like a nice little retreat. We'd moved outside to her private porch, which wasn't attached directly to the apartment, but was just off the side. The kind where you'd step out of the front door, turn right, and there it was. We were standing there, chatting, when one of our friends, Tim, I think, asked, "Who else is coming over?" He was looking through the window, probably wondering if anyone else was going to join us. I turned to look into the apartment, just as Tim was looking through the blinds. What I saw instantly had my stomach drop. There was a guy in the apartment, standing near the kitchen. His hair was greasy, matted, and stuck to his scalp like he hadn't showered in days, maybe longer. His eyes had that glazed-over look, like someone who was completely gone, lost in some kind of haze. His body was thin, emaciated, like he hadn't been eating. I could barely focus on anything else as I registered one thing. He was standing by the knives I'd just hung up in the kitchen, the new set I'd bought for her. I didn't think, I just acted. The adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted through the door, yelling to my friends to stay outside. I didn't wait to think if it was a mistake. I just needed to confront him. I pushed through the door to the apartment, and sure enough, there he was, still standing there, staring at the knives as if he was trying to decide which one to take. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice breaking through the tension. He snapped around to face me, his expression one of complete shock, like he hadn't expected anyone to come in. Before he could react, I lunged at him. My hands hit his chest, and I tackled him to the ground. It wasn't until I had him pinned that I noticed the sharp object in his hand. He'd grabbed a medium-sized flathead screwdriver from the kitchen drawer, one of the ones I'd thought was just a tool for minor repairs. He didn't even try to punch me. Instead, he screamed. Not a normal scream. It was a primal, blood-curdling screech, something I'd never heard before, like a banshee howling in pain. It echoed off the walls, making my ears ring. His body writhed under mine, but I kept my weight on him, my arms pinning him down. The cold steel of the flathead was still in his hand, and I could feel the tension in his fingers as he gripped it tight. I could have hit him, I could have done a lot of things, but in that moment, I didn't. Instead, I just held him down. I was too afraid of what would have happened if I let him go, too afraid that he'd hurt me, or worse, hurt one of my friends. Then the real horror hit me. As I held him there, my heart racing, I looked at the flathead again, its blade still gleaming in the dim light of the kitchen. It was sharp enough to stab. He could have easily turned it toward me. But somehow, by pure chance, I got to him before he could make a move. I still wonder if I should have beaten him, should have done something more. But all I did was pin him, holding him until I heard sirens in the distance. I could feel him panting beneath me. The only sounds in the room his ragged breaths and my own heartbeat. Eventually, the police arrived, and I let them take over. The guy was arrested, no questions asked. They found drugs on him, but I wasn't sure whether they were the cause of his erratic behavior or if he was just out of his mind. Either way, the whole thing left me rattled. It wasn't just the fear of what he could have done, but the fact that he'd been so close to taking something that wasn't his, something that I thought I had control over. The whole thing left me feeling uneasy. I still don't know what the guy was after, or why he was in the apartment in the first place. That night, when we finally left to head downtown, I couldn't shake the image of his wide eyes staring at the knives. It stuck with me. Still does. The second story happened about 2 years ago, in November. I decided to do something stupid. Something that seemed like a great idea at the time, but ended up being one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I went to explore an old asylum in Connecticut. It was cold, but I didn't mind. I thought it would be fun, a little adventure for the day. I'd been there before, but never alone. I guess I thought I could handle it. I didn't tell anyone I was going. The place was abandoned, a shell of what it once was, but it had this eerie charm to it. I had my flashlight, a camera, and a bottle of wine, and I was just walking through, taking my time. I was careful not to disturb anything, quietly moving through the overgrowth and the rotting building. The walls were peeling, windows broken, and the silence of the place felt like it had been there for years. As I moved deeper into the asylum, the floor creaked under my feet. The air was thick with dust and the smell of mildew. It was a kind of silence that felt heavy, like something was watching. But I ignored it. I kept moving, fascinated by the decay, the emptiness. I reached a hallway when I first heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, footsteps maybe. It sounded like someone was running, but it didn't make any sense. I was alone. No one else was supposed to be there. I stopped in my tracks, listening carefully. The footsteps continued, getting closer and closer. Then it stopped, right behind me, just around the corner of the hallway. I called out, "Hello," in a friendly voice, thinking it might just be someone else exploring the place. Maybe another curious wanderer. But there was no answer. Just silence. Then I heard the laugh. It was a low, unsettling chuckle, like a grown man's laugh, but it didn't sound right. It was wrong. I can't explain it, but it felt off. It wasn't playful or carefree. It felt ominous. My stomach twisted and I froze. I turned slowly, scanning the hallway with my flashlight, but I didn't see anyone. Nothing moved. It was empty. I decided to move on, to ignore it. But then it happened again. That same sound, the running footsteps, but this time, the laugh came right after it. Close. Too close. It wasn't just some echo or distant noise. It felt like it was happening right beside me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something wasn't right. I walked faster, my heartbeat speeding up. I reached another floor, trying to focus on the task of just getting through the building. But the sounds continued. The running, the laugh. It was like the building itself was alive with this eerie presence, and I couldn't escape it. And then it happened. I was standing near a cracked wall when I saw it. A human eyeball. It wasn't just some normal eyeball. It was a bloodshot, wide open, staring at me through a crack in the wall. It blinked. Slowly. My flashlight hit it, and it just kept staring. That was the moment everything clicked. That was when I knew something was seriously wrong. I couldn't breathe. My entire body tensed, and my mind raced. I could feel the route to safety, to the nearest road, embedding itself in my brain, like my subconscious was trying to tell me to run. And then that laugh again, right beside me, as if it was in my ear. It was too much. I couldn't handle it anymore. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, ignoring the pain in my legs, the cold air biting at my skin. I didn't stop to think, didn't stop to check if anyone was behind me. I just ran. Out of that place. Through the hallways. Down the stairs. My heart pounding in my chest. Every sound magnified. Every creak in the building like a warning. I made it out. I didn't look back. I don't know what happened in there, or who, or what I heard. All I know is that I got out, and I haven't been back to that asylum since. Whatever was there, whatever it was that I felt, I don't want to know. Some things are better left unexplored. And that night, I learned the hard way. It had been a while since I'd been out here, deep in the woods, but it was still one of my favorite places to camp. There's something calming about being so far from civilization, away from the noise of the city, the buzz of phones, and the constant interruptions. It was the kind of camping I grew up with. No lakes, no fancy camping spots. Just pure wilderness. The spot I chose this time was one I'd been to with my family a few times. It wasn't far from town, about 3 hours or so. But once you got past the last small town and the pavement ended, it was all dirt roads, dense trees, and that wild, almost eerie quiet that can only come from deep forest. The kind of quiet where every little sound stands out, where the creak of a branch or the rustle of leaves can send your heart racing because it might be something you don't want to hear. I'd been coming here since I was a kid, so I knew the area like the back of my hand. The twists in the trail, the outcropping of rocks, the steep drops to the creek, everything. But that also meant I knew the kind of people who found their way here. Off-grid folks, loners, and, well, to be blunt, meth heads. There were rumors about the area. The kind of rumors you don't talk about openly, especially not with city folks. I had learned over the years that keeping your mouth shut about the shady things that happened out here was the best course of action. I never wanted to make anyone nervous, especially when they were new to this kind of camping. But this time, I wasn't alone. I had my boyfriend with me, and 2 other couples. They were all city people, the kind of folks who preferred the comfort of a cabin or a lakeside view with nice, even paths. None of them had done this kind of camping before, at least, not in a place this remote. They were excited at first, but I could tell they were a little out of their element. They were used to the social, easygoing style of camping where you sit by a campfire, roast marshmallows, and tell jokes. Not the kind where you have to actually pay attention to your surroundings and keep an eye on who's out there with you. That first night, everything was fine. We had set up camp, cooked a simple dinner over the fire, and were all sitting around drinking and chatting. The night was thick with that typical forest quiet, the kind where the sounds of crickets and distant rustling trees feel like part of the background hum of the world. Everything felt safe and normal. But that all changed when we heard it. "Marcus." The voice rang out, high-pitched and frantic. It was a woman's voice, and she was clearly distressed. The way she screamed the name, over and over, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't a sound you wanted to hear in the woods. The thing that struck me first was that the voice was coming from the east, from deeper into the forest, which was strange. Anyone coming from the west would have come across the trail or been on the main road. But the direction the voice came from didn't make sense. It was off the main trail, deeper into the woods, past where we had set up camp. For a second, I froze. My instincts kicked in. I didn't want to draw any attention to our camp. There were people out here, and they weren't always the kind of folks you wanted to run into when the sun went down. But then, one of our friends, Mark, who was clearly feeling a little too much of the drink, shouted back, "Pollo!" His voice rang out loud and carefree, not realizing the gravity of the situation. I felt a pang of panic. Why would he yell back? The last thing we needed was to engage with whoever this was, especially if they were lost or worse, messed up on something. I waved my hand frantically at him, trying to get his attention, but he didn't see me. I mouthed, "Shut up," but it was too late. The woman had heard us. "Hey, how do I get to my camp? Help me." Her voice came again, sharp and clear. There was desperation in her tone, but it didn't sound like a normal kind of distress. It sounded almost off, like she wasn't just lost. Something wasn't right. I froze again, my heart hammering in my chest. I immediately motioned for everyone to be quiet, hoping that maybe, just maybe, she'd leave if we didn't respond. But that wasn't going to happen. I could hear her moving through the brush now, the sound of twigs snapping underfoot as she came closer. And then, she cursed loudly, in a string of obscenities I couldn't quite make out. She sounded like she was stumbling, tripping over something in the dark, and I could hear her crashing through the forest like someone who wasn't aware of where they were, or worse, someone who didn't care. At that point, I knew. She wasn't lost. She wasn't just a normal camper. She was messed up. She was either drunk or high, or both. My gut twisted with anxiety. People like this were unpredictable, and in a place like this, where the nearest help was hours away, anything could happen. "God, please just leave," I muttered under my breath. But she didn't leave. Instead, she got closer, yelling more insults as she made her way toward our fire. At one point, we heard her crash to the ground, a loud thud and a snap of wood, followed by more angry shouting. She cursed us for shining such a bright light on her. The only light around was our campfire, which wasn't even that bright. But she was obviously hallucinating, her mind playing tricks on her. My boyfriend, John, was watching all this, his expression darkening. He could tell something was wrong, too. He was a big guy, broad-shouldered and intimidating when he was upset, and I could see his patience wearing thin. I could feel my chest tightening, but I didn't want to say anything more. I just wanted her to go away. And then, finally, she stumbled into the clearing. The sight of her was enough to stop my heart for a second. She was filthy, clothes torn, hair matted with dirt, skin pale and sweaty. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, darting around like she couldn't settle on anything. She looked like she hadn't slept or eaten in days, her body twitching and jerking in unnatural ways. Her movements were erratic, jerky. She was on something, that much was clear. "Can I stay? I'm hungry. Can I stay?" she asked, her voice cracking, as if she was a little girl begging for help. But there was nothing childlike about the way she spoke. She was demanding. She plopped down right next to us without asking, her eyes fixed on the food we had left over. "No," John said, his voice low and firm. "You need to leave. Now." She didn't listen. Instead, she just stared at him, her eyes flicking from his face to the ground, her mouth twitching. She looked like she was going to lash out, but she didn't. She just kept repeating the same thing, asking if she could stay, demanding food and water. John stood up, his voice rising. "You have to go. Now." He was angry, but not scared. His big frame seemed to fill the space between us, like he was a wall that would stop her from crossing any lines. She stood up too slowly, swaying on her feet. She muttered something incoherent about us being rude and unkind, then started stumbling back into the darkness. Her steps were slow, but she was still yelling, still cursing at us, blaming us for everything. "I'll be back," she screamed into the night. "You'll see. I'll be back." We listened as her voice grew fainter, carried away by the wind. The forest seemed to swallow the sound of her footsteps, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't really gone. The worst part was knowing she already knew where we were. She'd heard our voices and made her way right to us without hesitation. I looked over at John, and he seemed just as shaken as I felt. None of us said anything for a while. I didn't even want to speak. I didn't want to break the silence that hung thick between us. But no one slept that night. Every little noise made us tense. Every crack of a branch, every rustle in the dark, had us jumping. We kept the fire burning, stoking it every so often, but it felt like it was doing nothing to keep the darkness at bay. I stayed awake, my eyes fixed on the shadows just beyond the firelight, waiting for her to come back. My mind kept replaying her words, the way she had insisted we were rude, when all we had done was tell her to leave. My skin prickled with the thought that she might come back with others, or worse, that she might come back at all. When dawn finally came, it felt like a relief. The light seemed to push away the oppressive weight of the night, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We packed up in silence, eager to leave, and the drive back to town felt like the longest 3 hours of my life. As for our friends, I don't think they'll ever look at camping the same way again. You can't mess around in the forests like that. There are people out there who know it better than you, and they know what to do when they don't like you being in their space. I hope they learn their lesson, but I know this isn't the last time I'll encounter people like that. The woods have a way of bringing out the unexpected, and next time, I won't hesitate to keep my mouth shut. You don't engage with the crazies out there. You just survive. It was June 2013 when my best friend and I decided to take a trip along a bike trail that stretched for about 60 miles one way. We'd both been working long hours and figured this would be the perfect way to spend some time outdoors, away from our hectic lives. Plus, the fact that a guy we used to work with lived somewhere along the trail, and he was offering us a place to stay, made the whole trip sound even more appealing. He rented out cabins, and it seemed like a good way to break up the ride without having to camp out under the stars in the middle of nowhere. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. After about 30 to 40 miles into the trail, we finally arrived at the cabin. The place was a lot nicer than we expected, given the remoteness of the area. It had a TV, heating, AC, and even electricity. At first, it seemed like the perfect spot to rest, especially after the long bike ride. The only thing that could have been a problem was the weather. It was a stormy night, and by the time we arrived, the skies had opened up, pouring down rain and filling the air with the occasional rumble of thunder. We had barely gotten out of the rain when the power went out. Of course, the AC went off too, and the cabin grew uncomfortably warm quickly. Still, we weren't too worried. We had dinner at our host's house, just down the street from the cabin, and played cards with him and his wife. They were nice people, and we felt safe, sheltered from the storm outside. But there was something about the whole situation that made me uneasy. Maybe it was the isolation. Maybe it was the fact that the storm had knocked out the power so suddenly. But even after dinner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We returned to the cabin after the meal. The storm was still going strong, and with the electricity out, it was darker than usual. The cabin was quiet, too quiet, except for the steady patter of rain on the roof and the occasional crack of thunder in the distance. We sat down on the couches and tried to make the best of it. We didn't want to just stare at the walls, but there wasn't much to do. We weren't in the mood for playing cards anymore, so we just sat there, trying to distract ourselves. That's when Scout, the man's dog, wandered in. He was a big, friendly mutt, and he immediately plopped down on the couch next to me, curling up in a ball. At first, I thought it was nice to have him there for company. He was warm and comforting, a distraction from the creeping unease that had settled over me. But then something weird happened. Scout kept raising his head and staring at the corner of the room. It wasn't like he was just casually glancing in that direction. His gaze was intense, fixed. His ears were perked, and I could feel the tension in his body. I could hear his breathing pick up a little, almost like he was on alert. I tried to ignore it at first. Maybe he was just hearing something outside, or maybe he was just a nervous dog. But then my friend, who had been sitting next to me, spoke up. She was quiet at first, but then she said my name, her voice full of nervous energy. "Hey, something's wrong," she said, her eyes wide. The speaker just moved. I froze. What? I didn't know what she meant at first, but when I looked over at the TV, I saw that one of the speakers above the TV, specifically the one closest to the corner of the room, had shifted. It wasn't just the usual settling of the house or anything. It had actually moved a couple of inches. The speaker, once angled slightly forward, was now facing more directly to the side, as though someone had nudged it. I glanced at Scout. His eyes were still locked on that corner, and his body was tense, stiff. I felt my heart rate pick up. It was like the air in the room had thickened, pressing in on me. It was harder to breathe. Something felt wrong, like the room wasn't as safe as it had been just moments before. Before I could say anything, we heard something upstairs. It wasn't clear what it was, just a faint sound, maybe a creak of floorboards or something falling. But it was enough to send us both scrambling to our feet. I didn't wait for my friend to say anything. I grabbed my jacket, and we rushed outside, bolting for the porch like something was chasing us. The moment we stepped out into the cold night air, I felt a bit better, like the weight had been lifted for a moment. But even though we were on the porch, sitting on the old rocking chairs, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that still gripped me. The storm had slowed down some, but the rain was still coming down in sheets, and I found myself glancing back at the cabin every few seconds, half expecting to see something, or someone, move past the windows. It felt wrong, like something was watching us. Not just the house or the surroundings, but something inside lurking. I couldn't bring myself to look directly at the cabin. I didn't want to. We sat there in silence for a while, neither of us willing to go back inside. We tried to joke about the weirdness, tried to rationalize what had happened. But deep down, I could feel the fear creeping up my spine. That's when my friend's phone buzzed. She had an iPhone, and I had a flip phone at the time. I watched as she checked the notification. It was a Facebook notification. She seemed confused at first, and I felt a sudden knot form in my stomach. She opened the app and froze. The notification said, "My name," posted a photo on her timeline. I couldn't have posted anything. I hadn't been on Facebook in days. I didn't even have internet connection there. I had no idea what was going on, but I could see that my friend was already opening the app, trying to make sense of it. She clicked on the photo. It was a photo of me, but not just me. Two of my other friends were with me in the picture. I wasn't tagged in it, but there I was. The photo was taken in May, about a month before our trip. But that wasn't the weird part. The weird part was the caption. "We never sleep." My stomach dropped. I had never posted that, and my friends weren't tagged in the photo either. The date of the post was a month ago, and we were in the middle of nowhere, with no service, no internet, and no way for me to have done anything remotely close to that. Why did I get a notification for a photo that I didn't post? My friend asked, voice shaky. And why is it from a month ago? Why would it say we never sleep? I didn't have any answers. We were both trying to make sense of it, trying to rationalize the impossible, but nothing about this was making any sense. My mind was racing, jumping from one paranoid thought to the next. How could she get a notification about something I never posted? And why would the caption say that? My heart was pounding now, my anxiety rising. It felt like everything around us was suddenly closing in, like the walls of the cabin were too thick to escape, and the air outside was too heavy to breathe. The fear was overwhelming. It was then that I realized the dog, Scout, was nowhere to be found. Normally, he would have stayed with us, but he was gone. I didn't even hear him come and go. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now that I was thinking about it, it made me even more uneasy. Scout was a good dog. He didn't just run off. Something was wrong. Maybe he had sensed it too. We went back inside after a long silence. We didn't know what else to do. We grabbed whatever we could, including some blankets, and ran upstairs to the bedroom. We moved a dresser in front of the door. It was ridiculous, I knew, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. It felt like we were being hunted. It felt like we were being watched. And even though we were inside, the outside world still felt so close. I kept hearing things outside. The sound of branches brushing against the walls, the distant howling of wind, the creaking of the house. But it wasn't just the noises. It was the silence, the unnatural stillness that seemed to swallow everything else. We spent the night barricaded in that room. Scout didn't come back. The next morning, after a restless night, we left the cabin as quickly as we could. We didn't even think to say goodbye to our host. We just left, riding away down that trail, the sense of dread still hanging over us like a storm cloud. The whole experience didn't make sense. I still don't know what happened that night, and I don't know if I ever will. But I know this. That photo, that caption, that feeling of being watched, it wasn't something I could explain away. It wasn't just a glitch or a coincidence. It felt real. Too real. And whatever it was, I don't ever want to go back to that cabin again. The morning started out like any other hike. My mate and I, both a bit nervous but excited, had planned a trip to Striding Edge, a sharp glacial arête on Helvellyn in the Lake District. It's one of those hikes you read about in guidebooks, labeled as technical grade 1. Perfect for beginners like us, or so we thought. It was a cloudy mid-morning, but nothing too unusual. The forecast said it'd be overcast with a chance of fog later on, so we packed accordingly. We'd been on some easier trails before, but this was our first hike of any real difficulty, and the adrenaline buzzed through us. We were set to finish by around 3 p.m. at a pub near the end of the route for a pint and some pie. The first part of the climb was straightforward, nothing too taxing. The ground was soft with patches of heather, and we occasionally passed other hikers who waved and exchanged polite greetings. As we ascended, the terrain became steeper, and our nerves began to build as the path narrowed. We were on the edge of something, feeling both the thrill of being so high up and the trepidation of the risk that came with it. The ridge stretched out ahead of us, the rock face sloping sharply downward on both sides. The scramble wasn't difficult, but I could feel my muscles tighten as I focused on each step. It wasn't just the altitude, it was the awareness that a wrong move could send you tumbling, maybe even over the edge. My mate and I kept a steady pace, trying to enjoy the moment, but also knowing the fog could roll in quickly. We'd been warned about it, and I'd read about how the weather could change so fast in the Lake District. 1 minute, you're walking under a pale sky, and the next, everything could vanish into a wall of fog. The fog was the real danger, not the terrain. Visibility dropped so fast, and the route was already treacherous enough when you could see clearly. We reached a particularly narrow part of the ridge around 11 a.m., when the mist began to roll in, thick and fast. The fog was so dense now that it felt as though we were walking in a cloud. You could barely see your own hand in front of your face. We'd been hiking for a while, the exertion leaving our legs sore, but the fog only made it worse. Every step became more careful, more measured, as we tried to stay on the right track. I could hear my mate breathing beside me, his footsteps crunching against the rocks. Then, out of the mist, a figure appeared. A woman, around 35 or so, with a bright red rucksack. She was standing on the narrow section of the path, just a few yards ahead of us. She looked a little lost, her face pale and slightly flushed from exertion. Her hands rested on the rocks, and she was looking down, perhaps trying to judge the next move. I remember her eyes meeting mine, and for a moment, it felt like time slowed. I nodded at her, and we stopped for a moment to catch our breath. We asked if she was okay, and she mentioned that the weather had been shifting, and the fog was starting to make things more difficult. We briefly talked about the route ahead, the section we were about to climb. We pointed out where we'd crossed the dense fog, and said it might get a bit worse the higher we went. She seemed relieved to hear that, and we wished her luck before we moved on. It wasn't much, but for a few minutes, we were the only company she had, and we did our best to offer a bit of reassurance. We pushed on, the fog growing thicker, swallowing everything in its path. At this point, we couldn't see more than a few feet in front of us. We had to stop several times to ensure we were still on the path, making sure to keep a grip on the rocks as we scrambled upwards. The fog was colder now, damp and suffocating. I could feel my heart rate quicken every time the edge of the ridge came into view through the mist. My mind was on high alert, constantly scanning for any signs of danger. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but I pushed it aside. It was probably just the fog messing with my head. Around noon, we finally reached the top of the ridge. The fog was still thick, and we couldn't see anything beyond a few feet, but the summit felt like an accomplishment. We paused for a while, catching our breath, trying to get our bearings. The landscape below us was completely obscured. It felt almost unreal, like we were in a different world, trapped in a cloud. We had no sense of direction anymore, just the feeling of being small, surrounded by nothingness. We took our time at the summit, knowing the hardest part was still ahead of us. After a short break, we decided to head down the other side, towards the pub. The descent was tricky in the fog, and I could feel the fatigue setting in. We carefully made our way down, rock by rock, with every step requiring full focus. I remember looking over my shoulder several times, as if expecting to see the woman from earlier. But she was nowhere in sight. By 2 p.m., we reached the pub at the bottom of the ridge. We were exhausted, but relieved to be off the mountain. The pub had that warm, inviting feel that only a place like this can have: low wooden beams, crackling fire, and the smell of food in the air. We ordered pies and pints, sitting down at a table by the window. The barkeep came over to ask how the hike went. He asked if we'd done Striding Edge, and we confirmed that we had. Then he asked if we'd seen a woman, about 35, with a bright red rucksack. We nodded. We had. We even talked to her for a bit. The barkeep's face changed when we mentioned her. He asked if we had been the last ones to see her, and we confirmed we had been. He seemed to tense up at our response. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice lower now. We nodded again, unsure of what he meant. He explained that a woman had fallen off the ridge around 11:30 that morning, a tragic accident. She had lost her footing on one of the narrow parts of the trail and tumbled more than 100 feet down. The coroner had stated that we were the last ones to see her alive. He said we were probably the last friendly faces she had seen before her fall. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. The fact that we'd just been there, only hours ago, and now I couldn't stop replaying that moment in my head. I kept thinking about her face when we spoke to her, how brief it had been, how ordinary it felt in the moment. And now, to learn that she was gone, that the last memory she might have had was of two strangers who offered her a few words of encouragement, was chilling. It felt surreal. We sat in silence for a while, each of us processing the information in our own way. The pub seemed quieter now, as if the atmosphere had shifted. The weight of it all settled on me, and the more I thought about it, the more the fog of that day seemed to deepen. I kept imagining her, standing there on the ridge, her red rucksack a stark contrast against the gray mist. What if we hadn't spoken to her? What if we had said more, done more? The barkeep seemed to understand our discomfort. He didn't say much more, just offering a sympathetic nod before walking away. The conversation in the pub shifted to other topics, but my mind couldn't leave the mountain, couldn't shake the image of that woman, her face blurry in the fog. I kept wondering how many people had crossed her path that day, how many other hikers had noticed her, and if any of them had wondered, like I did, whether there was something more they could have done. It wasn't until later, after a few more pints, that the reality of what had happened fully settled in. The fog, the scrambling, the narrow path we had walked. None of it seemed as adventurous now. I couldn't help but think about the dangers of the mountain, how easy it was for someone to slip, to lose their footing on the sharp rocks. It wasn't just about getting lost in the fog. It was about the constant risk that came with being in such an unforgiving place. As we left the pub, I couldn't stop looking up at the ridge, even though it was hidden in the mist. I knew the woman's story would stay with me forever. There was nothing supernatural about it, no ghosts or spirits lurking in the fog, just a tragic accident. But the weight of it, the thought that we had been the last to see her alive, haunted me. The mountain, once a place of excitement and adventure, had become something more dangerous, something less predictable, and far less inviting. I realized, in that moment, how easily things could change, how quickly the world could shift from something beautiful and exciting to something dark and tragic. And it made me wonder how many times I'd brushed past danger without even realizing it. How many times I'd been so focused on the thrill of the adventure that I hadn't paid attention to the risks until it was too late. The next time I go hiking, I'll think about that woman. I'll think about the fog. And I'll think about the last friendly face she saw before her fall. Maybe that's all any of us are in the end. Fleeting moments, faces in the fog, just trying to get by. It was the late 1970s in East Texas, and my mom was just about 18 years old. It was a quiet, small town where everybody knew everybody else, and not much ever happened. At least, that's what she always used to say about it. But this particular night was different. She'd been at a party in the next town over, about 40 minutes away, not a long drive, but far enough to feel like a bit of an adventure. It was the kind of party where everyone hung out, played music, and just enjoyed the freedom that came with being young. She didn't drink much, just a couple of beers. But as the hours dragged on, she knew it was getting late. Maybe too late. Her friends were all either staying over or heading home, and she didn't want to be out there alone much longer. By the time she decided to leave, it was well past midnight. She got in her old car, a 1960s Ford Mustang, nothing fancy, but it ran well, and started the drive back to her house, which was just on the outskirts of town. It wasn't an uneventful drive, but there was something about that night that felt different. The roads were empty, and the wind had picked up a little, making the trees sway in odd ways. But it wasn't until she hit the highway that the weird feeling really kicked in. She was cruising along the dark stretch of road, the headlights of her car cutting through the night, when she first noticed it, a truck tailgating her. At first, she tried not to think much of it. It was late, after all. Maybe the truck was just another person heading somewhere. But the truck kept getting closer. She could see the headlights in her rearview mirror, so close now that she couldn't make out anything about the vehicle other than the bright lights. She sped up a little, hoping to put some distance between them. But it didn't work. The truck matched her speed, keeping just behind her. Her stomach twisted with unease. There weren't many cars on the road at this hour, especially out here in East Texas where the population was small, and everyone usually knew each other. The feeling in her gut started gnawing at her. Something wasn't right. She took a deep breath and tried to shake off the fear. Maybe he just had somewhere to go. But as she approached her exit off the highway, she noticed that the truck wasn't pulling off behind her. It stayed glued to her rear bumper, following her off the main road and onto the smaller, less traveled streets. Her heart rate picked up. She wasn't far from her house, but she knew this area well, and the thought of driving into a dark, quiet neighborhood with this stranger following her made her skin crawl. She wasn't even sure if she wanted to go home with him tailing her. What if he had bad intentions? What if he was just waiting for the right moment? The car crept along the winding, narrow roads. The truck stayed right behind her, never making a sound, just the faint hum of its engine growing louder as it closed the gap. She couldn't see who was driving it, couldn't make out any details at all, and that uncertainty terrified her. It was about a mile from her house when she knew she couldn't keep driving like this. She didn't want to lead him to her front door, no way. The fear bubbling in her chest only grew stronger. What was he planning to do once they got to her house? Her mind raced with all the worst-case scenarios. What if he was armed? What if he knew her route, her schedule? What if this wasn't just some random person? What if he had been watching her for days? There was no more time to think. She glanced around and saw a secluded pull-off to the side of the road just ahead. Her eyes darted back to the rearview mirror. The truck was still right there, inches away from her bumper. As she turned the wheel to pull over, she felt a sense of relief that she wasn't going to take him home. But the relief was short-lived. The truck didn't pass her. Instead, it slowed and pulled up right behind her, stopping just a few feet away. The engine idled for a moment, and all she could hear was the thudding of her own heartbeat in her ears. The air felt thick with dread. She was stuck now, parked in the dark with a man she didn't know, and he wasn't leaving. 2 or 3 minutes passed. She wasn't sure exactly how long, but it felt like an eternity. The silence in the car was deafening, and the only movement was the faint flickering of the dashboard lights. Her hands were gripped tightly on the steering wheel, and her breath was shallow. She couldn't see anything. The truck's headlights made it impossible to make out anything beyond her own vehicle. But then, she heard the unmistakable sound of a door opening, followed by heavy footsteps crunching on the gravel road. The man was getting out. Her heart lurched in her chest. She turned her head just enough to look in the side mirror. She could make out a figure, tall, broad-shouldered, and he was holding something. It was hard to make out at first, but then the light caught it, and she realized it was a weapon, some kind of sharp object. She couldn't tell if it was a knife or something else, but it was long and pointed, and he was holding it in his hand, walking towards her car with slow, deliberate steps. Her blood ran cold. The man was coming for her. Panic surged through her. She quickly locked the doors, even though she knew it wouldn't make much of a difference if he decided to break a window or pull her out. Her mind was racing now, her fingers trembling as she reached for the gear shift. Her gaze flickered back to the mirror. The man was getting closer. She could see him now, just a few feet from her car. He was looking down at her window as he walked, so close she could almost feel his breath against the glass. She froze, not knowing what to do, but her instincts screamed at her to move. This was it. This was the moment. He was about to reach the door. With every muscle in her body tensed, she slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, the engine roaring to life as she shot forward. Tires screeched against the gravel as she tore down the road, the truck's headlights fading in her rearview mirror. She didn't stop. Not until she reached her house. Not until she was safe inside. her heart still hammering in her chest. When she got home, she called the police. But by the time they arrived, there was no sign of the truck. No evidence, no clues to who it was or what he had been planning. They told her it was probably just some random person, maybe even just a prank. But she didn't believe that. The fear she had felt was real. That night was real. My mom told me this story when I was about 16, and it stuck with me. I could tell it still shook her, even years later. She always told me to be careful when I went out, especially at night. But more than anything, she told me to trust my instincts. That's why she locked the doors and pulled over. That's why she floored it when the man came too close. She handled it better than most people could, and it worked. I was in 3rd grade when Mrs. Todd came into my life. At the time, she felt like the warmest, kindest, most perfect teacher I'd ever known. She was short, maybe around 5 feet, with soft brown hair that she usually tied back in a neat ponytail. Her glasses were always perched just so on her nose, and she had a gentle smile that seemed to put everyone at ease. I was a quiet kid, the kind who would always sit in the back of the class, never causing trouble, always trying to keep my head down. But Mrs. Todd, she always noticed me. She'd call on me to do the fun activities first, make sure I got the most praise for my work, and compliment me on my answers, even if they were just okay. Her constant positivity was like a warm blanket around me, something that made me feel like I was always doing the right thing, always shining just a little bit more than anyone else in class. At the time, I thought she was maybe my favorite person in the world. I told my mom about her often, how nice she was, how she always smiled at me, how she made me feel special. I felt like I had a bond with her that no one else could understand. I had no idea back then how strange the situation was, how much it would haunt me years later. It was a Wednesday when it happened. I walked into the classroom that morning like I did every other day. We were all supposed to gather our things and sit at our desks, preparing for whatever the lesson was going to be. I opened the drawer of my desk to put my books and papers inside, and that's when I saw it. It was a Victoria's Secret magazine. It was just sitting there, folded up and crammed into the corner of the drawer, almost like it had been hidden quickly or carelessly. My heart dropped into my stomach. I froze, staring at it for a moment, wondering what the hell I was supposed to do. Who put it there? How did it get there? I thought about the fact that I would probably get in trouble for it, maybe even sent home. My first instinct was to close the drawer quickly and pretend I never saw it, but before I could do anything, the kid sitting next to me noticed my expression. "What's wrong?" he asked, whispering with a raised eyebrow. I didn't even know how to respond. I shook my head and pointed to the drawer. His eyes followed my finger, and when he saw the magazine, his face lit up with surprise. "Where did that come from?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I whispered back. It was just there when I opened my desk. My mind was racing. What was I supposed to say? I couldn't just tell Mrs. Todd I had found something like that in my desk. What if she thought I was the one who put it there? My heart started pounding. I was starting to panic, but before I could figure out what to do, Mrs. Todd walked over. Her soft footsteps echoed in the classroom as she approached, and I felt a lump form in my throat. "What's going on here?" she asked, her voice calm and warm, but there was something in her tone that made my stomach churn. I quickly pointed at the magazine. I don't know, Mrs. Todd," I said, my voice shaking. "It was in my desk when I sat down this morning." Her expression didn't change. She didn't seem upset, just curious. She looked at the magazine, then at me, and then at the kid sitting next to me. She raised an eyebrow, then smiled slightly, but there was something off about it. "Well," she said, "I think this might have been put here by your friend." She glanced at the kid next to me, then back at me. "You should tell him it's not okay to leave things like this in other people's desks, right?" I felt the heat of embarrassment rise in my chest. I stared at the magazine, trying to make sense of what was happening. It wasn't making sense. Why was she so sure it was him? Why wasn't she even considering the possibility that it was someone else who left it there? But she kept repeating it, over and over again, like a broken record. "It's your friend. He must have put it there." The more she said it, the more I started to believe her, even though I knew deep down it wasn't true. I glanced at the kid sitting next to me, his face a mixture of confusion and guilt. He wasn't saying anything. He just looked at me, his eyes wide, almost like he was waiting for me to say something. I felt a pressure building in my chest, the need to make it stop, to make the situation go away. "Okay," I said quietly, barely able to speak. I guess he could have put it there." Mrs. Todd smiled warmly at me, but the smile felt like a mask. "Good," she said, patting me on the shoulder. "That's a good choice. It's important to be honest, don't you think?" I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The rest of the day passed in a blur. My head was spinning with confusion and guilt. Why did Mrs. Todd insist on blaming the other kid? I couldn't stop thinking about it. I felt like I had made a mistake, but I didn't know how to fix it. A few days later, Mrs. Todd approached me after class. She smiled, her eyes bright with excitement. "Hey, I have a special opportunity for you," she said, leaning down a little to look me in the eye. "If you keep doing well in class, there's going to be a special field trip just for you. It'll be just me and you, and we'll go to the Gulf of Mexico for the weekend. Doesn't that sound exciting?" I was speechless for a moment. My mind couldn't process what she was saying. I was just a third grader. The idea of going on a trip with just Mrs. Todd, someone I had come to think of as my favorite teacher, seemed unreal. But at the same time, something inside me felt uneasy. It was like a little voice in the back of my head was telling me that this wasn't normal, that something about this offer was strange. But I didn't know how to explain why I felt that way. "I would love that," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. She smiled even more brightly, her eyes twinkling. "Good. I'm glad. Just keep up the good work, and we'll make it happen." But then things changed. One day, Mrs. Todd wasn't there. We were all confused when a new teacher walked into the room. She was tall, strict, and had a very different energy about her. She didn't smile as much, didn't make the effort to connect with us the way Mrs. Todd had. And worst of all, she didn't seem to like me as much. I could feel it in the way she looked at me, in the way she spoke to me. She didn't praise me when I answered questions, didn't give me that extra attention that I had become used to. I remember feeling heartbroken, like someone had ripped a part of my world away. Mrs. Todd was gone, replaced by this new teacher, and everything seemed off. I couldn't stop thinking about her, about the trip we were supposed to take, about the way she had looked at me that day after the magazine incident. It was like I had lost a piece of myself. Years went by, and the memory of Mrs. Todd faded, but I never forgot the feeling that had lingered in my chest. The way she had acted, the way she had manipulated me into believing something that wasn't true. I didn't understand it then, but as I grew older, I started to piece together the strange puzzle of my childhood. Mrs. Todd wasn't just a kind teacher. She was someone who had made me feel special, only to use that trust for something darker. What scared me the most was how easily I had let myself be manipulated. How easily I had been made to believe that the strange field trip was a reward for good behavior. When now, looking back, it seemed like it had been a way for her to control me, to keep me close in ways that weren't appropriate. I never did go on that trip. I don't even know if it was ever really a possibility. All I know is that Mrs. Todd disappeared from my life as suddenly as she had entered it, and I was left with a feeling of unease that I couldn't shake. As an adult now, I think back on that time and shudder. I wonder how many other kids had similar experiences with her, how many others she had manipulated. I can't ever fully understand what was going on in her mind, but I know one thing for sure. I was just a kid, and I didn't deserve to be part of whatever twisted situation she had been orchestrating. It still scares me to think about it, and I sometimes wonder if I ever really understood just how messed up that whole situation was. I've never quite had an experience that made me question my own sanity like that day. I live in a small town on the high plains, nothing fancy. It's one of those places where everyone knows each other, and the air always smells like dust and the occasional rainstorm. People think it's out in the middle of nowhere, but there are still a couple thousand people around. Still, it's small enough that you don't see too many strangers. And I live right smack in town, just a few blocks from the main street. You wouldn't think much could happen here, but then again, you'd be wrong. I remember it was a quiet afternoon. The sun was shining, and it was warm in that dry, dusty way that makes everything look a little hazy. I was at home by myself. My parents were out running errands, and I'd been sitting on the couch, flicking through some channels on the TV, not really paying attention to anything. It was one of those days where I didn't feel like doing much. Now, if you're familiar with small-town life, you'll know how peaceful it can be. I've grown used to the little noises, birds chirping, wind blowing through the trees, the faint hum of distant traffic. But then I heard it. That unmistakable sound. My dog, Daisy, shooting out the screen door. It was a loud thwack as the door hit the frame, followed by her bark, sharp, high-pitched, and frantic. Daisy's a pretty small dog, but she's got a lot of energy and tends to go a little overboard on things. And there's this one squirrel that's her arch nemesis. I've never seen a dog more obsessed with a critter. She'd chase it up the tree in our backyard every chance she got. I could hear her barking out there, and I figured, great, she's going after that stupid squirrel again. But as I started heading out the door to bring her back inside, something about the way she was barking seemed off. It wasn't the usual excited, "I'm going to catch you" bark. It was more desperate, more urgent. So I threw on my shoes and walked outside, figuring I'd better get her before she caused some sort of chaos. When I stepped out, I saw her at the base of the big cottonwood tree in the backyard, barking furiously. But when I looked up to see the squirrel, that's when it hit me. This wasn't the squirrel she was after. There, about 15 feet up in the tree, was a bear. Not some far-off figure I could dismiss, but a big, dark shape, with its back pressed against the trunk, trying to find its way up higher. I froze for a second, staring up at the animal. It was huge, its fur matted and rough-looking in the sunlight. My heart was racing, and for a second, I thought I was seeing things. I looked down at Daisy, who was still barking like crazy. I don't know what she thought she was going to do, but she didn't seem fazed by the fact that she was barking at a bear. I mean, this wasn't a little black bear, either. This was a decent-sized adult bear, probably about 200 or 300 pounds of fur and muscle, and here my dog was acting like she was going to chase it down. I could already see how this was going to go badly. I had to act fast. I didn't want Daisy to get herself hurt, and I definitely didn't want to get anywhere near that bear. I slowly crept forward, moving cautiously so I wouldn't spook the bear. My first priority was getting Daisy back inside. She wasn't listening to me at all, of course. I had to be slow and careful. The last thing I wanted was for that bear to feel threatened and take off in a panic. So, I got as close as I could without disturbing the situation too much, just hoping I could grab Daisy by the collar before the bear noticed me. I reached out for her, barely a foot away from the base of the tree and the edge of the frantic dog. But of course, that's when everything went sideways. The bear must have gotten spooked. It didn't climb higher, it just turned and jumped down, straight from the tree. And it was coming down fast, closer than I thought it would. The bear almost landed on top of me. I could feel the rush of air from its fur as it came down, and I swear, I could almost feel the weight of it as it landed just a few feet from me. My heart shot up into my throat as I barely dodged to the side. I stumbled back, trying to get out of its way, and I was just waiting for it to turn on me. But it didn't. It bolted, scrambling away from the tree, clearly just trying to get away from the scene. Daisy, of course, wasn't letting up. She had gone full beast mode, chasing after the bear with all her might. I could barely process what was happening. My dog, a tiny thing by comparison, was chasing down a bear, and I was now in the middle of this chaotic mess. The bear was faster than I expected, but Daisy wasn't giving up. She was still barking like she was on some sort of mission to take down the bear, and it was starting to panic, running toward the back fence of our yard. But here's the thing about our backyard. It wasn't completely fenced in at the time. It was about 90% done. We were going to finish the last part that afternoon, so the bear was trapped in there, running in circles around the yard. I could see it getting more frantic, trying to find a way out, but all the exits were blocked, and it kept running into the fence. I started yelling, screaming at Daisy to get back, but she was too far gone in her chase to listen to me. I could feel panic bubbling up inside me. What if the bear got cornered? What if it turned on my dog? The bear was scared, and I could tell it didn't want to fight, but it was still big and powerful. All I could think about was what would happen if Daisy kept pushing it too hard and got too close. Those paws could do some serious damage. The bear was now running back and forth, the sound of its paws thudding against the dirt echoing in the air. And my dog was still there, barking and running after it like she was the one in charge. I sprinted across the yard, trying to get close enough to grab Daisy. My heart was pounding, and I could hear the bear snorting and huffing as it ran. Every second felt like it was dragging on forever. The bear was obviously just trying to get out of the yard, but it kept running in circles, its eyes wild with fear. Daisy was getting closer to it, still barking like she was trying to take it down, but I knew the bear was starting to tire. It had to. It was frantic, but it was running in a circle, trying to find an opening, and there was none. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I was able to get close enough. I reached for Daisy, grabbed her by the collar, and pulled her away from the bear. I yanked her toward the gap in the fence, the part that wasn't fully built yet. It was a tight squeeze, but I managed to shove Daisy through the opening while I watched the bear turn and run off, finally escaping through the gap in the fence. It wasn't until the bear had disappeared into the trees that I really let out the breath I'd been holding. I was shaking all over, my hands still gripping Daisy's collar like I was afraid she'd run back into the danger. I could hear the sound of cars outside. People had pulled over to watch. I hadn't even noticed how many people were out there, but I looked up and saw trucks parked along the road, with neighbors standing in their yards, pointing and talking, probably all watching me chase a bear out of my backyard. I felt my heart slowly start to slow down as the reality of what just happened started to sink in. I looked down at Daisy, who was now sitting at my feet, still panting and wagging her tail like she had just won some sort of battle. She didn't know how close we had come to disaster, but I did. I looked around at the people watching, and for a second, I felt a bit embarrassed. But then I realized something. None of them would believe me if I told them what had just happened. A bear in the middle of town, in someone's backyard, being chased by a dog. It was something out of a strange, surreal movie, not real life. But it had happened, and I was grateful. Grateful that Daisy was safe. Grateful that the bear hadn't turned aggressive. And grateful that I hadn't had to face a very different, much worse outcome. The rest of the day was a blur. My parents came home to me pacing around the yard, trying to calm down, and I told them what had happened. They didn't believe me at first. I don't think anyone would have, but when they saw the bear tracks by the fence, they started to get it. I guess I'll never forget the look on the neighbors' faces when they saw the bear running away, though. It was a crazy, surreal experience that, even now, I'm not sure I fully understand. It could have been so much worse, and I'm just glad I didn't lose Daisy, or worse, have something happen to me. So yeah, that day was something I'll never forget. And if anyone ever tries to tell me that nothing ever happens in small towns, I'll have a story to tell them. Something I'll never live down, but one I'm damn glad I lived through. I grew up down a long dirt road in rural Alabama. The land my family owns stretches out for miles, with woods and fields that seem to go on forever. My memories of growing up there are a mix of peacefulness and isolation. You can hear the wind through the trees, the chirping of birds in the morning, and the occasional sound of a tractor far off in the distance. There's a quiet beauty to it that I miss sometimes, but as I got older, I found myself more drawn to the hustle and bustle of modern life. I'm a gamer now, so high-speed internet has become more important than the silence of the woods. Still, that place, with its wide open spaces and old creaking house, holds a special place in my heart. It was when I was about 12 years old that my best friend and I decided to finally go camping by ourselves. We were ready to prove we could handle it. Our spot wasn't too far from the house, maybe 500 or 600 yards, but it was far enough that it felt like we were truly out in the wild. The land was a mixture of open fields and thick woods, with a small creek running through it. That night, we picked a spot in the field, right at the edge where the woods started. The plan was simple. We'd set up a tent, make a fire, and eat a bunch of junk food while pretending to be all grown up. It seemed like a perfect, carefree night. We set up our tent in the fading light of the afternoon and started a small fire. We didn't have much, just a few bags of chips, candy, and a couple of cans of soda. Nothing fancy, but that didn't matter. It was just the two of us, hanging out, trying to act tough. The sky was clear, and the air had that crispness that comes with early winter. The bugs had mostly gone for the season, so there wasn't much noise except for the crackling of the fire and the occasional gust of wind that rustled through the few remaining dead leaves in the trees. For the most part, it was peaceful, almost too peaceful. As the night wore on, we both just sat there, staring into the fire. It was around 10 or 11, and the world had quieted down even more. I remember the silence felt almost unnatural, like the whole woods had held its breath. It was then that we heard it. At first, I wasn't sure if it was my mind playing tricks on me, but it came again, a piercing scream, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It cut through the night, high-pitched and raw, full of fear or pain. The sound was so unlike anything in the woods that it sent a chill down my spine. My friend and I both froze, staring at each other. We didn't need to say anything. The look on both of our faces told it all. We both wanted to run, but we were determined not to be scared. We were tough kids after all. So, we decided to stay put, thinking we could handle whatever it was. We zipped up the tent and locked ourselves in, both of us silently agreeing that we weren't leaving until morning. Neither of us had any idea what had made that scream, but we knew one thing for sure. We weren't going to find out by going outside. It didn't take long for my friend to fall asleep. He was always the kind of person who could sleep anywhere, no matter what. But I wasn't so lucky. I lay there in the dark, staring at the inside of the tent, my heart pounding in my chest. Every tiny noise made me jump, every rustle of fabric, every creak of the tent poles. I kept my eyes on the tiny sliver of light coming through the fabric, the dim glow of the fire just visible through the seams. I was so scared, but I didn't want to admit it. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to make it through the night without being a coward. Then it happened. The fire, it went out, or at least it seemed like it did. For a split second, I thought the flames had died completely. The light flickered, then disappeared, but just as quickly it returned. And that's when I realized something had moved between the fire and the tent. I couldn't see what it was, but I could feel it. There was something out there, close enough that it had blocked the light from the fire for a moment. My breath caught in my throat. I stayed completely still, not making a sound, too scared to even breathe. I don't know how long I lay there, covered up in my sleeping bag, my heart racing. Every muscle in my body was tense, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But it didn't. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustling of the leaves, no movement outside the tent. It was as if whatever had passed by was still there, just waiting. 30 minutes went by. I was starting to sweat under the covers, my skin sticking to the fabric of the sleeping bag. I needed to breathe, but I was too afraid to uncover myself. What if it was still out there? What if it was watching me? I couldn't stop thinking about that scream. It still echoed in my mind, sending waves of fear through me. Finally, after what felt like hours, I couldn't stand it anymore. I slowly pulled the sleeping bag off my head, letting the cool air hit my face. I opened my eyes and saw the faint glow of the fire, still barely alive, but enough to cast light through the thin fabric of the tent. But there was nothing else. No movement, no sound. The world outside was as quiet as it had been when we first set up the camp. I laid there for another hour, trying to force myself to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of that scream, that sound that didn't belong in the woods. I kept my eyes on the glow of the fire, praying that the morning would come soon. And eventually it did. The first light of dawn crept through the trees, filtering through the leaves and casting long shadows across the ground. My friend was already up, standing outside the tent and stretching. He didn't seem to be bothered at all, like the night had been just another regular camping trip. I didn't know if I was relieved or frustrated. I didn't want to be the one to act scared, but I knew something had happened. Something was out there. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. We talked about the scream as we packed up our gear, both of us trying to make sense of it. I told him what I had seen, that something had moved between the fire and the tent, but he didn't seem to take it as seriously as I did. We looked around the campsite for any signs that something had been there, but there was nothing. No tracks, no disturbed ground, no sign of anything at all. It was like the woods had swallowed whatever had happened and left no trace. It wasn't until years later, after a few more people in the area reported strange sightings and sounds in the woods, that I found out what we had heard that night. A panther. They're rare in Alabama, but they do exist. Some people had heard the same screams in the woods, and after doing some research, we learned that panthers are known to make terrifying, high-pitched screams, especially when they're agitated or hunting. The noise we had heard was a warning, a territorial call. It wasn't meant for us, but it certainly felt like it was. I don't know why that particular night stands out so much in my memory. I've been camping countless times since then, and I've heard plenty of animal calls and strange noises in the woods. But nothing, not even the sound of a coyote howling or an owl hooting in the dark, has ever made my blood run as cold as that scream did. Maybe it was because we were so young and unprepared, or maybe it was just the rawness of the sound that made it so terrifying. Either way, that night in the woods changed something in me. It made me realize how fragile our sense of safety really is out there. In the woods, there are things that don't care about us, things that are just trying to survive, and we're just visitors in their world. I'll never forget that scream, and I'll never forget how close I came to running back to the house that night. But we stayed. We braved it out. And I think that's the part that sticks with me the most. The fact that we stayed, even though we were scared out of our minds. We didn't let it win. But I'll tell you one thing for sure. I never camped that close to the woods again. Not after that night. I used to work the overnight shift in an office building from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. It wasn't the most exciting job, but it paid the bills, and I was left alone for most of my shift, which suited me just fine. The building itself wasn't all that bad either. It was tall, standing at 14 stories, and for most of the night, there were only a handful of people on the floors. The upper floors were quiet, except for the occasional sound of someone's office door opening, or the hum of a vending machine in the distance. On my breaks, I would sometimes take a nap. Now, most people would just grab something to eat or scroll through their phones, but I'd found a perfect spot to sleep in peace. I worked on the 14th floor, but I would often sneak down to the second floor during my breaks. No one ever went down there. It was silent, empty, and perfect for getting some rest. The only noise that broke the stillness was the occasional street sounds from below, but even that was muffled. In the winter, they'd turn off the heating on the lower floors to save energy, so it would get really cold down there. I didn't mind. In fact, it made it ideal for napping. I'd wrap myself in my coat and fall asleep in the quiet cold. There were motion sensor lights along the hallway, so they'd flick on as I walked down, but once I settled into my spot, it was completely dark, except for the lights that flickered on and off every few minutes. The hallway was long, extending around the building, and was once used as a waiting area for people waiting to get into conference rooms. There were comfortable chairs set up along the walls, and if you pushed a few together, they made a nice bed. I always chose a spot behind one of the pillars. It gave me some privacy. The only drawback was the lights in that section of the hall were wired backward. They were on all the time until you walked into the area, and then they turned off. It wasn't a big deal. I'd cover my eyes with my coat or hands, and by the time the light came back on, I'd usually be fast asleep. It was one of those nights, around 3:30 a.m., when I went down there to sleep. I wasn't feeling particularly tired, but the silence of the empty office floor was tempting. The hall was cold, and I was ready for a few hours of rest. I pushed the chairs together and lay down, getting as comfortable as I could. Almost immediately, I heard something. Footsteps. The sound echoed in the hall, getting closer. At first, I thought it was just a janitor or someone else finishing up their shift. It was around the time when people would be wrapping up for the night. Along with the footsteps, I could hear keys jingling, like a janitor carrying a set of keys, ready to lock up. I didn't move, hoping to avoid being noticed. I figured they'd pass by, see my badge, and know I was just an employee taking a nap. It wasn't unusual, but as the footsteps got closer, something felt off. The keys jingled louder, the sound growing closer and louder. Any second now, the person would pass by, and I could just relax. But as the footsteps rounded the corner, they stopped. The keys continued jingling, but they didn't get any closer. They just stopped. It was as though the person had turned the corner and was now standing still, marching in place. I froze. The silence around me was unnerving. I waited for them to continue walking past me, but the footsteps stayed in the same spot, still marching in place. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to get caught or make a scene. I stayed as still as possible, hoping they'd move on. But the footsteps didn't stop. It had been minutes now, or maybe it had only been seconds. Time had started to slow down, and I felt a knot of unease forming in my stomach. What was going on? Why wasn't this person moving? Maybe they were messing with me, intentionally trying to wake me up. Or perhaps they were just waiting for me to react. I didn't know what to think, but the noise, it was maddening. The jingling keys, the sound of someone pacing in place, and the silence pressing in on me from every side. Eventually, I decided to peek. I was already in a bad position, so I might as well see what was happening. I tried to lift my head, but nothing happened. My neck wouldn't move. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, and my chest felt heavy as if something was pressing down on it. I struggled harder, my body feeling as though it was made of stone. Slowly, I managed to turn my body, forcing myself to roll over onto my back. But still, my arms and legs wouldn't obey. I couldn't open my eyes more than a slit, just enough to let in a sliver of light. The sounds of the footsteps and jingling keys kept growing louder, like they were getting closer, but I couldn't move. The cold air bit at my skin, but I couldn't even shiver. I was completely frozen. And then, just as I thought I was going to lose my mind, the lights clicked off. The sudden darkness felt oppressive, and the footsteps, those damn footsteps, they started moving toward me. The keys jingled as the person, whoever they were, approached. It was as if they were walking directly toward me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to push myself up, but I was pinned to the floor, unable to move. Then suddenly I felt it. A weight. It wasn't just in my mind. It was real. A heavy, oppressive weight pressed down on my chest. The keys jangled above me, and I could feel two large hands holding me down, as if someone had climbed on top of me. I could feel the pressure against my chest, my ribs feeling like they were going to crack under the force. I was paralyzed. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even breathe properly. The weight on me seemed to increase, and I began to panic. I could feel the cold air on my skin, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. I was trapped. I couldn't escape. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a minute or two. The weight on my chest lifted suddenly. The pressure was gone. My eyes snapped open, and I was laying on the floor, just as I had been before. The lights flickered back on, casting harsh light across the hallway. My heart pounded in my chest, and I gasped for breath. The hallway was empty. The footsteps and the keys were gone. There was no one there. But something was wrong. The chairs, the ones I'd carefully pushed together behind the pillar, were no longer in place. They had been moved, pushed away from the corner, into the middle of the hallway. The lights were still on, and the area around me felt off. I could hear a low hum in the background, like the sound of electrical equipment buzzing in the distance. My mind raced as I slowly sat up, looking around. I had been sleeping in the middle of the hall. The chairs weren't where I left them, and there was no explanation for it. I stood up shakily, my knees weak, and quickly gathered my things. As I picked up my jacket, the faint hum grew louder in my ears, and I felt dizzy, as if the world around me wasn't real. I pulled my jacket tightly around me, trying to wipe the sweat from my face, and when I looked back down, I was in the exact spot I had originally been lying. I don't know how it happened, but I was back behind the pillar, exactly where I started. The humming had stopped, and the lights were bright above me. I didn't stay long enough to figure out what had happened. I grabbed my things and made my way back upstairs to my office. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I told myself it was just sleep paralysis or some strange combination of tiredness and overactive imagination. After all, I had experienced sleep paralysis before, especially as a side effect of some medication I'd been taking. I rationalized it away. There was no reason to believe anything supernatural had occurred. A few weeks later, I was telling a coworker about my experience, expecting him to laugh it off. But instead, he looked at me seriously and told me a story about the building. Apparently, a worker who helped build the office had killed himself during construction, and there were rumors that people had seen his ghost walking around the empty rooms late at night. At first, I dismissed it as nonsense, but then he mentioned something that made my stomach drop. People say they've heard keys jingling and everything, he said. Morons. I didn't want to believe it, but the memory of that night, the footsteps, the weight on my chest, the lights turning off, there was something about it that felt wrong. The thought lingered in my mind for a long time. Maybe I had just imagined it. Maybe it was a bad dream or a freak accident of the mind. But the unsettling feeling never fully left me. I'm still not sure what happened that night, but I'll never forget it. I grew up in a small, quiet house at the edge of a sleepy town. It wasn't a grand place, but it was where I spent my childhood. Most kids had a sense of independence by the time they were teens, but for me, that was something I'd never known. From the moment I could walk, my mother and grandmother made it clear that the world outside was dangerous. I never had the chance to play outside with other children, visit friends, or go to family gatherings. If I tried to, they always found a reason to stop me. It wasn't just the usual rules. It felt like an obsession, an iron grip on my life that never loosened. I remember looking out the window of our small house, seeing other kids ride their bikes down the street or walk to the store. I would watch them, wondering what it felt like to be free, to just go where you wanted, when you wanted. But that was never going to be my life. I had to stay inside, and it felt like every minute I spent in that house, I was losing something vital, something everyone else had. By the time I was 19, I had never been to a real job interview, never cooked a meal on my own, and never even been allowed to walk down to the corner store by myself. My mother was my world. Every decision was made by her. She would tell me that I didn't need to work because I had everything I could ever need right there with her. She insisted that money was unnecessary. She controlled every penny, and if I ever tried to save any for myself, she would find it and take it. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, and I began to realize that I had to get out. I had to find a way to leave, to live for myself, but I knew that trying to leave would be difficult, impossible even. My mother's watchful eyes were everywhere. She had always been protective, but it wasn't just protection, it was control. The kind of control that suffocates. I spent months quietly saving whatever I could. Laundry money, spare change, the few bills I managed to swipe from the couch cushions when she wasn't around. I had to keep it hidden in places she wouldn't find, behind books on a shelf, in the back of old photo albums, tucked under the floorboards in my room. I couldn't trust anyone. My mother had a way of making sure that any attempt to escape would fail. I knew she would come after me, but I was determined. Eventually, I had saved up enough for a bus ticket. My heart pounded in my chest when I realized that I could leave, that I could finally escape this prison she'd created for me. The day I packed my bags, my hands shook. I knew I had to act quickly. I threw a few clothes into a bag, grabbed the money I had saved, and made my way to the bus station. I couldn't tell anyone where I was going. I had no friends who would help me. My family would never understand. They had all been trained to see me as the problem, as someone who needed fixing, not someone who just needed freedom. But as I stepped out the door and onto the street, I was caught. My mother and grandmother were standing there, waiting for me. They had always been one step ahead of me. My mother's face was twisted with rage. Before I could even make a move, she tackled me to the ground. It all happened so quickly, her hands gripping my arms, pulling me back into the house. I fought with everything I had, but she was stronger. She screamed at me, called me names, and said that I would never leave her. My grandmother was right behind her, helping to drag me back inside. When I finally managed to break free of their grasp, my mother did something that shattered any hope I had left. She took my phone. She reported it stolen so that I couldn't use it to call anyone for help. She even slept beside my bed that night, making sure I couldn't leave, keeping an eye on me like I was a criminal. I had no way of reaching the outside world, no way to communicate with anyone who might help me. I tried to run again a few weeks later, this time planning my escape better. I had a bus ticket ready and everything, but my mother was relentless. She had a plan of her own. She convinced one of my cousins to help. The cousin told me she wanted to talk to me, to help me understand why I couldn't leave. She promised that everything would be okay, that we would work this out together. I wasn't fooled. I knew what was happening. I tried to resist, but before I could, she shut the car door on me. The child safety lock clicked into place, trapping me in the car. It was a one-way ticket home. They drove me back, and I felt like I was in a nightmare that wouldn't end. I was trapped, stuck with them in that suffocating house. The isolation was worse than before. I couldn't leave the house, and I couldn't talk to anyone. My relatives helped too, parking their cars in the driveway to keep me from sneaking away. It was like a prison, but it wasn't made of bars. It was made of fear, guilt, and manipulation. Months passed, and I felt the walls closing in. I had nowhere to turn, no way out. I couldn't even make a phone call, couldn't even text anyone for help. I had been erased from the world outside. Then one day, my mother took me to a church meeting. She said I needed help, that something was wrong with me. It wasn't a normal church meeting, it was a holiness service. The kind where people scream, where the demons are blessed out of you. My mother told them I was possessed, that I needed to be fixed. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to explain to anyone what was happening to me. The service lasted for 3 hours. For 3 hours, they prayed over me, screamed at me, forced me to kneel and repent. My heart pounded in my chest the whole time, and I was filled with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. When it finally ended, I felt nothing but drained. I thought that would be the worst part, but it wasn't. I waited for a chance to get away again, but every time I thought I had a plan, something would go wrong. My mother would catch on, or my grandmother would block me. Then one day, my mother pulled another trick. She had a relative, someone I had always trusted, convince me to go for a drive. They told me they wanted to help me, to talk to me about my future. But when I got in the car, I realized too late that I had been tricked again. The child safety lock clicked into place, and I knew I was going back. There was no escape this time. They kept me isolated for another year. The years blurred together in that suffocating house. I was stuck in a cycle I couldn't break. My hope was shattered, and I didn't know how much longer I could endure. But somehow deep down, I refused to give up. I held on to that small, quiet hope that one day I would find a way out. I didn't know how, but I knew I couldn't let them win. Eventually, the year came to an end, and things changed. It wasn't dramatic or sudden, but I found an opening, a crack in the wall. I finally managed to connect with someone from the outside, a friend who had heard about my situation and wanted to help. With their help, I began to piece together a way out. It wasn't easy, but I finally had the courage to leave. When I walked out of that house for the last time, I didn't look back. It was the hardest thing I had ever done, but it was also the most freeing. I was free, finally free. I didn't know what the future held, but I was ready to take it on. I had spent so long living under their control that I didn't know who I was anymore, but I was going to find out. I was going to build a life for myself. It wasn't going to be easy, but I was free, and that was all that mattered. My story didn't end with that escape. It's still unfolding. Every day is a step forward, and every step I take is a reminder that I have the power to choose my own path. I will never forget those years of captivity, but I will not let them define me. I am stronger now, and I know that no matter what comes next, I will be okay. Because now, for the first time in my life, I am in control of my own destiny. It was one of those nights when you don't really know what you're doing, but you're out there doing it anyway. You know the kind, the nights where you get into something because it seems like a good idea at the time, and everyone else is on board, so you just go with it. For me and my friends, this kind of reckless, spontaneous night was a regular thing back in high school and college. We were all about Weird NJ, a collection of strange, mysterious places that existed somewhere in the in-between of the ordinary and the eerie. We would drive out into the middle of nowhere to abandoned factories, creepy forests, and anything that felt like it could be part of a ghost story. Sometimes it was just a rundown building or a spot where something weird supposedly happened, but there was always that underlying question of whether you'd see something or experience something that you couldn't explain. One night, we decided to head out to an abandoned oil refinery. I can't even remember exactly who came up with the idea, but it didn't matter. Once the idea was on the table, we all just went with it. It was around midnight when we showed up, and the day had been rainy, like a solid downpour that didn't really seem to stop. The ground was soaked, and in some places there was flash flooding. That only added to the whole vibe of it all. Of course, it was dark by this point, and when we turned off the main road onto the narrow, gravel path leading up to the refinery, everything felt even more sinister. The trees were all wet and heavy with the rain, their branches swaying in the wind like they were trying to pull us in. The refinery itself loomed in the distance, a hulking mass of rust and metal. The sight of it, even in the faint light of our headlights, gave me this uneasy feeling, like it was watching us, waiting for us to come closer. But we were used to this sort of thing. We were there to check it out, get the adrenaline rush, snap a few pictures, and share a few laughs. Nothing more. Nothing crazy. At least, that's what we told ourselves. As we got closer, I noticed something odd. There was a massive puddle on the ground, almost like a small lake had formed in the middle of the road. It stretched wide across the gravel path, blocking the way. It looked deep, too, deeper than anything I'd want to drive through, especially in my small sedan. I slowed down, wondering if my friend in the Blazer would attempt it first. He was the one driving ahead of me, and sure enough, he didn't hesitate. He hit the gas and charged straight into the water, his tires splashing loudly as he powered through. I could hear the engine growling as he struggled to make it, the water reaching up to the wheel wells, almost completely covering his tires. The sound of the tires in the water was deafening, like it was trying to swallow the vehicle whole. "Come on, man. Don't be a pussy. Just floor it," came the call from the passenger side of his Blazer. I looked at the water, then back at my friends, who were already laughing and egging me on. I had no choice, really. I didn't want to be the one who chickened out. So I put the car in reverse and gave it some gas, speeding back a few feet before slamming my foot down on the accelerator. I didn't know if my little car would make it. The tires screamed as they cut through the water, the engine revving higher, trying to push through the thick liquid. The car lurched forward, and for a second, I thought I was done for. But somehow, against all odds, I made it through. I couldn't believe it. I got through the water. I parked right next to my buddy's Blazer, and we all piled out. Everyone was talking at once, laughing and making fun of each other, all the while looking around the abandoned refinery. The place was silent, except for the occasional gust of wind rustling the nearby trees. We spent the next hour poking around the area, peeking into broken windows, taking pictures of old machinery, and just soaking in the atmosphere. It was exactly what we came for, a mix of eerie and fascinating, with just enough fear to make it exciting. But even though we were in the middle of nowhere, there was something that didn't feel right. Something was off about the whole situation, like we were being watched. But it wasn't enough to make anyone leave. Eventually, the time came for us to head back. We started walking back to our cars, ready to head home and call it a night. But when we got to where we had parked, something was seriously wrong. Both of our cars were facing the wrong direction. My sedan was pointed away from the building, and my friend's Blazer was facing the opposite way from where we had left it. What the hell? Everyone stood there for a moment, staring at the cars, trying to figure out how that had happened. My keys were still in my pocket. There were no spare keys anywhere. Nobody had moved the cars. But there they were, facing the wrong direction, like someone had come in, gotten into the cars, and turned them around without anyone noticing. At that moment, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't explain it. We'd been standing around, looking at the refinery, but none of us had been anywhere near the cars. And the weirdest thing? The water that had been covering the road was gone. Just gone. Not a trace of it. The ground was dry, the puddles completely vanished like they'd never been there. How could that be possible? I don't even know why, but that was the part that bothered me the most. It was like the world had just reset itself in the time we'd been away from the cars. We all got back in the vehicles, a little quieter now, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I kept looking at the rearview mirror as we pulled away, expecting something to be behind us, watching us drive off. But there was nothing there, just the dark road stretching out ahead of us. The whole drive back, we didn't say much. Everyone was too focused on what we'd just experienced. When we got home, I could barely sleep. I kept running through the events in my head, trying to come up with a logical explanation. But there wasn't one. Our cars had been turned around, the water had vanished, and we hadn't heard or seen anything that could explain how it all happened. We still talk about it now, years later, and no one has ever been able to figure out what exactly happened that night. We don't talk about it too often, though. It's one of those things that's easier to leave unexplained, to just chalk up to a weird coincidence or something we can't quite grasp. But whenever we drive out that way again, there's this sense of unease. We never go back to that refinery, and honestly, I don't think I ever want to. Sometimes I'll be driving through the countryside, and I'll see a puddle or a deep pool of water, and I can't help but remember that night. I don't know what happened, but something changed that night. Something that none of us can explain, and maybe it's better that way. I'm not sure what I saw or felt that night. It's been years, but the memory of it hasn't faded. The cars, the water, the weird shift in reality, it's all still there. And I can't help but think that whatever it was, it's still out there, waiting for someone else to come along and ask the wrong questions. I remember the day my cat had to be put down like it was yesterday. He was a big, fat, black cat, and honestly, there was no other animal in my life who was as loving as he was. His name was Sabbath, but we just called him Sabby most of the time. He wasn't a typical cat. He was more like a dog in the way he followed me around, sat next to me while I did homework, and always found a way to be near me. He was part of my childhood in a way I didn't fully realize at the time. When I was younger, I'd constantly harass him, pulling at his tail, tossing him little bits of food to get him to play, and he would never scratch me or bite me. Not once. He would just put up with it, purring and rubbing against me, even when I didn't deserve it. I didn't understand how special that was, how much patience he had, but looking back, I see it now. When I was around 10, Sabbath started getting sick. He had always been a chunky cat, but suddenly, he seemed sluggish and off. My mom, ever the responsible one, took him to the vet, and we found out that he was severely diabetic. The vet told us that without constant medication and careful monitoring, he wasn't going to make it much longer. But here's the thing, my mom wasn't exactly well off. We were scraping by, and the cost of the insulin shots and the constant vet visits would have put us in an even worse financial position. My mom did what she thought was best, and we made the decision to put him down. I was devastated, but I didn't know how to say goodbye. I was too afraid to be there with him at the end. I cried, of course, but I don't think I really understood the gravity of it. All I knew was that I wasn't ready to lose him, and I couldn't stand the thought of being the one to say the final goodbye. So, I wasn't there. I'll always regret that. Sabbath's death hit me hard. For weeks, maybe months, I felt this emptiness, this absence where his warmth used to be, where I could always count on him curling up next to me at night. I don't even know how to explain it. There was just a hole in my chest. I didn't want to admit it, but that cat had been my best friend. And then he was gone. It was sometime after that, maybe weeks or even months, when something happened that I can't quite explain. I had just been lying on my bed one afternoon, playing video games or watching TV, something simple. It was late afternoon, the kind of time when the sunlight starts to fade, but it's not quite dark yet. The house was quiet, which was unusual in its own way. It was a stillness that felt off. That's when I noticed it. I had one of those little laser pointer things sitting on my computer desk. It was new, just something I'd gotten as a novelty, and I would occasionally use it to mess around with Sabbath, pointing the red dot on the floor and watching him chase it like a maniac. He loved it. But that day, it was just sitting there on my desk, not being used. I wasn't even thinking about it when I noticed something strange. The laser pointer flickered on and off, all on its own. At first, I thought it was just some weird malfunction. Maybe it was the batteries or the light or something. But when I didn't touch it and just watched it, I saw the light flicker again. It wasn't just random flickers either. It seemed purposeful, almost like it was following a pattern. On off, on off. It wasn't the usual erratic flashing I would expect from a broken toy. It was controlled, rhythmic, like someone was pressing the button. I remember sitting up, feeling a little uneasy. I stared at it for a while, not knowing what to think. It had only been a few weeks since Sabbath died, and at that point, I wasn't sure if I was just feeling sensitive or if something else was going on. But I didn't believe in ghosts. I didn't believe in anything supernatural. I was a skeptic through and through. So, I told myself it was nothing. But then it happened again. The laser flickered on and off. This time, it lasted a little longer before stopping, and I swear, my heart skipped a beat. It was too much of a coincidence for me to ignore. Something about it felt wrong. My mind started racing, thinking about everything from faulty electronics to a weird freak accident. But as I stared at it, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't normal. I remember getting up, walking over to it, and just staring at it for a moment. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I felt this strange pull, like I had to make sense of it. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I asked out loud, almost without thinking, "Is that you, Sabbath?" The laser flickered once. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, staring at it, not sure if I should laugh at myself or be scared out of my mind. My brain told me to stop being ridiculous, but my gut told me something else. The laser flickered again, almost like it was responding. I had no rational explanation for it, but something about it felt too deliberate to ignore. Something inside me told me that this wasn't just some random malfunction. It was as if the laser was trying to communicate. I swallowed hard and asked the next question. "Are you trying to talk to me?" Another flicker. Once. It was so quick, so precise, that I almost convinced myself it was all in my head. But the longer I stared at it, the more I felt this knot in my stomach. I tried to think logically, but all the logic in the world couldn't explain what was happening. Then, without thinking too much about it, I asked, "Are you a ghost?" One more flicker. Just one. At that point, I was certain something was happening that I couldn't explain. I felt this flood of emotions hit me all at once. Grief, guilt, confusion. I had never been religious, and I didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, but there was no denying that something strange was happening in front of me. It wasn't just a broken toy. This was something else. I didn't know what to say next, but then another question came to my mind. I hesitated for a moment, but it came out anyway. "Are you mad at me?" Two quick flickers, back to back. I could feel the tears start to form in my eyes. There was no way the laser was doing this by accident. It was communicating with me. And somehow, I knew it was Sabbath, trying to reach me. Maybe he was trying to tell me that he wasn't upset with me for not being there at the end, for not saying goodbye. The flickering continued for what felt like half an hour, and in that time, I asked more questions, ones I can't even remember now. But each time, the answer came back clear. One blink or two. Yes or no. It felt like a conversation, in the strangest, most surreal way. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the laser flickered one last time, and then stopped. I was still sitting there, staring at it, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. But when I picked it up, I found that the batteries were dead, completely drained. I sat there for a while, trying to make sense of it, but there was nothing logical about it. I couldn't explain it away, no matter how hard I tried. I didn't want to believe it, but there was something so vivid about that moment, something so real, that I couldn't dismiss it. I wanted to chalk it up to coincidence, to faulty electronics, but deep down, I knew what had happened. It wasn't long after that I started to accept it. Sabbath was gone, but in some strange way, he had found a way to reach me. He wasn't mad at me, not for the things I did, not for the way I had left things. I had always felt guilty about not being there for him, not being able to say goodbye, but now, in a way, I felt like I had been given a second chance. He was telling me it was okay, that I hadn't failed him. He was telling me that he still cared. As I grew older, I never experienced anything like that again. It wasn't something I could explain scientifically, and it wasn't something I wanted to try to rationalize away. It was just a moment that I'll never forget. To this day, I can't say exactly what happened that day, but I will swear on it, in any court of law, that it was real. Sabbath came back, in his own way, to let me know that he was okay. And maybe, just maybe, he wanted to make sure I was too. It was the summer after high school, and a group of my friends and I decided to take a camping retreat to unwind. We were all excited to be away from the pressures of school and life, even if it was just for a weekend. We stayed at a small, rustic campground that consisted of a handful of cabins. The cabins were simple, nothing fancy, just metal bunk beds, wooden floors, and thin, creaky walls. In the center of it all was a large, open cabin that served as the kitchen and social area. It was a classic camp vibe, quiet and serene during the day. But once the sun set, the woods around us took on a completely different feeling. It was the first night, and we were all getting settled into our cabins, laughing, telling stories, and generally enjoying ourselves. But as night fell and the conversation quieted down, I started to feel the need for some alone time. The air had turned cool, and I was drawn to the woods that surrounded the camp. I wanted to take a walk and clear my mind. After all, it wasn't every day I got to spend time in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nature. I quietly slipped out of the cabin without saying anything, trying not to wake anyone up. The campgrounds were still bustling with noise from inside the main cabin, but I didn't want to be a part of that. I wanted some space to myself, and the woods were the perfect place for it. I took one last glance back at the cabins, where the dim glow of lights filtered through the trees, and then I headed down the narrow dirt path into the dark. At first, the path was well lit by the faint glow from the campfire, but as I walked further into the woods, the light from the cabins faded quickly. The trees closed in around me, and the path narrowed. I could still hear the sounds of voices, but they were growing quieter, swallowed up by the dense woods. Soon, the only sound I could hear was my own footsteps crunching against the dirt. The night was calm, and the air smelled like fresh pine and earth. As I ventured deeper into the woods, I could feel the temperature drop, and the usual sounds of nature, chirping insects, distant owl calls, were now replaced by an eerie stillness. My eyes began to adjust to the darkness, the familiar shapes of trees and rocks taking on new, shadowy forms. I was used to walking in the woods at night, but there was something different about this place. It wasn't just the silence, it was the feeling that the woods were watching me somehow. I pushed the thought aside, shaking my head. I had always been a bit of an overthinker, and there was no reason for me to start imagining things. After what felt like a while, I realized I had walked far enough that I could no longer hear the sounds from the campground. It was just me and the woods now. I kept walking, following the path as it twisted and turned, not really sure where I was headed, but enjoying the solitude. I wasn't sure how long I had been walking, but it was dark, really dark now. The faint light from the cabins was long gone, and the only illumination came from the occasional sliver of moonlight that managed to break through the dense canopy of leaves above. The path had become harder to follow, but I kept going. I was enjoying the quiet, the stillness, the way everything felt distant from the world I was used to. I didn't care that I couldn't see much. I was used to hiking in the dark, after all. Then, out of nowhere, I stopped. I wasn't sure what made me pause, but something about the stillness of the woods shifted. It was as if the air itself had become heavier, denser, like the woods were holding their breath. My eyes darted around, trying to make out shapes in the dark. And that's when I saw it. Ahead of me, about 100 feet down the trail, there was something in the middle of the path. It wasn't moving, just standing there, perfectly still. My heart started to race, and I froze, not knowing whether to stay still or keep moving. It was hard to make out any details from where I was, but the shape was human-sized, maybe a little smaller. At first, I thought it was a person, someone who had wandered out here in the dark. But the longer I stared, the more uneasy I felt. There was something off about the figure, something that made my gut tighten with anxiety. I squinted, trying to see better, but the shape was still too far away to make out clearly. It looked like a person standing at the end of a small bridge that crossed over a tiny creek. I couldn't tell for sure, but something about the way it was standing made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to get closer. My instinct screamed at me to leave, to turn around and go back, but at the same time, my curiosity kept me rooted to the spot. I stayed still for a few moments, watching it. It wasn't moving. I couldn't hear any footsteps or rustling. It was almost like it wasn't real, like it was just a part of the night, a shape cast by my imagination. I knew I was probably overreacting, but that didn't stop my heart from thumping in my chest. It wasn't just the figure itself, it was the silence, the strange stillness of the woods around it. Everything felt wrong. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. My mind made up for me. I turned around and started walking back the way I came, slowly at first, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure moving toward me, but there was nothing. The woods stayed quiet. I quickened my pace, feeling like I was being watched, and didn't stop until I was back at the campground. When I finally got back to the camp, I was out of breath. My friends were still hanging around the main cabin, laughing and chatting. I didn't want to act like I'd seen something scary, but the image of that figure stayed with me. I casually mentioned it to them, just a little offhand comment, not wanting to freak anyone out. Of course, my friends were immediately intrigued, and before I knew it, they all wanted to go check it out for themselves. At first, I tried to talk them out of it, but I couldn't get out of it. I had seen something strange, and now they all wanted to see it too. I felt a weird mix of relief and unease as we all grouped up and started to head back into the woods. There were 5 of us, 3 guys, 2 girls, all determined to solve the mystery of what I had seen. I led the way, my heart still pounding from the earlier encounter, and we retraced the path I had walked. The woods seemed different now, like they were closing in around us. The moonlight barely broke through the branches above, and the trees loomed like dark sentinels. The atmosphere felt thick, and every step we took seemed louder than it should have been. It was quiet, almost too quiet, except for the soft crunch of our footsteps on the dirt. As we neared the spot where I had seen the figure, I felt that familiar tension in my chest again. My stomach was in knots, but I kept walking, hoping my nerves weren't showing too much. We stopped when we reached the bridge, the spot where I had seen the shape. We all stood there, just listening, looking out into the dark woods, but there was nothing, no movement, no strange figure. Everything was still. We all stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Then, someone whispered that we should keep going, that we should get closer. A few others agreed. My gut told me not to go any further, but I didn't want to look like a coward. So I stepped forward, leading them back toward the spot where the figure had been standing. As we got closer, I could see it again, but it wasn't a person at all. It was an upright vacuum, stuck right in the middle of the path. Some idiot had left it there, just standing in the dark. The shape had looked so strange, so out of place in the woods, that our minds had turned it into something sinister. It was a simple household object, but in the complete blackness of the woods, with only the moonlight to guide us, it had looked like something much more terrifying. We all stood there, staring at it, and then I heard someone let out a nervous laugh. We all chuckled awkwardly, the tension draining from our bodies as we realized how ridiculous we had all been. The fear that had gripped me earlier melted away, replaced with embarrassment. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that the woods had somehow played a part in it, shaping our imaginations and pushing us to see something that wasn't there. We turned around and walked back to the campground, all of us quiet as we made our way through the woods, the absurdity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. When we got back, no one spoke much about it again. The rest of the trip went by without incident, but that night stayed with me. That strange, unnerving feeling that had gripped me in the woods, the way my mind had filled in the blanks, made me realize how easily fear could distort reality. Sometimes, I wonder if the woods were more than just a backdrop to our fear, if they somehow made everything feel just a little more unsettling than it really was. I never figured out why the vacuum was out there, or if it had been placed there on purpose, but I still think about it. That night, in the dark, with our imaginations running wild, everything had felt so real, even when it wasn't. And that feeling has stuck with me. I should preface this story by saying that I run around creepy or abandoned places for fun with a few of my friends. Technically, I'm a paranormal investigator, but it's just a hobby and an excuse to get the gang together. We've been at it every weekend for about 3 years at this point. During that time, I've only seen 2 things that made me think maybe paranormal stuff isn't complete bullshit. Both happened at the same place. I'm only going to focus on the first one. This was about a year ago, maybe a year and a half now. We had a new guy with us, and an old friend who had started showing interest in the whole routine. He had a nice camera, real professional stuff, and he was snapping away like he was in a studio. By the time we were done, he'd taken maybe 500 pictures. Me, I was good with a handful, 10 or 12 at most. It was just a hobby for me, not a serious investigation. We weren't really trying to find anything supernatural. We were just out there because it was fun to get together in a creepy place and mess around. We pulled into the cemetery, which was on the outskirts of town. The kind of place no one really talked about, tucked away on an old, forgotten road. The place looked like it had been around for ages, neglected over the years. The stones were weathered and cracked, the iron gates rusted and barely hanging on their hinges. It wasn't a lively place, that's for sure, but it wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to find something paranormal either. It just had that uneasy feeling, like something wasn't quite right, but not enough to make you think you were about to find ghosts or whatever. There's a spot in the cemetery that's always made me feel uncomfortable. Not because it was a particularly spooky part or anything, but because of this weird, shifting feeling it gave off. It was off to one side of the cemetery, by this natural clearing surrounded by trees. It's not huge, but the way the hill drops off into it, it creates this kind of natural amphitheater, like the ground opens up and swallows everything up. The clearing is mostly dead brush, with the occasional decayed flower or wreath that had blown off graves. The place has always felt off, like if someone had kept tweaking small things around you, but you couldn't figure out what. It was like you'd walk in, and the air would feel a little heavier. The trees might look a little different. The wind would shift in a strange way. Little things. It was subtle, but after you've been in a place long enough, you start to notice it. That night, the air was cold. It wasn't freezing, but the temperature was that chill where you'd be fine as long as you kept moving. We were standing near the edge of this clearing, smoking and trying to figure out where our friend, the new guy, had wandered off to. We'd only been out there for maybe 20 minutes, just hanging around, checking things out. The cemetery wasn't massive, but the part we were in had a weird energy that you couldn't ignore. We hadn't really seen anything strange yet that night. The cemetery was quiet, almost too quiet. You know that feeling when everything around you seems still, but the stillness is unsettling, not peaceful? It was like that. Our friend with the fancy camera had wandered off into the main part of the cemetery, taking picture after picture, probably on his 100th frame by then. The 3 of us were still hanging out by the trees, watching the night, trying to pass the time. I'm not sure why I kept looking back at that clearing, but I couldn't stop. It was like something in the back of my mind kept telling me to pay attention. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, this glowing figure floated into view. It wasn't something I could explain away with logic. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. The figure was amber, glowing, and it looked like a person wrapped in a cloak, but the edges of it seemed to shimmer and shift. It appeared out of one of the trees, crossed the clearing, and vanished into the next one on the other side. I could barely breathe. I didn't have time to think. I didn't even process it right away. It was just there, moving slowly, silently, like it didn't care who saw it. It was so strange. It didn't look like a person, not really, but it wasn't like anything else either. It was just glowing. I had my camera with me, and I swear I was holding it in my hands at the time, but I didn't even think to take a picture. I just stood there, staring at it, feeling like I was caught in a dream. It didn't last long, though. Maybe 5 seconds, 10 at most. The whole time, I was frozen, my mind racing. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I couldn't make my legs move. Before I could even think about snapping a shot, it was gone. Just like that, it was gone. I turned to my friends to say something, but when I looked at them, I realized something odd. None of them had seen the same thing I had. My buddy, standing to my left, didn't see a glowing figure at all. Instead, he saw what he described as static-like lines hanging in the air, almost like a glitch in reality. It wasn't a figure to him, but a mess of angry, distorted lines. And the new guy, he didn't see anything at all. He was still wandering around in the cemetery, completely oblivious. We didn't know what to make of it. I don't think I really believed in ghosts before that night, not in any real way. Sure, I'd heard stories and seen creepy movies, but this was different. This wasn't some half-lit shadow or a trick of the light. This was something else entirely, and it made my stomach twist in a way I couldn't explain. After a while, we all gathered near the main part of the cemetery. Our friend with the camera came back, showing us a bunch of the pictures he'd taken. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The shots were clear, crisp, normal. No glowing figures, no weird distortions, nothing. We didn't tell him about what we saw. Honestly, I don't know if I was trying to convince myself that it didn't happen, or if I just didn't want to seem insane. That night, we left shortly after. The whole time on the drive home, I kept replaying the scene in my head. Was it just a trick of the light? Maybe it was some kind of pressure change that made my brain see something that wasn't there. I've read about stuff like that. Neurotransmitters firing off in weird ways, pressure shifts messing with your brain. Maybe that's all it was. But something inside me wouldn't let go of the feeling. It didn't feel like a trick. It felt real. In the weeks that followed, I tried to brush it off. I went back to the cemetery a few times, but I never saw anything like that again. We kept coming back every weekend, but nothing happened. I figured I'd seen what I saw, and that was that. But then, there was that feeling in the clearing again, the way it seemed like the place was never quite the same. Even when I went there with a different group, when no one was talking about it, I felt it. That strange, shifting sensation, like the place was slightly out of sync with the rest of the world. I'm not sure if I'll ever get answers. I don't really care about ghosts or spirits anymore. I just want to understand what I saw. I'm not trying to convince myself of something supernatural. But there's something in that cemetery, something about it, that's always left me wondering. And it's something I'll probably never shake, no matter how many times I try to explain it away. There's a part of me that wants to go back, to get more answers, to prove to myself that what I saw was either real or just a fluke of my mind. But then there's another part of me that's scared to go back, because I don't know what else might be there. Maybe I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. Or maybe, just maybe, I saw something that wasn't supposed to be seen at all. And I'm not sure I want to know what happens if I see it again. But yeah, that was the first thing that happened. And I still don't have a good explanation for it. Maybe that's the scariest part of it all. It was always the same during the graveyard shift. The park was mostly dead, silent except for the occasional wind rustling through the trees. But even in the dark quiet, I knew something was always off. I had this sense of unease that never really left me. The park was massive, flanked by two enormous creeks on either side, their waters rushing steadily beneath the bridges. It wasn't the kind of place you'd want to be alone at night. But here I was, doing my rounds in a security uniform, flashlight in hand, and my mind constantly on alert. The creeks were more than just a backdrop to the amusement park. They were home to the homeless. The camps, hidden deep within the thickets, lined the banks, and I had learned to stay away from them. The drug addicts, meth heads, and paint huffers, people so strung out that their minds were like shattered glass, had no place for rules or personal boundaries. They'd jump the fences into the park, looking for anything they could steal. Food, clothes, whatever. The park had shelters scattered around, places that could offer cover from the rain and food that stayed there year-round. So they'd come, usually high, and break into the gift shops, or sometimes just wander around looking for trouble. I hated the graveyard shift. I hated being alone here, especially with how often these addicts wandered through. At least once a week, I'd find one of them trying to break in, or wandering the park aimlessly, their eyes vacant, their movements jerky and unpredictable. I had been doing this job for over 2 years, and in that time, I'd gotten used to the fights. I'd have to defend myself more than once, mostly because I wasn't allowed to carry anything beyond my radio and handcuffs. No pepper spray, no tasers, just my bare hands. And when you're up against someone who's high on meth, or worse, huffing paint, the last thing you want is to go easy. But you couldn't always avoid it. Sometimes they'd gang up on me, coming at me from behind, or from two sides at once. They'd smell of sweat, chemicals, and something just wrong. It was like they weren't even human anymore, just these moving, incoherent shells of people. It was just past midnight when I first saw movement by the old carousel. The lights of the park were mostly off, save for a few security floodlights I left on in strategic areas, but they didn't cover everything. I stopped, squinting into the darkness. I was perched on one of the small bridges that crossed the creek, the water below making that low gurgling sound. The figure was stumbling, moving erratically, but there was something off about it. Not the typical aimless wandering. This guy seemed to be heading somewhere. I clicked my flashlight on, shining it toward him. His head snapped up, eyes wide and unblinking, his body stiff as if the light had startled him. But then he relaxed into a slow, deliberate walk. He didn't seem to care about being seen. My gut twisted. Not one of the regulars, I thought. I knew most of the faces by now. I made my way toward him, stepping quietly, trying to avoid the crunch of gravel underfoot. He didn't notice me until I was almost within arm's reach, at which point he lunged forward suddenly, without warning. I barely had time to react, but I managed to sidestep him, using his momentum to shove him into one of the nearby posts. He hit the metal with a sickening thud and stumbled back. "Hey!" I shouted, taking a step back, but he wasn't listening. He just came at me again, thrashing with his arms, his fists wild and uncontrolled. He was high, no doubt about it. His pupils were dilated, and his movements were spastic, like he wasn't even aware of what he was doing. I dodged another swing, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it behind his back. The crack of his shoulder popping out of place made me wince, but I didn't have time to feel bad for him. I slammed him against the metal post again, and this time he went down. He wasn't knocked out, but he was groaning, crawling away from me, barely able to keep his balance. "Stay down," I ordered, but it was no use. The guy wasn't listening. He tried to get back to his feet, but I moved quickly, snapping the cuffs around his wrists. The metal clicked shut, and for a brief second, I thought he might give up. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw another figure, then another, approaching from the dark. Two more of them. I didn't have a choice. I spun around, ready to take on both of them. They were just as messed up as the first one, eyes wide, hands twitching as they approached. One of them was taller, lankier, while the other was shorter but broader. I didn't hesitate. The taller one lunged first, but I was ready this time. I sidestepped, grabbed his shoulder, and threw him to the ground. He hit the pavement with a sickening slap, his body twisting awkwardly. The shorter one wasn't as quick, but his strength was something else. He swung his fist hard, and I didn't dodge in time. It hit me in the jaw, sharp and painful. My vision blurred for a second, and I stumbled back. The taller guy had gotten back to his feet by then, and I had two of them on me. I had to fight dirty. I kicked out with my foot, catching the shorter one in the knee. He buckled, and I took that opportunity to land a punch to his face. He fell back, knocking into the carousel stand. I couldn't let them get up. They'd be back on me in an instant. I grabbed the taller guy by the hair and slammed his head into the post, hard. The sound of skull meeting metal echoed through the empty park. He crumpled, unconscious. The other one was still trying to get up, so I rushed over and put him down for good, slamming my fist into his ribs, hearing the crack as his body folded. He wheezed but didn't get back up. Out of breath and adrenaline coursing through me, I took a moment to look around. The park was still silent, except for the soft rustling of the trees and the distant sound of the creek. I made my way back to the first guy, still struggling on the ground. He was trying to crawl, but his hands were cuffed behind his back. I dragged them all over to the security office. They were out cold now, but it didn't matter. I had to get them in, get them off the property, and pray that they wouldn't be back in the morning. As I made my way to the security office, I kept my head down. I wasn't scared, not anymore. But I knew how easy it was for things to get out of hand. A fight here, a scuffle there. And with the park so empty, so quiet, it always felt like the danger could come from anywhere. I radioed in, told the dispatcher I had 3 in custody, and they sent a team to pick them up. I sat in the security office, rubbing my jaw, still sore from the punch. My hands were shaking, but I managed to calm myself down. By the time the sun was starting to rise, the park was starting to wake up again. The sky lightened, and the first group of early risers came in, their kids in tow, ready for a day at the park. The addicts were gone, carted off by the police. They'd probably be back next week, or the week after. It was an endless cycle, one I couldn't break. The park would always be there, a safe haven for them, a place they'd come to when they had nowhere else to go. I just had to keep doing my job. A few summers ago, a group of my buddies and I decided to go catfishing at a spot we frequented at a local reservoir. It was just a typical weekend outing for us, nothing special. We had been going out to that place for years and had it down to a science. It was a quiet, remote location, tucked away off a dirt road about 2 miles outside the small village that fed the reservoir. The village, maybe 1,500 people, was a quiet little place, small enough where everyone knew everyone. But out here at the reservoir, it was a different world. It felt like we had it all to ourselves. That night, around 9 p.m., the sun was setting and the warm summer air was giving way to the cooler evening breeze. We had a couple of cases of beer, our fishing gear, and plans to stay out until sunrise. The usual deal, good fishing, good beer, and no one bothering us. We didn't want any trouble, and we weren't exactly supposed to have alcohol out there, so we decided to drive as far as we could from the main access road. We took a dirt service road that wound around the reservoir, through dense brush and trees, as far as it would go. The road was old, with deep ruts, tree roots, and sections that had washed away during floods in past years. It wasn't the easiest drive, but we all had lifted 4x4 trucks, so we made it work. Eventually, we found our spot, this small piece of land that stretched out into the water in a teardrop shape, about 20 feet out from the shore. The water surrounded us on all sides except for the back, which gave us a good setup for fishing. The fire pit remnants were still there, and there was some firewood already collected. Perfect. We set up, cracked open beers, and started getting our poles ready. We fished for a couple of hours. The sun had long set, and darkness was creeping in. The only light came from the flickering fire and our flashlights. The night air was cool, and the sound of insects and the occasional splash in the water was the only noise around. As the night grew later, a thick, dense fog began to roll across the surface of the reservoir. It was strange. The fog moved in fast, almost like it had a mind of its own. It was so thick that it swallowed up the other side of the reservoir. We could barely make out the outlines of the trees across the water. It was then that we heard it. A loud KRSBLOSH echoed across the water. At first, we thought it was nothing. Maybe a tree limb falling, or a beaver jumping into the water. We didn't think much of it, but the ripples in the water started moving toward us. The fog made it hard to see anything beyond a few yards, but we could tell that something large had made the noise. We shrugged it off. Probably just something falling in, or a big fish jumping. 20 minutes later, the same sound, but louder this time. Another huge KRSBLOSH, followed by ripples. This time, we all turned to look across the water. It wasn't a frog or a fish. This was too heavy, too deliberate. The noise had the weight of something substantial, like the sound of a cannonball hitting water. Still, we didn't want to get worked up over nothing, so we continued fishing. But the fog and the sounds had a strange effect on us. It was like the night was closing in, and our senses were starting to sharpen, just a little too much. We drank more beer, trying to shake off the unease that was starting to creep in. But then, the fire started to die down, and we realized we had no more wood. 2 of my buddies and I decided to head out into the woods to find some more sticks. We left one of our friends behind to watch the poles, and the other 2 of us grabbed our flashlights and headed into the brush. The fog was thick now, and we could barely see more than a few feet ahead. It was like walking through a cloud. The further we walked, the quieter it became. The air felt heavier, and the sounds of the night, the chirping insects, the rustling leaves, faded out. It felt wrong. But we kept going, searching for branches, and we didn't say much, trying to focus on finding something to burn. We split up, each of us going in different directions to cover more ground. I didn't get far before I came across something strange. Lying just a few feet off the trail was a white jacket, a pair of rubber boots, and a clown mask. I remember picking up the mask, holding it for a second, and laughing. We had all heard the stupid stories about the creepy clowns that had been popping up all over social media and the news, people dressing up and scaring people in the woods or on trails. I figured it was just some kids who had been out here and left their junk behind. No big deal. We laughed it off, grabbed the stuff, and headed back to the fire. When we returned, we threw the wood we'd found on the fire, and everything seemed to settle down for a while. We fished some more, the fog continuing to thicken around us. But as the night wore on, something changed. We heard it again, twigs breaking, loud, in the woods across the water. It was followed by another huge KRSBLOSH. By now, we were all pretty unnerved. It was clear that something, or someone was out there. There was no mistaking the sound. We called out across the water, trying to get a response. Hey, if you're out there, we're just fishing. We're not here to cause trouble. Come hang out. We called out again, and then again, but nothing came back except the sound of the fog pressing in and the ripples from the water. My buddies were starting to get spooked. I could see it in their eyes. This wasn't just fog and drunken confusion anymore. They were looking over their shoulders, their gazes darting into the shadows across the water. We kept hearing things, more twigs breaking, a rustling sound, something moving, but nothing visible. The air was thick with tension. That's when the drunk courage kicked in. You know the kind, right? The kind of courage you only get after a few too many beers. I said, screw it. We're gonna go see what the hell this is. Someone's messing with us. My buddies hesitated, but I convinced 2 of them to follow me. The other 2 stayed behind to watch the poles. We grabbed our flashlights and trekked into the woods, moving cautiously. The fog was so dense we could barely see where we were going. As we made our way along the edge of the reservoir, I noticed things that were off. Bits of trash scattered across the ground. Saplings that had been cut down. More trash. And then the footprints. Barefoot prints. A lot of them. Fresh. Odd, considering we were miles from any main road. And the only people who ever came out here were us and the occasional fishermen. Whoever was out here didn't have shoes on, and there was no way they could have gotten here easily. This wasn't a place where people just stumbled upon. It was way too far out of the way, too hard to reach. My heart started racing, and I waved my flashlight around, trying to stay calm. That's when I saw it, a tent. It wasn't far from the trail we were following, and it wasn't a normal camping tent. It looked old, covered in moss, and was surrounded by piles of trash. The smell hit us next, decaying food, stale cigarettes, and something else I couldn't quite put my finger on. But the worst part? The propane tanks. There had to be 15 or 20 of them. 5-gallon tanks. Just sitting there in a pile, half hidden by the overgrowth. I don't know why, but the sight of those tanks made everything click in my head. The silence, the strange sounds, the weird mask, it all made sense now. This wasn't just some idiot messing with us. We had stumbled upon something dangerous. I didn't want to stick around to find out what was going on. I grabbed my buddies, and we didn't say another word. We turned and walked as fast as we could back to the fire. We packed up our gear quickly. No more fishing, no more beers, just get out. We threw everything into the back of the trucks and sped off. The fog made it hard to see, but we managed to make it back to the service road and headed toward the main dirt road. That's when we passed the Toyota Camry. 5 guys in it, all looking at us in the rear view as we drove past. I watched in the mirror as they pulled onto the service road we had just left. I couldn't see their faces, but I knew. They were going to check out the spot we had just left. That's when it hit me. We had walked right into the middle of a meth lab. Those propane tanks, they were for cooking. The creepy noises, the people throwing things in the water to scare us, it was all to keep us away from their operation. I'm not sure when exactly they realized we were onto them, but I'm glad we left when we did. I have no idea what would have happened if we had stayed longer. Maybe they would have tried to scare us off again. Maybe worse. We got out of there just in time. I'm still not sure if those guys in the Camry were waiting for us to leave so they could confront us, or if they just wanted to make sure we were gone. Either way, it's a night I'll never forget. And I never went back to that reservoir again. I remember the first time my buddy told me about his camping trip in northern Ontario. I had known him for years, and we'd done plenty of camping trips ourselves, so when he mentioned this particular trip, I was genuinely interested. He was usually a practical guy, the type who didn't easily get spooked or drawn into stories of strange happenings. So, when he started telling me what went down on that trip, I had to take it seriously. It all started about a decade ago. It was him and one other guy, just 2 friends heading out to camp for a long weekend. They didn't have a big group with them. They liked it that way. The area was remote, up north near Lake Superior, with dense forests and untouched wilderness surrounding them. They had been there before, so they knew the lay of the land, the kind of spot that most people would pass by without a second glance. a peaceful place, or so they thought. They arrived in the afternoon, set up camp beside a small creek, and immediately set to work. They didn't have much gear, just enough to stay comfortable for a couple of days. They caught a bunch of fish, and after cleaning them, they fried some up for dinner. A simple meal, but good. After eating, they hung the rest of the fish up in the trees, like they always did, to keep them safe from animals during the night. As the evening drew in, the sun sank behind the trees, and the air turned cooler. The fire crackled in front of them, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding woods. They were both relaxed, letting the day's work slip away, enjoying the quiet peace of being out there. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. But then, something else caught their attention. At first, it was nothing more than the usual sounds you'd hear in the bush, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. They both looked around, half expecting to see a raccoon or squirrel moving about. It wasn't unusual to hear that kind of noise at night, especially in a place like this where wildlife roamed freely. But then, the sounds changed. There was something else, something that didn't fit. At first, it was a low, strange kind of laughing. It wasn't a regular animal noise, not even close. It sounded almost like a person, but it wasn't a human laugh. It had an odd, eerie quality to it, like it was being distorted in some way. And then it happened again, more laughter, louder this time, coming from the dense forest surrounding their camp. My buddy said it sounded like it was coming from multiple directions at once. The laughter was weird, unnatural. They both froze. They glanced at each other, unsure of what they were hearing. Neither of them said anything right away, but they were both thinking the same thing. Something was off. The fire crackled louder, and the night air grew thick with tension. That's when my buddy noticed something on the edge of his vision, something moving between the trees. It wasn't just the shifting shadows from the fire. This was something else. He turned his head slightly, trying not to make it obvious, and saw what he could only describe as a little Spider-Man. He didn't know how else to explain it. The thing was small, almost child-sized, but it wasn't a child. It was hunched over, with long arms and legs, moving quickly, almost crawling between the trees in a way that seemed too fast to be natural. It wasn't a person, at least not like any person they'd ever seen. He couldn't fully make it out, just the outline of a figure, distorted by the firelight and the shadows of the trees. But it was enough to make his heart start racing. He wasn't sure if his mind was playing tricks on him, but the sense that something wasn't right was undeniable. His camping partner saw it too. They locked eyes for a second, both of them too stunned to speak. They didn't know what they had just seen, but it was clear they weren't imagining things. The air seemed to grow colder, the sounds of the forest feeling more distant, muffled as though the world had just shifted. They both stood up, instinctively moving away from the fire, just a few meters from camp. They didn't know why they did it, whether it was the strange figure or the unsettling sounds, but they felt the need to get some distance. Maybe it was just to collect their thoughts, to make sense of what was going on. But when they turned back to camp, that's when things really started to get weird. The fish they had hung in the trees were gone. All of them. In just a few minutes, while they had been standing by the fire, everything was gone. The fish, the ones they had carefully hung up high to avoid animals like raccoons or bears, were nowhere to be seen. It wasn't just a few pieces. Every single fish was gone. Their first thought was that it must have been some animal, maybe a bear or a big raccoon, but something didn't sit right. Bears didn't usually move that fast, and raccoons wouldn't take the fish all at once. Not like that. They checked the area around their camp for tracks, but found nothing. No signs of a bear or any other animal, just the usual marks from the forest floor. The only thing they couldn't shake was the strange feeling in the air, that sense that something was watching them, waiting. At this point, they were spooked. They didn't know what they had seen or what had taken their fish, but they knew it wasn't just a normal animal. Whatever it wasn't like anything they had encountered before. But being practical men, they didn't jump to any wild conclusions. They figured it could be some sort of trick of the eyes. Maybe it was raccoons, or maybe some other animal had come in and taken the fish. They told themselves that, even though they knew deep down it wasn't that simple. They stayed the night, though neither of them got much sleep. The weird laughter continued off and on, always coming from deeper in the woods, but they never saw anything again. By morning, the sounds had stopped, and they packed up and left without saying much about what happened. A few years later, I was doing research for my dissertation in the Ontario archives when I stumbled across an interview with an explorer named Ernest Oberholzer. He had spent a lot of time traveling around the Lake Superior region, mapping the land and recording the stories of the indigenous peoples he met along the way. One of the stories caught my attention, about a guide he had worked with named Otuk Kamawin Tedapaswerbatin, or Billy McGee, who had spoken of strange little people living in the wilderness north of Lake Superior. These little people were called Michifiso, or Mamagracie, by the Anishinabeg people, and they were known for playing tricks on people, making strange sounds, and causing mischief. I froze as I read the words. The description of the little people, dwarves, hunched figures who would laugh and play tricks on people, sounded eerily familiar to what my buddy had told me about his camping trip. Same area, similar description. I couldn't help but think of his story about the little Spider-Man and the strange laughing noises they had heard. Could it be that what he had experienced wasn't just a product of an overactive imagination? What if there was something to the stories of the Anishinaabe? I messaged my buddy right away. He was still the same practical guy, the one who didn't get spooked easily. I wasn't expecting him to buy into anything supernatural, but I wanted to share what I had found. I figured it was just a fun coincidence, but deep down, I felt a little chill run up my spine. The more I read about the Anishinaabe and their stories, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something real behind it. Maybe my buddy had encountered something that no one could explain, something older than any of us could understand. He didn't respond for a while, but when he did, he simply said, "That's messed up." I never went back to that part of the woods, and neither did he. We still laugh about it now, but there's always that edge to it, that nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, there's something in the woods that we don't fully understand. Something that has been there long before we were, playing its tricks and hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to make itself known again. It was the summer of 2007, around June or July, and I was 17, a cocky but still somewhat knowledgeable outdoorsman. My family had a cabin up in northwest Wisconsin, tucked into the woods, a place that had been my second home for years. Growing up, I had spent countless hours hunting, camping, and hiking in those woods. I knew every trail, every clearing, every twist and turn of the landscape. It was a place that felt familiar, safe even, as long as you stuck to the rules. Stay near the cabin at night, don't stray too far from the bonfire, and always keep an eye out for the wildlife, bears, wolves, cougars. In the daytime, the forest was alive with the usual sounds of birds and squirrels. But come nightfall, it was a different story. There was something unsettling about the way the trees seemed to close in around the cabin, and the sense that something or someone was always watching from just beyond the edge of the tree line. On that particular day, I was with my cousin, who was a year younger than me and not quite as seasoned in the woods as I was. He was eager to show off his new airsoft gun, so we decided to have a little battle in the woods. I slipped into my full woodland camo, knowing it would give me a tactical advantage. My cousin, however, wasn't as prepared. He wasn't wearing anything that blended into the surroundings, but that didn't stop him from charging into the woods like it was a real battle. We made our way up the ATV trail, which wound its way through the thick forest. The trail was a little overgrown, but still clearly visible, a strip of dirt and grass cutting through the wilderness. We didn't get too far, maybe 200 meters or so, before we started to tire and decided to take a break at the edge of a clearing. We stood there, catching our breath, talking about how the battle was going, me teasing him about his lack of stealth, when something strange happened. I had always been the kind of person who trusted my instincts in the wild, and something about the silence around us felt off. I froze mid-sentence and whispered to my cousin, "We're being watched." He stopped talking, his body tensing as he scanned the tree line. The air felt thicker, and the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves had disappeared. That was when I realized the woods were dead silent, and that unnerving feeling crept over me like a cold wave. My eyes darted to the edge of the clearing, searching the shadows. I felt my pulse quicken. Something wasn't right. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I did. It was hard to describe. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow between the trees. But as I focused, I saw it clearly. The thing was crouched low to the ground, hiding in the shadows of a thick tree, its body unnaturally still, but its eyes locked onto my cousin unblinking. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a wolf. It was something else entirely. My heart slammed in my chest. I could see its teeth, huge, sharp teeth, glistening white in the dim light. It was panting, its breath shallow and quick, its body covered in reddish-brown fur that blended with the earth. Its head was large, like a wolf's, but its shape was all wrong. Its posture was all wrong. It was crouched, yes, but it was standing on two legs, hunched over, with long, clawed arms gripping the tree like it was using it for support. The thing was nearly as tall as I was when it was crouched, but I had the sinking feeling that it could stand upright at any moment and tower over me. It didn't look like a wolf walking on two legs like I had heard about in stories. It looked natural, like it was built to move that way. I whispered to my cousin, my voice trembling, "We need to go. Now." My cousin didn't need any further urging. His eyes locked onto the creature, and the next thing I knew, he was sprinting, bolting through the woods. I turned to follow him, but I couldn't help but glance back at the creature. That was when it moved. Slowly at first, like it was testing the ground, and then, without warning, it stood upright. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and thick limbs. Its body was more muscular than any wolf I had ever seen. It wasn't just big, it was unnatural, like something that shouldn't exist in this world. It let out a low growl, a sound that made my blood run cold. I knew it was coming for us. I ran as fast as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound of twigs snapping underfoot was drowned out by the thundering of my own footsteps and the loud crashing noise of the creature behind us. I could hear it moving through the brush, its speed terrifying, even more so because it was running on two legs. Wolves don't run on two legs, not like this. It wasn't just charging, it was hunting us. I could hear the heavy panting getting louder, closer, like it was right on our heels. We tore through the woods, adrenaline pumping, but it felt like we weren't getting far enough. The sound of it charging behind us echoed through the trees, each footstep getting closer and closer. I could almost feel the ground shake with every heavy thud of its feet. We made it to the tree line, bursting out of the thick underbrush and into the open field near the cabin. The moment we crossed into the open, the sound stopped. The creature halted, just at the edge of the woods, where the trees began to thin out. It stayed there, watching us with those unblinking eyes. For a long moment, I thought it would charge again, but it didn't. It just stood there, watching, its heavy breath visible in the cool air. And then it turned and vanished back into the woods, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. I don't know why it stopped. Maybe it realized we weren't worth the chase, or maybe something about the open space deterred it. But we didn't wait around to find out. My cousin and I ran all the way back to the cabin, not stopping until we were safely inside, the door locked behind us. Neither of us said a word at first, both of us too stunned by what had just happened. That night, neither of us slept much. We stayed up, talking in low voices, trying to make sense of it. My cousin, still shaking, asked me what it was. I didn't have an answer, but we both knew what we had seen wasn't natural. It wasn't a bear or a wolf. It was something else, something far worse. I'd heard stories about creatures like it, creatures people called dogmen or cryptids, but I had always dismissed them as folklore. After that day, I wasn't so sure anymore. The next morning, I went back to the spot where it had all happened, but there was nothing left. No signs, no tracks, nothing to explain what had transpired. It was like the forest had swallowed it whole. I didn't tell anyone else about it. Who would believe me? Who would believe that we had been chased by something that didn't belong? The woods still felt the same after that day, silent and watching. But I was different. Every time I walked into those woods from then on, I felt that familiar unease at the edge of the tree-line, as if something was waiting, just out of sight. I can't explain what happened that day, and I don't think I ever will. What I do know is that I've never looked at the woods the same way since. Whatever it was that chased us, it wasn't something that belonged in this world, and I'm not sure what it was or where it came from. But I know this. It wasn't just a bear, it wasn't a wolf, and it sure as hell wasn't anything I want to meet again. And I don't think I'll ever forget the sound of its claws scraping against the tree as it watched us, or the feeling of its eyes on the back of my neck as I ran for my life. I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't human, and it wasn't a normal animal. It was something else. Something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Something I don't ever want to encounter again. It was one of those trips I'd been looking forward to for weeks. My wife and I decided to take a little getaway with the dogs up to North Georgia, a place we'd visited before, but this time it felt different. The plan was simple, camping, just the four of us. The dogs, our trusty basset hound, and the Heinz 57 pup we'd rescued a couple of years ago loved it up here. It was quiet, remote, and the only thing you could hear was the sound of nature. We packed the truck up the night before, ready to go. After a full day of driving, I could feel the exhaustion settling into my bones. It wasn't a long drive, but we'd taken our time, stopping at a few scenic spots along the way, stretching our legs, grabbing a bite to eat at a local diner, and enjoying the drive itself. By the time we reached the campsite, the sun was low, casting a beautiful orange glow over the treetops. Setting up the tent didn't take long, as we'd done it so many times before. The dogs were already sniffing around, trying to figure out what new smells the woods had for them. My wife was getting the sleeping bags ready inside the tent while I made a small fire. There was something calming about being out here, far from the noise of the city. Once the fire was crackling, we cracked open a couple of beers and just sat there for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest settling in around us. We didn't do anything too fancy for dinner, just some sausages and hot dogs roasted over the fire. We ate, talked, laughed, and shared stories like we always did when we came out here. The dogs, as usual, were content to lounge near the fire, occasionally getting up to investigate something in the woods. There's something about that kind of quiet evening that makes you forget about the rest of the world. You get so absorbed in the moment that time slips away unnoticed. Eventually, the fire died down, and we turned in for the night. The tent was snug. My wife and I got into our sleeping bags, and the dogs curled up at our feet, always close by. The air outside had a crispness to it, a reminder that even in late spring, the mountain nights could get cold. The rustling of the trees in the wind, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the distant sound of a creek kept the place alive. It wasn't scary, it was just the way things are out here. At some point during the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first, but it was that feeling you get when something's not quite right, like when you wake up and you know someone's looking at you, even though you can't see them. I lay still for a moment, listening. I could hear the dogs breathing softly at my feet. The Bassett's snores were rhythmic, almost comforting. My wife was asleep beside me, her steady breathing the only other sound. But there was something else, a low pressure against the side of the tent, right next to my head. It was strange. We weren't near any animals that would have been curious about us. This was a well-used campsite, a place I'd visited many times before. No bears or wild boars lived here, at least not close enough to be a real threat. So I lay there, trying to figure out what was going on. Maybe it was a raccoon or some other small animal rooting around near the tent. That wouldn't have been anything to worry about. But then it got closer. The pressure against the tent increased. It felt like something was pressing against the side, something bigger than a raccoon. The fabric of the tent sagged inwards, and I felt it. Something was pushing on it, moving along the edge, right next to my head. I froze. My heart started to race. The dogs didn't even stir. The Bassett should have been barking by now. That's what he did. He'd bark at a rabbit in the yard, a squirrel in the trees, or a leaf blowing across the ground. And the Heinz 57 pup? She was curious about everything, always ready to explore. Neither of them had made a sound. That was odd. I stayed completely still, my hand resting on the side of the sleeping bag. The pressure kept building. I could feel something against the tent, pushing, moving. Then I saw it. The tent wall, just inches away from my face, pressed in, and I saw a hand, large, thick fingers, pressing against the fabric. It didn't belong to an animal, not any animal I knew. This hand wasn't clawed, it looked human. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. My breath caught in my throat as I realized just how close whatever it was had gotten. It wasn't just a hand. I could see it pressing harder now, more forcefully. Whoever, or whatever, was on the other side of that tent wasn't trying to be quiet. The hand moved slightly, and for a brief moment, I thought it might push the fabric all the way through, right down on top of my head. I had a Glock 19 tucked under the side of the sleeping bag, but I didn't want to reach for it. I didn't want to make any noise, didn't want to alert whatever this thing was to the fact that I was awake. I didn't know if it was a person trying to get into the tent or something more dangerous. A bear, maybe? But this didn't feel like a bear. There was a deliberate quality to it, like it was trying to do something. Figure out if we were asleep, maybe? Or waiting for the right moment to do something else. I pressed back on the side of the tent, just enough to let whatever was on the other side know that I knew it was there. As soon as I did, the hand disappeared. It didn't pull away gently, like a person might. It was almost like it just left, vanishing into the darkness outside. I lay there for what felt like forever, my heart hammering in my chest. I wanted to get up, to investigate, to make sure we were safe. But I couldn't move. My brain was screaming at me to stay still. I kept thinking about the hand, how it didn't feel right. No bear had ever done something like that. No wild animal would push on the tent like that, with such purpose. When the sun finally began to creep over the trees, I felt a rush of relief. The darkness was over. I crawled out of the sleeping bag and slowly unzipped the tent, careful not to wake my wife. She was still asleep, the dogs curled up beside her. Outside, the camp was eerily still. The fire pit was cold, the remnants of last night's embers, just a few blackened sticks. The campsite looked the same as it always did. I walked around the tent, scanning the area. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary, no tracks, no broken branches, no evidence that anything had been near us. It was like the night had never happened. I spent the next few hours packing up, still feeling a little uneasy. I didn't want to tell my wife about what happened. She didn't need to worry about it. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, something that didn't belong. Maybe it was just some weird freak thing. I didn't know. When we got back to the car, I felt the weight of the moment hit me again. I didn't know what it was that had pressed against the side of the tent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The dogs hadn't reacted, which didn't make sense. They were usually the first to alert us to any change in the environment, but that night, they'd slept through it all. We drove back home in silence. I didn't tell her about what had happened until a few days later. By then, the panic had faded, replaced by a strange unease. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But I couldn't forget the hand, the pressure against the tent, the silence of the dogs, the feeling of being watched. I've camped a lot in those hills since then, but I've never had an experience like that again. Maybe it was a person, maybe a bear. Whatever it was gone as soon as the sun came up. But the memory still lingers. It reminds me that sometimes, in the wilderness, you can't always see what's out there. I was about 16 at the time, old enough to know better, but still young enough for my imagination to get the better of me, especially when I was tired and scared. I'd been going on family camping trips for as long as I could remember. This was one of those yearly traditions. Each time, we'd pack up the car, drive for hours, and then pitch our tents in some far-off spot in the woods. We'd always find a place far from other campers, trying to make the experience feel like we were alone in the world, surrounded by nothing but trees and wilderness. This particular trip was different, though. It had been raining heavily all day, the kind of rain that's relentless and soaking, where everything feels damp and heavy. It had settled into a sort of constant, low drumming on the tent above us, which normally would have been comforting. But something felt off that night. I was lying in my sleeping bag, my mind running as it always did when I was alone in the woods. I kept hearing strange noises, muffled and distant, but it was more than just the usual creaks and groans of the trees or the random sounds of small animals. No, this noise was different. At first, I thought it might have been the wind, or maybe an animal, but it sounded like a group of something. Something large, moving together. The noise would come in waves, like it was spreading out across the woods in a slow, shuffling kind of way. It sounded almost like moaning, but it was loud, way too loud to be the wind or an animal. I remember staring into the dark, trying to make sense of it. It didn't help that it was raining, and the sound of it made everything feel more intense, like I was trapped in some kind of heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Every time the noise came, it sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't like an animal's cry or anything familiar. This felt more sinister. I don't know how else to explain it. But the more I heard it, the more my mind ran wild. My thoughts went straight to the worst-case scenario. Zombies. I had watched one too many horror movies. That was the only explanation that seemed to fit. The moaning was too strange, too unnatural. It was like a mass of people, or maybe something worse, moving slowly in the night. My heart raced. I kept imagining the figures emerging from the rain, their twisted forms limping through the dark, drawn to our camp, unaware of the heavy pounding in my chest. I tried to shake it off, but the noise came again, louder this time, closer to the tent. I could hear it cutting through the rain. It sounded like it was right outside, just beyond the edge of our little camp. It wasn't just one voice anymore. It was a chorus of low, groaning sounds that made my skin crawl. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't take it anymore. I shook my mom awake, her figure barely visible in the dark of the tent. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I had to know if she had heard it too. "Mom," I whispered urgently. "Mom, did you hear that?" She mumbled, half asleep, clearly not getting what I was trying to say. "What? What do you mean?" she asked groggily, rolling over to face me. "There's something out there," I said, my voice rising just a bit. "I keep hearing this moaning. It sounds like a lot of people, or something." She groaned and rolled over, muttering about how I should stop being so dramatic and go back to sleep. "It's probably just the rain, honey. Go back to bed." But I couldn't. I kept listening, my heart pounding faster. The moaning noise came again, louder this time, and I could have sworn it was closer. I could hear the unmistakable shuffle of something heavy moving through the brush. It sounded like a whole group of them, not just one. It was so unsettling that I couldn't help but think the worst. Zombies, some kind of horrible, monstrous thing that only came out in the rain. I shook her again, more forcefully this time. "Mom, please, you have to hear this. It's so loud. It's not normal." She sat up, clearly irritated now, but I could see the concern in her eyes. Okay, she said, wiping sleep from her eyes. "I'm listening." For a moment, we just lay there in silence, listening to the rain pattering on the tent. And then it came again, that same low, eerie moan. This time, it sounded closer than ever, echoing through the woods in a steady, rhythmic pattern. She sighed, clearly annoyed. "Damn it, I swear, it's just cows. They're moo-ing to stay together. Go back to sleep already." "Cows." I blinked, processing her words slowly. "Cows. I had never thought of that. I mean, yeah, there were cows on the property where we camped, but I never thought about them wandering out here, especially not in the middle of the night. But the noise, it was so strange. It didn't sound like cows, at least not to me. Still, the possibility made sense. We were camping on land that bordered some farmland, so it wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility that the sound was coming from the cows. I felt stupid for not thinking of that earlier, but my mind had jumped to the worst conclusion: zombies. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but I didn't want to admit that I had let my imagination run wild. But just like that, the moaning stopped. There was nothing but the steady hum of rain hitting the tent. I waited a few more moments, straining to hear any more sounds. But nothing came. I almost felt like I had imagined it all, or that it had been some bizarre trick of the wind. I couldn't believe how foolish I had been, worrying about zombies in the middle of nowhere. I felt a flush of embarrassment creep over me. Okay, I said, pulling my sleeping bag up around me. "I'll go back to sleep." I heard my mom muttering something under her breath, probably about how ridiculous I was being, but she didn't seem worried anymore. She lay back down, and after a few minutes, I heard her breathing slow and even out as she drifted back to sleep. But I couldn't. I lay there in the dark, listening. The silence was almost too perfect, and the stillness of the forest pressed in on me. Despite the rain outside, despite the fact that everything had gone quiet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sky had cleared and the world outside the tent was bright and wet with the aftermath of the storm, that I realized just how wrong I had been. I had spent the whole night terrified of something that was completely normal. Cows. Just cows. I should have recognized the sound. They were low, grunting animals that often mooed when they were trying to stick together or looking for each other. It made sense now. I went outside, still a little embarrassed by my fear, and sure enough, I saw them, cows, just beyond the trees, grazing in the morning fog. Their long bodies and heavy movements made them look far bigger than I'd remembered, and the sound of their moaning seemed oddly fitting now. They weren't moaning in the way I had imagined at all, but it was a sound I could now identify with no problem. I had been so certain that something unnatural was out there, but in reality, it was just the familiar sound of livestock, carrying on with their usual routines. I laughed at myself for even thinking it might have been zombies. What a ridiculous thought. But in that moment, as I looked out over the fog-covered field and heard the low moaning of the cows in the distance, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief mixed with a lingering feeling of unease. I guess it wasn't so much the noise itself that had scared me, but the fear of the unknown. Sometimes, it's easy to let your imagination take over, especially when you're in the dark and alone, surrounded by the quiet of nature. And that night, when the moaning echoed through the woods, I let it get the best of me. Still, I learned something that night. The world doesn't always match the fear inside your head. Sometimes, the monsters you imagine are just cows in the distance. And sometimes, even the scariest noises can be explained by something completely ordinary. It was a lesson I would never forget, even if I still occasionally heard the faintest moan in the woods. After all, every now and then, a cow might just surprise you. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was an ordinary evening, or at least it seemed like one. I was 20 years old, just finishing up a long shift at my part-time job and heading home to relax. I had this old car, not a fancy one, but reliable enough. A bit worn out, but it had one feature that made me feel slightly better about driving it. When you turned off the ignition, the doors would automatically unlock. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but looking back, I realized just how dangerous that simple feature turned out to be. I pulled into the gas station on the edge of a suburban neighborhood, one of those places where you don't expect anything unusual to happen. It was a nice area, clean, quiet. I grabbed the gas pump and started filling up, absent-mindedly glancing at the street as cars passed by. It was a typical weekday evening. No one seemed out of the ordinary. The sun had just set, casting a soft glow on the pavement, and I thought I'd be on my way in just a few minutes. As I was finishing up, I grabbed the nozzle and hung it back up, looking around at the cars around me, my mind wandering, thinking about what I was going to do when I got home. I didn't notice her at first, just a shadowy figure walking toward me. The next thing I knew, the passenger door to my car swung open, and a woman climbed in. She was older than me, maybe in her 40s, but she looked disheveled, as if she'd been through something. Her clothes were a bit worn, and her hair was tangled and greasy. But what really caught my attention was the way she moved. It was quick, almost frantic. Before I could react, she was sitting there, right beside me, her presence filling up the space in the small car. "Can you drive me to the church down the road? I need to catch the bus," she said, her voice flat, but urgent. I froze, my heart instantly pounding. I wasn't used to strangers just getting into my car like this, especially not in broad daylight. I glanced at her, confused, unsure of what to do. It took a moment for my brain to catch up to the situation, but my gut was already telling me that something wasn't right. "No, sorry," I said, my voice shaky as I put my hands on the steering wheel, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. She didn't take no for an answer. "You're definitely taking me there," she said, and there was something in her voice, something cold, demanding. My heart skipped a beat. I felt a knot in my stomach. I started to turn the car on, still unsure if this woman was going to get out or not. But she didn't. Instead, she shifted her weight in the seat, and I noticed her right hand was buried deep inside the pocket of her jacket. "I really don't have time," I said, trying to stay calm, but my voice was shaky. I was too small to fight back if things went wrong. The situation was already escalating, and the more I tried to brush it off, the more she pressed. "I'm not asking," she snapped, leaning in closer. Her face was a mask of frustration, her eyes wide and unblinking. "Take me there now." Something about the way she said it, the way she seemed so sure of herself, made my stomach churn. I was no tough person, and the fear that had already settled in my chest grew deeper. I didn't know if she had a weapon, or if she was just mentally unstable. I didn't know anything about her, but I could feel that the tension in the air was thick, like something dangerous was waiting to happen. I couldn't risk angering her. As much as I wanted to say no, the thought of what she might do if I didn't do what she wanted terrified me. I sighed, my nerves overwhelming me, and started the car. "Fine, I'll take you." She didn't say anything after that, and for a moment, I thought maybe she'd settled down. But as I pulled out of the gas station, she began chanting, almost singing, to herself. The words were muffled at first, but I could hear the rhythm. It sounded like gospel, and her voice rose with every verse. She was so loud, I could barely hear myself think, and I had to keep my eyes on the road as I drove, my palms sweating on the wheel. I drove down the street, taking the familiar turns I usually did when I was heading home, but now everything felt different, unfamiliar in a way that made my skin crawl. When we reached the church, the parking lot was empty. No bus. She didn't seem surprised at all, but instead looked at me, her eyes flashing with something strange. "You missed the bus," she muttered. "I'm sorry," I said quietly, trying to keep calm. "I really need to go." But she wasn't done. She looked at me with a wild expression and asked for money. "I need some money," she demanded, her voice hard. "I don't carry much on me," I said, unsure of what to say or do. Without warning, she reached into her jacket and pulled out a crumpled $20 bill I had in my wallet. I didn't stop her. She just grabbed it with her shaking hand, and then looked at me again with a look that made my skin crawl. "More," she said, voice rising again. I had no choice. I felt trapped, like there was no way out. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do, how to stay safe. I was terrified, but I couldn't risk making her angry. What if she really did have a weapon in that pocket? We got back into the car, and I drove to the nearest ATM. I tried to act casual as I withdrew the largest amount I could get, $200. She snatched it from my hands without saying a word, but her face was still full of anger, and I could feel the air in the car thickening with tension. "Not enough," she said again, like it was the worst possible thing in the world. I swallowed hard, the fear in me growing with each passing second. I didn't want to do this, but I had no choice. She wasn't letting me leave. I had no idea what she would do if I tried to resist. "Let's go to the bank," she insisted, and I could hear the crazed desperation in her voice. My heart dropped to my stomach, and I drove to my bank, parked as close to the door as I could, and kept my head down. The whole time, she didn't take her hand out of her jacket pocket, and I wondered, just wondered, if she was holding something dangerous. I was terrified. She walked me to the ATM, where I had to withdraw every last penny, $180. Every withdrawal felt like it took forever, but I couldn't stop now. I had to keep her calm. We got back in the car, and now she wanted to go downtown. I tried to act as normal as possible, but there was nothing normal about what was happening. She had been singing loud, disturbing gospel music the whole time, waving her free hand in the air, as if she were possessed by some wild, feverish energy. I felt her eyes on me, always on me, like she was watching for any sign of weakness. "I'm lucky," she kept repeating, the words tumbling out like a mantra. "You're lucky to be helping me." Lucky. I didn't know what she meant, but it didn't sound good. My stomach churned, and I wondered if she had something planned, if she was leading me to a place where I would end up trapped. What if I didn't make it out of this? Suddenly, she shouted something that didn't make any sense, and before I could even process what was happening, she flung open the door and ran out into the street, bolting toward an old, rundown house. I watched in stunned silence as she disappeared into the crack house, her movements jerky and erratic. I didn't wait around. I didn't even have time to process what had just happened. I sped away, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't look back. I drove straight home, my mind racing, still unable to wrap my head around everything that had happened. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the woman, her crazed eyes, the constant chanting. What if she had been armed? What if things had gone differently? I called the police, gave them the address, and told them everything. They promised to look into it, but I never heard back. They never found her, and I wondered if that had been the point all along. Maybe this was a game to her. Maybe I had just been another pawn in a twisted game. The whole ordeal haunted me for months. I became a shut-in, avoiding gas stations and any place that felt like it could be dangerous. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been off. But every time I questioned myself, I remembered the look in her eyes, the crazed, desperate look. She was on something, that much was clear. And I had been so close to danger. So close. I'll never forget that night. I'll never forget the feeling of being trapped, of not knowing whether I would make it out alive. But somehow I did. And I learned something I'll carry with me forever. Sometimes being cautious isn't enough. Sometimes you have to trust your gut. I'm not sure what to say about this. It's been 2 years now, and even though I've told this story 100 times to friends and family, the memories still don't seem to make sense. It's like there's a part of me that wants to forget what happened, but another part that feels like I need to remember it in detail. I think, for me, it's not just the tragedy of what happened, but the weirdness of how everything unfolded after that day. The whole thing still feels surreal in a way I can't really explain. So, let me start from the beginning. I'm from Placentia, a quiet part of Orange County, CA, where people mostly live normal, peaceful lives. You know, typical suburban stuff. Everyone knows everyone else, and the town feels like it has this comforting, familiar vibe. My high school, which was a short bike ride from my house, was no different. I remember the first time I walked through its gates, how big the school seemed, with its massive campus and open spaces. But for all its size, the school had a very small town feel. You could walk across the entire campus in 10 minutes, and everyone knew each other. Everyone was friendly. There was a sense of warmth in the air that made it feel like the kind of place where nothing terrible could ever happen. At least, that's what I thought before March 2nd, 2015. I was a junior at the time, just turning 16, with everything that comes with being that age. The worries about grades, the excitement about freedom, the constant back and forth about what I wanted to do with my life. And in the middle of all that, I had my classes and teachers. A lot of people liked our high school because we had a pretty impressive digital media arts program, animation, video production, photography, that kind of thing. I remember being in those classes when I was a freshman, and even though they were tough, they were fun. The photography class was one of my favorites, mostly because of Mrs. Jacobson, the teacher. She was one of those people everyone seemed to like. Short, chubby, with a smile that could light up a room. She had this bubbly personality, and she was always so upbeat. She was the kind of person who would randomly start singing in the middle of class, and nobody would mind because she had that kind of presence that made you feel like everything was okay. She was the kind of teacher who could joke around with students, but also had this deep well of kindness that you could feel when you spoke to her. But even with all of that, there was something about her that never fully felt right. I think people who deal with a lot of pain tend to have a way of hiding it behind smiles, and I think Mrs. Jacobson was one of those people. I didn't know the full details back then, but I'd later find out that her father had taken his own life years before. I think it was hard for her to talk about, but she did once during class. She told us how her dad had seemed perfectly fine on the outside, but inside he was struggling with something that ultimately led him to drive out into the desert and end his life with a shotgun. His body was found days later, with a note. I don't think any of us knew how to react when she shared that. Mrs. Jacobson tried to brush it off, but you could tell it haunted her. That's the thing about grief. It never really leaves. It becomes part of you, embedded deep in your bones. I had no idea at the time how close she was to the edge. Maybe I didn't want to know. And honestly, I'm still not sure how it all happened. I wish I could explain it better. But the truth is that the day everything went wrong didn't make any sense at all. March 2nd, 2015 started like any normal day. The sun was out, and it was a typical chilly morning in Southern California. I got on my bike, like I did every morning, and pedaled to school. The air was crisp, but not cold enough to really notice. I remember locking my bike up in the usual spot near the bike racks, and then walking across the campus to my first class, animation. It was one of those classes I looked forward to every day because it was fun, but also because I didn't have to stress about homework or deadlines too much. Most of the time, I'd finish my assignments early and spend the rest of the class messing around on the computer, making random stuff just for the hell of it. I walked into the animation classroom and sat down at my usual computer. Everything seemed normal at first. A few of my friends were there already, just goofing off, and the room had that same quiet as you get when students are working, but not really paying attention to each other. Mrs. Jacobson's classroom was right next door, and we could hear some of the photography students chatting in the hallway. It wasn't anything unusual. Sometimes, a few of them would wander into our class for a few minutes to ask for help with something, or just to kill time. I didn't think much of it when I noticed a few students standing outside the door to Mrs. Jacobson's class, waiting for her to come. Teachers sometimes run late, so it wasn't weird to see them standing there. I remember putting on my headphones and zoning out, diving into a game of Google Pac-Man. Then, about 20 minutes in, the door to our classroom opened, and a few of the photography students walked in, looking confused. They came up to my animation teacher and asked him to unlock the door to their class because Mrs. Jacobson still hadn't shown up. They seemed a little anxious, but not too much. It was still early, after all. No one thought anything was wrong. A few minutes later, I heard a scream. A scream like I've never heard in my life. It wasn't like a scream of someone getting scared. It was different. It was raw, full of agony, the kind of scream that feels like it's coming from someone who is just at the end of their rope. My head shot up, and everyone in the room froze. My teacher, who had been standing by the door, bolted into the classroom, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. I've never seen anyone cry like that before. It was like every bit of her composure had just shattered in that instant. She was breathing heavily, her face red and blotchy. I remember thinking, what happened? But no one was saying anything. We all just sat there, confused, not knowing what to do. The senior who was sitting next to me stood up and went to her, asking what was going on. He left the room with her, and we all just stared at each other, wondering what the hell had happened. The atmosphere in the room shifted. The hum of computers, the random chatter, it all stopped. It felt like the entire school had just gone silent. Then a couple of the photography students came in, followed by a police officer. At that point, it was clear something terrible had happened, but we still didn't know what. The cop told us to stay where we were and just wait for a little while. We sat there for what felt like forever. The students who had been standing outside Mrs. Jacobson's room earlier were brought into our class, and they looked just as confused as we were. It didn't make sense. It didn't feel real. Then the news hit us. Mrs. Jacobson was dead. She had taken her own life in her classroom. I don't think anyone in the room could fully process what that meant. 1 minute, she was the bubbly teacher who brightened our mornings, and the next minute she was gone. It didn't seem possible. I remember feeling numb. Everything just felt off. How could someone who was always so full of life do something like that? How could someone who had been so kind to all of us be in that kind of pain and not show it? It didn't make sense. We were all moved to the theatron, and then to the gym, where everyone gathered, students, teachers, and staff. It felt like we were in some sort of limbo. No one knew what to say or do. I remember feeling like I wanted to escape, to get out of there, but I couldn't. It was like I was trapped in this terrible moment, and I couldn't wake up from it. The principal eventually came on the loudspeaker to confirm what had happened, and he told us that the school was going to be dismissed. But no one left immediately. We all just stood there, hugging each other, trying to make sense of what we had just learned. When my dad finally showed up to pick me and my sister up from school, the rain had started pouring down. The windshield wipers couldn't keep up with the downpour. It was a fitting backdrop for how I felt. It was like the whole world had just shifted. It was a strange, hollow feeling. I didn't know what to say to anyone. It felt like we were all in this weird dream, but none of us could wake up. The days that followed were just as surreal. The local news stations showed up to interview students. It felt like the whole world was watching us. It felt wrong to be part of something that had gone so public. But it was real. She was gone, and the grief that followed was overwhelming. The school held a candlelight vigil for Mrs. Jacobson. People left flowers, candles, and pictures at the front of her classroom. For weeks, there was this constant, lingering sadness that hung over everything. The room where she had taught was left vacant for the rest of the year. They brought in a substitute for the photography class, but it was never the same. Mrs. Jacobson's absence was palpable. No one could fill the hole she left behind. The school tried to move on, but it was hard. Even after months, we couldn't really get back to normal. There were moments of normalcy, sure, but the shadow of that day never really lifted. We all learned to live with it, but we didn't forget. It was always there, lurking in the background. I don't know why I'm telling this story. I guess part of me still feels like I need to. I want people to understand how fragile life can be, how quickly things can change, and how sometimes the people who seem the happiest are the ones who need the most help. Mrs. Jacobson was someone I admired, someone who always made the classroom feel safe. And yet, she was silently battling her own demons. I don't think anyone could have known the depth of her pain. Maybe if we had known, things could have been different. But we didn't. We were left with nothing but questions, and that feeling of emptiness still hasn't left me. It's been 2 years now, but the memories are as fresh as ever. The rain, the screams, the silence after it all. I don't think I'll ever forget it. It was a cold night, and the trailer was never great at keeping the warmth in during the winter. We'd been living in that thing for a few years, and each winter, it seemed like the cold crept in through the walls no matter how much we tried to cover the gaps or use space heaters. So the house next to us, which was always dark and empty most of the time, had become a place for us to escape to when the cold got unbearable. It wasn't the best option, but it worked. I was 11 at the time, still small enough to feel uneasy in the dark, but old enough to stay up a little longer than usual. I liked to stay in the trailer, wrapped up in blankets, when it got dark, mostly because that was my comfort zone. It felt safe, even if the cold made it a little less so. That night, it was extra chilly, the kind of cold that gets into your bones. I'd been reading in the corner, a flashlight lighting the page, because the lights were flickering on and off, the old wiring never quite reliable. Around 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., my mom came in and asked if I was hungry. I wasn't really, but I was in the mood for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It was my go-to comfort food, and she knew that. She said she'd make it and bring it down to me, so I settled back into my corner waiting. The trailer was still, too still, and the wind outside howled, making the walls creak and groan. It was one of those nights where the wind felt like it was pushing against the thin metal walls of the trailer, trying to force its way inside. Then I heard it, the scream. It was a horrible sound, one that made my skin crawl. It was loud, but also, it didn't sound like any animal I knew. It wasn't like a coyote or a mountain lion. It was a shriek, raw and sharp, like something in pain or enraged, coming from just outside the trailer. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, not knowing whether to stay still or run. The sound hung in the air for what felt like forever, echoing off the walls of the trailer. Before I could fully process what had just happened, the lights flickered again and then went out completely. Everything was pitch black. The only sounds were the howling wind outside and the odd creaks of the trailer. I sat there in the dark, not moving, just listening, straining to hear anything else. I don't know how long I stayed like that, maybe a minute, maybe longer, but it felt like forever. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the scream. The power came back on suddenly, and I blinked against the harsh light of the overhead bulb, my eyes adjusting. That's when I heard my mom's footsteps coming quickly down the hallway. She looked panicked, her face pale as she came into the room. She had a strange look on her face, like she had seen something that made her forget how to breathe. I asked her what happened, pretending I hadn't heard anything. I didn't want to sound scared. She didn't answer right away. She just looked at me, her eyes wide, chest heaving like she had been running. She was still wearing her coat, even though she had been inside before all of this. I thought it was odd, but I didn't say anything. Then she spoke, her voice shaking. She told me she'd been outside, going to the house next door to grab something she had left there earlier in the evening. As she walked back, she glanced up at the window of the trailer. That's when she saw it. She said there was something standing by the window, tall, like ridiculously tall, over 7 feet, with arms that were long, almost touching the ground. She said it was staring at her, and the moment their eyes met, she felt a wave of cold fear wash over her. She ran back to the trailer without thinking, not even grabbing the door, just bolting inside as fast as she could. My mom never really showed fear, at least not openly. But the way she spoke that night, I could tell she had seen something that scared her more than anything. She said it wasn't a person, but it looked like one. Too tall, too thin, and its arms were so long they didn't seem right. She didn't even want to talk about it after that, and I didn't push. We sat in the trailer for a few minutes, in silence, trying to calm down. The power had come back on, but everything still felt wrong. There was this cold, oppressive feeling in the air, like the entire world had stopped for a second. I kept glancing over at the window, but I didn't see anything. The outside was pitch black, and the wind was howling even louder than before. My mom's breathing slowed, and I could tell she was trying to push the fear out of her mind, but it wasn't working. She kept her eyes on the window, as if expecting the thing to appear again. We stayed in the trailer for a little while longer, not talking much, both of us too uneasy to speak. Finally, she stood up and said it was time to go inside the house. I agreed. Even though it was still cold, the trailer felt too exposed, too open. We went next door to the house, the place we'd been renting out a room to stay in. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching us. Every crack in the wood, every gust of wind that made the house creak, made me jump. The house felt safer, but I wasn't sure why. We tried to sleep that night, but I couldn't relax. My mom was tossing and turning, her back to me, but I knew she wasn't asleep either. It wasn't just the scream that haunted me. It was the image of what she had described. This tall, thin thing with arms that reached almost to the ground. I kept imagining it standing by the window, just waiting. I couldn't get the image out of my head. Eventually, I must have drifted off to sleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The sun was barely up, casting long shadows through the trees outside. I didn't want to think about what had happened, but the feeling of dread still lingered in my stomach. The next few days passed by uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the unease that had settled inside me. My mom never mentioned what she had seen again, and neither did I. I think we both knew that talking about it would only make it feel real, and neither of us was ready for that. We stayed in the house next door for the rest of the winter, avoiding the trailer as much as we could. My mom never went back out there at night, and I never heard that scream again. I still don't know what it was that she saw, or what made that noise, but I've always wondered. Even now, looking back, it doesn't make sense. But I'll never forget the look on my mom's face when she came back into the trailer that night, or the feeling of something watching us from outside. Sometimes, when it's really quiet, I can still hear that scream echoing in my mind, and I wonder if we were lucky it didn't come back for us. I grew up not too far from Clinton Road. It's one of those infamous stretches of road you hear all kinds of stories about. Ghosts, monsters, phantom vehicles. It's got the whole creepy package. I'd heard the rumors all through my childhood, but like most of my friends, I didn't put much stock in it. We were kids, so the thrill of it was more about the possibility of seeing something crazy or having some kind of weird experience. There was a small group of us who liked to hang out there, especially when we got older and got our licenses. It became a tradition, almost. A way to feel like we were doing something rebellious, something a little bit dangerous. I'll never forget the first time I got my license. I'd been waiting for this day forever, and the first thing my friends and I decided to do was head up to Clinton Road. There were 4 of us that night, me, my best friend Rachel, and 2 other guys, Tom and Josh. It was a Saturday night, and we were all hyped up. The plan was to drive up Clinton, do a little ghost hunting, and then head out to dinner afterward. The night was warm, with that humid summer air that sticks to your skin, and the stars above were barely visible through the blanket of clouds. We were in 2 cars. I was driving mine, and Rachel was in the car behind me. We were all pretty excited, maybe a little too excited, because Clinton Road was exactly the type of place where you could easily get spooked. The road twisted and turned, snaking through dark forests and empty fields, with hardly any streetlights. It was the perfect setting for a creepy adventure, or so we thought. We didn't even get 5 minutes into the drive before Rachel called us. "Hey, I took the wrong turn. I'll just meet you for dinner," she said. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was easy to mess up on Clinton Road, since it had so many little offshoots. But then, as I kept driving, I noticed something strange. There was a truck behind me, and it was way too close for comfort. I thought maybe Rachel had just gotten back behind me, but something didn't sit right. This truck wasn't just following, it was tailgating me really close. I could see the headlights in my rearview mirror, bright and almost blinding. I picked up speed, thinking that maybe I could get away from whatever it was. But the truck didn't back off. It was aggressive, like it was trying to push me forward. I was already driving faster than I should have been, but at that moment, I was starting to feel that creeping, anxious feeling that comes with being followed. My heart started to race, and I pressed the gas pedal harder. I looked at my phone. No message from Rachel. I checked the rearview mirror again. The truck was still there, close, almost too close. Every time I shifted lanes or took a turn, it was right behind me, matching my every move. The sound of the engine behind me was loud, like it was trying to drown out the sound of my own car. It felt like we were in a race. I was just trying to get away from whatever it was, but it was almost like the truck was deliberately making sure it stayed behind me. I glanced at the road ahead. Clinton was winding, with no shoulders or places to pull over. It was just miles and miles of isolation. And in that isolation, I started to feel like something was really wrong. I looked back one more time. The truck was gone, just like that. I didn't see it anymore, and there was no way it could have turned off the road because there weren't any intersections for a long stretch. My heart was still pounding in my chest as I slowed down. I had this weird, cold feeling settle over me, and I couldn't shake it. I had no explanation for what had just happened. Was it a prank? Was it just some random guy driving too close? Or was it something else? To this day, my friends and I are convinced it was the phantom truck. Everyone who knows about Clinton Road has heard the stories. But that night, I wasn't so sure. We kept driving, trying to brush it off. We didn't want to admit that we were spooked. But as we got deeper into the woods, the atmosphere started to change. The trees felt thicker, the darkness heavier, and every little sound, branches cracking, the wind whispering, seemed more ominous. That's when we saw it. A car, parked on the side of the road. It was a hatchback, the kind that looked like it had been left there for a while. The trunk was wide open, and there was a stain on the road, dark and almost black, that seemed to trail from the car across the road and into the woods. None of us wanted to stop, but it was hard not to look. The stain on the road looked fresh, like it had been there only a few hours. We couldn't figure out what it was. It didn't look like just spilled oil or something normal like that. There was something about it that made us feel sick, like a warning. "Let's go," Rachel said. Her voice sounded shaky, and I realized we were all feeling the same thing. There was no reason to stop, no reason to linger. We drove past it quickly, our eyes fixed straight ahead. But I couldn't shake the image of that car out of my head. What had happened there? Who had left it? Why had they just abandoned it on Clinton Road? The rest of the night was uneventful. We went to dinner, ate, and laughed, but something about the evening felt off. The excitement we had started with had faded, replaced with a sense of unease that none of us could explain. The next day, Rachel and I decided to go back up there. This time, we were going during the day, thinking that maybe we'd find some explanation. Maybe the car had been abandoned for a reason. Maybe it was just some random coincidence. But as we drove along the road and approached the same spot, we realized something. The hatchback was still there, parked in the same spot. But now, there were handprints on the windshield, dragged down, like someone had been touching it. The dirt on the windshield was thick, and the handprints weren't just on the glass. They were smeared, as if someone had been gripping it, pulling themselves across it. I felt a lump form in my throat as we slowed down to get a better look. The stain on the road was still there, too, but now it looked more faded, like it had been there for much longer. There were no other cars around, no sign of anyone. It felt like we were the only ones who had ever driven down this stretch of road, like the world had forgotten about this part of it. "Let's leave," Rachel said, her voice quieter this time. I didn't argue. We didn't need to be there anymore. We turned around, and I drove back in silence. The whole experience felt wrong, like we'd stumbled upon something that wasn't meant for us to see, something we weren't supposed to understand. Years later, I still think about that night. The phantom truck, the abandoned hatchback with the stains, the handprints on the windshield. Everything felt too real to be a coincidence, too strange to be explained away. Clinton Road is one of those places that gets under your skin. It's not just the stories you hear about it. It's the way it feels when you're there. The way the air thickens, and you can't shake the feeling that someone's watching you, that you're not alone. The thing is, I never went back there after that day. Not in the dark. Not even in the daytime. Something about it felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for you to slip up, to make a mistake. And I didn't want to be the one who found out what happened if you did. I still talk to my friends from that night. We joke about it sometimes, but we all know. We all know there's something wrong about Clinton Road. Something that's never quite right. And we all agree on one thing. Some places, some roads, are just better left unexplored. I was around 6 years old, maybe just about to turn 7. It was one of those warm, dry holidays where everything felt slow and lazy. The kind where your parents are happy to sit around talking for hours and you, being the youngest, just wander around looking for something to do. My family had driven out to visit my grandparents, who lived way out in the country. Not on a farm exactly, but they had a lot of land behind their house. Hills and fields that seemed to roll on forever, at least to a little kid. It wasn't wild forest or anything, just these wide, open fields with patches of tall grass, a few trees here and there, and a couple of old structures that had probably been there for decades. My older brother was with us, along with 2 of our cousins who were visiting at the same time. They were all older than me, not by a ton, but enough that I had to keep up. My brother was probably 10, and our cousins were around the same age. I remember feeling proud that they let me tag along with them that day. Usually they'd ditch me or tell me to go back to the house when they went exploring, but for some reason that afternoon, they let me come. Maybe it was because we were all just a bit bored and wanted to stretch our legs. We walked out into the big field behind my grandparents' house. It wasn't fenced in or anything, just open land with rolling hills. From the back porch, you could see the whole field, and about 200 meters out was this tiny old shed. I had noticed it before, but I'd never been out that far. It looked like a dot from the house, a small, tilted structure, just far enough that as a little kid it felt like a trek. I didn't even think of asking if we were allowed out there. It just seemed like part of the world we could go explore. and no one had told us not to. The grass in the field came up to my waist in some places, and I had to lift my knees high to move through it. There were burrs that clung to our socks and little stickers that pricked your legs. The sun was hot, but there was a breeze that kept it from being unbearable. Everything smelled dry, dust, grass, maybe a bit of manure from a neighboring property, but it was a smell I'd come to recognize as Grandma's place. The others moved fast ahead of me, but I kept pace the best I could, sometimes stepping in the tracks they made in the grass. When we got closer to the shed, I realized how small it really was. Maybe 8 feet by 10, leaning a little to one side, with weathered wooden slats and a tin roof that was partially rusted through. The door didn't even close all the way. It hung crooked on its hinges, and there were cracks wide enough that you could peek through from the outside. The ground around it was bare and packed down, like maybe animals had come and gone from it. There were a few old tools leaned up against the side. Nothing too exciting, just a rusty rake and a bent shovel. One of the older kids pulled the door open wider with a creak that made my skin crawl. It wasn't dark inside because the roof had holes and light streamed in through the cracks in the walls. But it still felt stuffy, like the air had been trapped inside for too long. The floor was dirt, not wood, and there were bits of hay scattered around like someone had once stored animal feed or kept something alive in there a long time ago. But what really caught our eyes and stopped us all in our tracks was the thing on the floor, right in the middle of the shed. It was a rabbit, or it had been a rabbit. At first I couldn't make sense of it. The fur was matted and stained, and the body was torn open in a way I'd never seen before. One of its legs was bent at a strange angle, and there were flies buzzing around its insides, which were half pulled out and drying in the heat. The smell hit me next, thick and sour and metallic, like something had rotted fast in the sun. I'd never seen a dead animal up close before, not like that. I didn't know what to do or how to feel. My stomach flipped over, and I remember backing away a step, but I couldn't stop staring. The others were quiet too, probably as shocked as I was, even if they didn't show it the same way. I don't think any of us had expected to find something like that. The whole day had been so boring and calm up until that point, and now it was like we'd stepped into a different world. I kept wondering who, or what, had done that. It didn't look clean like a hunter's kill, and it wasn't buried or hidden like how I thought predators dealt with prey. It was just there, ripped open, like someone had left it for a reason. Then, all at once, the mood shifted again. A sharp, angry bark rang out behind us, followed by another. We turned around instantly, every muscle in my body going stiff. About 100, maybe 150 meters away, up the slope of the nearest hill, stood a man. A grown man, wearing a wide-brimmed Akubra hat and a long duster that blew a little in the wind. He wasn't moving fast, just standing there, but on either side of him were 2 dogs. Big ones. They weren't leashed, and they looked like they were built for working or hunting. Lean but powerful, muscles tensed. Their ears were up, tails stiff, and both were barking and pulling ahead like they wanted to run. I froze. My brain went blank except for one loud thought. We had to run. I didn't think about how far we were from the house, or if we could make it. I just turned and started sprinting as fast as my legs would go, and the others did the same. Grass slapped at my legs and caught on my shoes, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back either. I could hear the dogs, loud, angry barks getting closer, paws pounding the ground. I didn't know if they were catching up or if my mind was just making it worse, but I ran like something was about to grab my legs and drag me down. My chest burned, and my throat hurt from breathing so fast. Every step felt like it was going to be the one where I tripped and fell. The hill back toward the house wasn't steep, but it felt like I was climbing a mountain. I could just barely see the top of the gate in the distance. My grandparents' fence line, a wire gate with a latch that we never really paid attention to until that moment. One of my cousins got there first and threw it open, and I pushed through right behind my brother. The last one in yanked it shut, and we fumbled with the latch until it clicked. The dogs didn't slam into the fence or anything like that. They stopped a few feet short, barking wildly, pacing back and forth. The man was still up the hill, watching. He wasn't running. He wasn't yelling, just standing there. Then he raised a hand and let out this loud, sharp whistle. The dogs froze, then turned and trotted back to him like nothing had happened. We stood behind the fence, panting, sweating, hearts beating out of our chests. Nobody said a word. The man tipped his hat slightly, at least I think he did, and then turned away with the dogs following. He walked off in the direction he came, disappearing over the hill like some kind of ghost. We didn't go back out to the field for the rest of the trip. Later, when I thought about it, I tried to piece things together. Maybe he was just a guy walking his dogs. Maybe he had land nearby, and he was allowed to be there. Maybe his dogs were trained to bark, but not bite. Maybe the rabbit had been killed by one of them, or by a fox or bird of prey, and dragged there. Maybe the shed was just an old storage place nobody used anymore. But none of that mattered in the moment. To a 6-year-old kid, seeing that rabbit, then seeing those dogs and that man, cold and still and silent on the hill, was enough to burn the fear deep into my memory. I don't even know if the adults ever found out what happened. I don't remember telling anyone. It felt like something we weren't supposed to have seen, and if we admitted it, we'd get in trouble for wandering too far. Even now, I sometimes wonder if it really happened. The way the man just stood there, the rabbit's body in the shed, the chase, the whistle. It feels like a memory and a dream at the same time, but I can still picture it, crystal clear. The buzzing flies, the rusty shovel, the sound of those dogs' paws hitting the dirt. I still get a tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe we were never really in danger. But that doesn't change the fact that for a few terrifying minutes that afternoon, I truly believed we were being hunted. And that feeling is something I'll never forget. The house we lived in wasn't anything special at first glance. It wasn't large or particularly modern, but it had a kind of lived-in warmth to it. The wood floors creaked in places, the walls were lined with bookshelves, and the kitchen always had the scent of something baking, even if it was just toast. We had moved in when I was young, and my parents had kept it since. It was old, but it had character, something my dad always liked. But everything felt different when my stepbrother and stepsister's father, Dave, moved in. At that point, I was in my late teens, old enough to be aware of the tension in the air, but young enough to still be somewhat naive. My dad's decision to invite Dave to live with us came out of nowhere, at least from my perspective. I knew Dave was sick. I had known for a while. He had secondary lung cancer, and things weren't looking good. The doctors had said there wasn't much hope left. The treatments were no longer working, and he was barely hanging on. I knew he was family, but I didn't understand the full gravity of the situation. I didn't realize what it meant to have someone, especially an ex-husband of my stepmom, come and live with us in those last weeks. I don't think any of us did. At first, Dave stayed mostly quiet. He was a reserved man, with thick, curly hair that had turned gray way too early, and a face that always seemed worn out, like it had lived too many hard years. He was thin from the chemotherapy, his body looking fragile against the bulk of his old, faded clothes. My step-siblings, whose memories of him were already clouded by time and distance, didn't know how to act around him. They were awkward with him, even as he tried to bond with them during the days when he was feeling okay. The few times I saw them together, there was a sense of longing, something unspoken in the way they would sit quietly, as if unsure of how to be around their father in the state he was in. My dad wasn't one to show much emotion. He was a man of logic, of reason. He had always been skeptical about everything, especially anything that could be considered supernatural. Growing up, he was always the one to dismiss stories of ghosts or spirits. I could remember being a kid, listening to him explain how everything could be explained scientifically. There was always a rational reason for everything, and I believed him back then. I didn't believe in ghosts, and neither did he. But when Dave moved in, things started to shift in a way I couldn't have expected. It started subtly at first, with little things my dad would mention in passing. "I saw her again today," he'd say, sitting in his favorite chair after a long day of work. He never explained who she was, just that he saw her. At first, I didn't think much of it. He was tired, stressed out from work, and taking care of someone who was slowly dying. I thought maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him. But the more he said it, the more I began to wonder if maybe there was something more to it. He told me he saw her standing by the kitchen window one morning, a woman he couldn't describe too well, but she had a certain presence to her. She wasn't exactly clear in his vision, but there was something about her that caught his attention. It wasn't until later, when I overheard him speaking with my stepmom, that I learned he had seen her more than once. The first time, he saw her in the hallway, just past the door to the laundry room. She was tall and thin, with long hair, and he had thought at first she was my stepmom. But when he blinked and looked again, she was gone. The second time, it was by the stairs leading to the basement. My dad wasn't scared. He didn't believe in that kind of thing, and he wouldn't entertain it, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was always just outside of his line of sight. He said it was like she was watching him, waiting for him to notice. As the weeks wore on, my dad's demeanor changed. He started to get jumpy, even agitated, especially when he saw her. There was no denying it anymore. He would see her, standing in the corner of the living room, or pacing outside the window at night, her shadow casting an eerie outline against the dark. He never spoke about it directly to me, but I could tell he was unnerved. And when I saw him in the mornings, after one of these episodes, he looked drained, worn out in a way that wasn't just physical fatigue. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was just stress, just the toll that living with someone so sick can take on you. My dad had always been healthy, active. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would let himself get overwhelmed by these things. But as time went on, I couldn't help but notice how unsettled he seemed. The woman he kept seeing never seemed to be threatening, but she was undeniably real to him. And the fact that he was so sure of it made me question things I had never questioned before. The worst moment came just a day before Dave passed. My dad had gone outside early in the morning, and I remember being in the kitchen when he came back inside, looking like he had seen a ghost. I didn't say anything, but I could tell something had happened. He had seen her again, but this time, she was standing in the driveway. He described her as holding something, maybe a suitcase or a bag, but he couldn't tell for sure. She wasn't looking at him, just standing there, as if she were waiting for something or someone. When Dave passed the next day, the air in the house seemed to grow heavier. It was as if everything had shifted in a way that couldn't be explained. The space we had all been occupying together now felt hollow, empty in a way that made it hard to breathe. I wasn't sure if it was just the grief of losing someone so quickly, or if something more unsettling was at play, but everything felt wrong. We didn't talk about it much after that. My dad didn't bring up the woman again, and I didn't ask. But the feeling of her presence, whatever it had been, lingered. I kept thinking about the way my dad had looked when he spoke about her. It wasn't the kind of thing a skeptic would say unless he truly believed it. And my dad, he was the least likely person to fall for some ghost story, but his stories weren't the kind you could dismiss easily. Years have passed since then. The house has changed a lot. People have come and gone. I've moved out, gotten older. But every so often, I'll think back to that time, those final weeks with Dave, and wonder what it was my dad really saw. Maybe he was just tired. Maybe it was the stress of watching someone he cared about slip away. But I've never been able to shake the feeling that there was more to it than that. There are still days when I can't help but think about that woman in the driveway, the way she stood there holding something. It's like she was waiting for something to happen, like she knew it was time. And maybe in a way she did. Maybe she was there to mark the end of something. I'll never know for sure, but whatever it was real to my dad. And that's enough to make me question everything I thought I knew. The woman never appeared again, but I think about her sometimes, about the strange way she seemed to haunt my dad more than anything else. I don't know if it was something he saw, something his mind conjured up, or if it was just a trick of the light. But I do know this. It wasn't something I could easily explain away. And in the end, I think it was that feeling, that unsettling presence, that stayed with all of us long after Dave was gone. It's a feeling that lingers, even today, whenever I think back to those days. I don't know if it was the house, the stress, or something more. But whatever it was, I've learned not to dismiss things so easily. Sometimes, the things we can't explain are the ones that stay with us the longest. This happened 4 years ago, and even now, I still can't fully explain what went on. Sometimes I can talk about it like it's no big deal, like it was just a weird thing that happened to me. But on some nights when I can't sleep, it comes back in flashes, heavy, dense, dark flashes, like I'm drowning in shadows. I've been to a few counselors since, trying to make sense of it, trying to stop it from repeating in my head. It hasn't worked completely, but it helps to talk about it, or in this case, write it down. In 2012, I moved into a one-bedroom apartment in Skelmersdale. It wasn't the poshest flat in the city, but to me, it was perfect. It was my dream city, my dream destination. Some people have exotic beaches or big cities on their dream list. Me, I always loved Skelmersdale. I liked how it felt like a place people overlooked, and yet it had its own rhythm. I moved there to chase a strange ambition, to become a professional croquet player. Sounds odd, I know, but I was obsessed. I had been playing since I was a teenager, and I was finally good enough to compete. I was going to train, enter regional tournaments, and see how far I could get. The flat was on the second floor of a 3-story building. There were 5 other units in the complex, but I hardly ever saw my neighbors. Most of them were quiet and kept to themselves. I didn't mind. I had just enough furniture to be comfortable. A couch, a small TV, a fridge covered in alphabet magnets from a charity shop, a fold-up dining table, and a firm but clean mattress on the bedroom floor. It was about 5 days before Halloween. I had just come back from a croquet match. Nothing major, just a friendly local one. It was around 12:30 p.m., so technically early afternoon, but the weather that day was heavy and gray. The clouds had built up like a ceiling ready to fall, and the wind carried that weird autumn smell, the one that makes you think of wet leaves, bonfires, and damp wool. I remember walking up the stairs, my bag slung over my shoulder, exhausted but content. I was thinking about warming up some leftover pasta and putting my feet up. When I opened the door, something felt off. The apartment was too quiet. And not just quiet in the normal way. It was heavy, like the silence had weight. I didn't hear the usual low hum of the fridge or the distant traffic from outside. It felt like the walls had absorbed all the sound. And the darkness, it wasn't like anything I'd seen before. The curtains were open, but no light came in. The street lights from the car park outside should have been shining through, but the room was pitch black, like someone had painted over the windows. I even walked over and checked the curtains again, pulling them wider. Nothing changed. My hand looked gray and blurred in the gloom. I figured it must have been a power issue, maybe something wrong with the bulbs, or maybe my eyes were adjusting slower than usual. I didn't feel scared exactly, just disoriented. I fumbled toward the fridge, thinking I'd grab a snack and turn on the lamp next to the couch. That's when I noticed the magnets on the fridge. They had been rearranged. Before, they were just scattered letters, some of them spelling random nonsense, or stuck in little patterns from when I was bored and played with them. Now they formed a sentence. Halloween night, night de la fright. It was weird. I stared at it for a few seconds. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to feel amused or creeped out. I figured it was a joke. Maybe my croquet partner had stopped by. He liked to mess around with spooky pranks in October. Last year, he mailed me a postcard that just said, "You're next." And when I called him, he laughed for 10 minutes straight. I brushed it off and figured he'd come by while I was out and had a laugh at my expense. I even smiled a bit, grabbed a yogurt from the fridge, and sat on the couch with my legs crossed. The TV wasn't working, of course, but I scrolled through my phone until I got tired and went to bed. The next day passed without incident. I went to work, nothing glamorous, just part-time admin at a logistics firm, and trained for a few hours in the afternoon. My body was tired. My clothes clung to me from the humidity that blanketed the city all day. It felt like walking through soup. I went to a small takeaway joint after practice, ate a doner kebab with fries, and caught the bus home. It was nearly midnight when I got back. As soon as I stepped inside the apartment, I felt it again. That same pressure, that weird silence. The darkness had returned, thicker than ever. It wasn't just dim. It was heavy, like walking into a dark room with a blindfold on. It felt like the air was denser, like I was underwater. I flicked on the light. Nothing. Still, I wasn't panicked. I figured it was an electrical problem. Maybe the building had dodgy wiring, and maybe the lights had tripped. I could still see a bit from the hallway bulb that spilled in when I opened the door. But once the door shut, I was back in that thick shadow. I took off my shoes, peeled off my sweat-damp shirt, and walked into the kitchen. I opened the fridge for a drink and stopped cold. The magnets had changed again. Halloween night, night de la fright, shake and shiver, the snake will slither. This time I froze. The first message could have been a joke. This one felt calculated. Too specific. Too neat. I stared at it for a long time, trying to work out how it could have happened. No one had keys except me. I locked the door every time I left. The windows were shut. There was no sign of forced entry. I bent down to look for footprints, scratches, anything. Nothing. I told myself it must have been the wind. Maybe the draft shifted the letters. Maybe I hadn't closed the fridge door all the way, and a breeze knocked them around. Maybe the letters fell and slid across the smooth surface. But as soon as I thought it, I knew I was lying to myself. The sentence was too clean, too well formed. Not one letter out of place. I wiped my forehead. I was sweating more now, even though the air inside was cool. I told myself I was tired, that I was reading too much into it. I grabbed a drink, went to bed, and put my headphones on. I barely slept. Over the next few days, things continued. I started noticing little shifts in the flat. Not big things, just enough to catch my attention. The rug in the hallway would be off-center. The bathroom tap would be dripping, even though I was sure I had turned it off. My toiletries would be slightly moved. The milk in the fridge was open when I hadn't touched it. I began to second-guess everything. I asked the landlord if anyone else had keys to the apartment. He said no, only me. I asked if the maintenance guys had come in. He said they hadn't. I didn't push it, but I knew I was starting to look paranoid. Then came October 30th. I came home from training, same time as always. Around midnight. The air was sticky again. I remember wiping the back of my neck as I opened the door. My arms were sore, my legs aching from drills. I just wanted to shower and sleep. As I entered the flat, something felt different. The air was cooler, but not in a refreshing way. It felt stale, like it had been sealed up for days. There was a faint, unpleasant smell, like rotten fruit or damp clothes. I sniffed around, trying to find the source, but it just seemed to hang in the air. I walked to the fridge and stopped dead. The magnets now filled the entire fridge door. Halloween night. Night de la fright. Shake and shiver, the snake will slither. Dragons and witches, spiders and ditches. Glowing pumpkins, smelly trumping. Devils and goblins, the ghosts are Sabanji. Ghosts and monsters, beetles and lobsters. Dragons in the night, they'll give you such a fright. Now you're mean, I'm FRENKNSTN. Gross green SLIME, I think it's Tyin. That you die thire. Happy Halloween. Mwahahohahohahohahohaha. My legs went numb. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, staring at it. It looked like a child's poem. A stupid, messy Halloween rhyme. But it wasn't funny. It was terrifying, because I hadn't done it, and no one else could have. Then I heard something behind me. The creak of the floorboards. The sound of someone breathing. I turned around fast, and there was a figure, tall, dressed in black, wearing a white ghost mask. Just standing there. I don't remember anything after that. I woke up in the hospital the next day. They told me I had fainted. I was found unconscious on the floor of my apartment by a neighbor who heard a loud thump. They called an ambulance. I was uninjured, no sign of struggle, no cuts, no bruises. My pulse was normal, my brain scans were clear. They chalked it up to exhaustion, stress, maybe dehydration. It was Halloween night. When I got discharged, I went home. I was scared but felt silly. Maybe it really was stress. Maybe I had imagined the figure. Maybe my brain was playing tricks. I tried to settle in, to just go about the night. I made toast. I sat on the couch. Then the phone rang. I picked it up. No one spoke. And then, faintly, Halloween night, night de la fright. I dropped the phone. I grabbed my bag, my keys, and ran. I didn't stop running until I got to the police station. I told them everything. They checked the apartment. No one inside. No sign of forced entry. No fingerprints except mine. No hidden cameras. Nothing. Every Halloween since, I sleep at the station. I don't care what people think. I don't care if I look mad. Because whoever, or whatever, did that never got caught. And I still don't know how they got in. Or how they knew the poem. Or why they chose me. But I know this. Someone was there. Someone was in that apartment. Someone was watching me, changing things, building up to that moment. And I don't ever want to be there if they come back. I remember that day so clearly. I was 19, just starting to find my footing in the world. I had just moved back home from a temporary job out of town. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to a quiet evening with my family and my cats. At that point, I was living in a modest house on the outskirts of town. It was in a small, quiet neighborhood, one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happens. I pulled up to the house, feeling the weight of the day's exhaustion already settling in. My parents had gone out for a little while, leaving me and my younger sister alone in the house. We didn't have any plans for the evening, just some homework and maybe watching a movie or two. My sister was with her friend, so I was alone when I arrived home. When I walked through the front door, something felt off right away. It was strange, the kind of feeling you can't quite put into words. The air felt too still, like the house had been holding its breath. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Normally, when I got home, The house would be filled with the sound of the cats moving around, playing, or begging for food. But today there was nothing. It was too quiet. I stepped further into the house, calling out for the cats. I knew they would all come running when they heard my voice, but there was no response. That's when I started to feel uneasy. I walked into the living room, glancing around, my eyes scanning the space for any sign of movement. That's when I saw it. One of my kittens, my favorite one, was lying motionless in the middle of the room. It didn't look right. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The kitten's body was unnaturally still, and there was something horrifyingly wrong with its head. It was gone. The head wasn't just missing. It was as if it had been removed with precision. The cut was clean, like something out of a medical procedure. There was no blood. Nothing. Just the body of the kitten, its fur matted and discolored where the head should have been. I took a step back, trying to process what I was seeing. My brain refused to connect the dots. I called out to my sister and ran into the other rooms to check the other cats. They were all hiding. Not just hiding, but cowering. Their eyes were wide with fear, and they were growling softly, their bodies tense as if they were terrified of something that I couldn't see. Something was very wrong. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, and all I could focus on was the empty, bloody stump where the kitten's head should have been. I ran outside, checking the yard for any sign of what had happened. Maybe someone had broken in, but there was nothing. No footprints, no sign of forced entry, nothing that would explain how this could happen. I grabbed my phone and dialed my parents' number. My hands were shaking as I tried to explain what I had found. My mother's voice on the other end was filled with confusion and concern, but she didn't seem to understand the magnitude of what I was trying to say. She promised to come home as soon as they could, but there wasn't much I could do in the meantime. I had to make sure the other cats were okay. I went back inside and checked every room, making sure the windows were locked and the doors were secure. My sister's friend had already left, but I still felt a presence, something lurking in the shadows. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. And then, just as I was about to call the police, I heard it, a sound just outside the front door. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps, almost as if someone was trying to sneak around the house. I froze, heart racing in my chest. I wasn't sure if I should open the door or hide, but I couldn't risk it. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a knife from the kitchen, and quietly set it on the counter by the door, just in case I needed it. A few minutes later, I heard the footsteps stop. Whoever it was gone, but I wasn't about to take any chances. I waited until my parents came home before I even thought about moving. When they arrived, I explained everything again, but this time, they could see the fear in my eyes. The house felt off, as if something had changed in the very air. My father immediately wanted to check the whole property, but I told him to wait for the police. I didn't want to risk disturbing any potential evidence. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. They were nice enough, but there was an undercurrent of suspicion in their tone that I couldn't ignore. They started asking questions, the kind of questions that felt invasive, almost like they were trying to get me to confess to something I hadn't done. Did I have any enemies? Was I involved in any criminal activity? Did I have any reason to hurt the kitten? Why would someone remove its head so cleanly? The questions made me feel sick, like I was the one being interrogated. But I stayed calm, explaining everything I had seen. They didn't seem to care much about the kitten. They were far more interested in the fact that I had a collection of taxidermy in my room. An odd hobby, sure, but one that wasn't illegal. They seemed fixated on it, as if it somehow made me a suspect. I tried to tell them about the strange feeling I had when I got home, about how I thought someone had been following me, but they brushed it off. They didn't want to hear about my instincts. They were too busy questioning me, poking holes in my story, trying to make me look guilty. The next few days were a blur of confusion and anxiety. We never found the kitten's head. It was like it had disappeared into thin air, and no one could explain why or how. I checked with the neighbors, asked around town, but no one had seen anything strange. The police never found any new leads. They didn't seem to care much anymore, which only made everything feel worse. It was like they had already decided it was a freak accident or a case of animal cruelty gone wrong. They didn't even bother investigating any further. But that's not where the weirdness ended. 2 days after the police left, I went out to the mailbox to check the mail. As I was flipping through the letters, I noticed something strange, a knife. My knife. The one I had set on the counter when I thought someone was outside the house. The knife wasn't in the mailbox like it had been placed there casually. It was positioned perfectly, like it had been left for me to find. My stomach twisted. I couldn't understand why someone would do that. Why would they take my knife and then return it like that? It didn't make sense. I immediately thought about the footsteps I had heard outside the house that night. Had someone been there, watching me, waiting for me to make a move? The thought made me sick, like there was someone out there who knew exactly what I was doing at all times. That's when I realized something. The whole thing wasn't just about the kitten. It wasn't about a random act of cruelty or a freak accident. Someone was trying to send me a message. I spent the next few weeks looking over my shoulder, constantly feeling like someone was following me. My family didn't understand the paranoia that was slowly creeping over me. I tried to go about my life, tried to return to normal, but it wasn't the same. Every little sound, every passing car, every movement in the corner of my vision made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whoever had done this was still out there, lurking in the background of my life, waiting for the right moment to strike again. The kitten's death and the disappearance of its head were never solved. No one ever came forward with any information. The police didn't find anything, and after a while, they stopped asking questions. My family went on as if nothing had happened, but I couldn't forget. I couldn't stop wondering if it was just a random act of violence, or if someone had been playing a sick, twisted game with me. In the years that followed, I moved away from that house. I couldn't stay there anymore, not with the memories, not with the feeling that I was always being watched. Every now and then, I think about that day, about the kitten, about the knife in the mailbox, and about the strange feeling of being followed. I never did figure out who did it or why. But I know one thing for sure. That day changed me, and I'll never forget it. I used to live in Utah, not far from the infamous Skinwalker Ranch. It wasn't exactly on the reservation, but it was close enough to feel its strange presence, even if you didn't believe in the rumors or myths about the place. My family had just moved there, and to be honest, I didn't know much about the area when we first settled in. It was a small town, quiet and isolated, which I thought was just part of the charm. But there was always something off about it. It was like a feeling that hung in the air, something that made your skin crawl when you were out too late or drove past certain parts of the land. When we moved in, I heard all sorts of things about the Skinwalker Ranch. Some people said it was run by the military back in the day, but I had no idea if that was true. All I knew was that it was one of those places you didn't mess with. It was fenced off, and there were roadblocks with armed guards that would stop anyone who tried to get too close. My dad, being the adventurous type, didn't seem to think much of these warnings. He thought it would be funny to take me and my mom out to the roadblocks one night. To him, it was just another way to stir up some excitement. I didn't realize how dangerous it might be at the time. I was still a minor, and I didn't think we'd get into trouble. It just sounded like a cool adventure. So we all piled into my dad's flat green Jeep, the one with the star logo on the side from his best friend's body shop. It was a sturdy, old thing, and even though it wasn't anything special to look at, it felt like the perfect car for an impromptu adventure. My dad hyped it up as we drove out there. He told us that no one would ever dare stop us, that we'd just turn around and head back once we'd seen enough, no harm done. As we drove out to the roadblocks, the sun had already set, and the sky was darkening quickly. The road seemed to stretch on forever, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping in. There were no streetlights out here, no houses, no signs of life, just empty land and hills that looked almost too quiet. As we got closer to the site, my dad started telling stories he'd heard about strange lights in the sky, mysterious disappearances, and people who dared to venture too close and never returned. Of course, I was intrigued. I'd always been into scary stuff, especially anything involving the paranormal. It sounded like the perfect thrill. When we finally reached the roadblocks, my dad slowed down, then stopped. The moment the Jeep came to a halt, bright spotlights turned on and blazed through the windows, blinding us for a moment. We weren't alone. It felt like we had stepped into some kind of trap. My heart pounded in my chest, but my dad just chuckled. He thought it was all part of the fun. I, on the other hand, was starting to feel a little uneasy. We stayed there for what felt like forever. Dogs began barking in the distance, their growls growing louder. My dad didn't seem worried, though. He was still grinning. But then something strange happened. As soon as the spotlight hit the star logo on the side of the Jeep, the lights suddenly turned off. The barking dogs fell silent. There was an eerie stillness in the air, and the sense of unease I'd felt earlier seemed to intensify. We stayed there a little longer, hoping someone would come up to the car, but no one did. It was like they had vanished. Finally, my dad decided it was time to leave. He put the Jeep in reverse, and we made our way back. We laughed about how strange everything had felt, and joked about how it could have gone wrong if we had stayed much longer. I didn't think much of it at the time, but as we drove back home, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had been watched by something that wasn't human. That night, after we got back to the house, I went straight to bed. My room was in the basement, a walkout that had a door leading directly outside. It was a cozy room, but sometimes, when the wind howled outside or the trees creaked in the dark, it felt a little too isolated. I had a parakeet named Kai, who kept me company when I was alone. I loved that little bird. He was blue, with bright feathers and a loud chirp that always made me feel better. But that night, something was different. I was just starting to fall asleep when I heard Kai making a ruckus in his cage. He was squawking and chattering loudly, almost like he was in pain. It was strange. He usually wasn't like that. I tried to ignore it at first, but it only got worse. His screeching grew louder, and he was flapping his wings violently against the bars. It was so unnerving that I decided to do something about it. I got up and went to his cage, wrapping him up in a blanket, hoping it would calm him down. I thought maybe he was scared of the dark or just unsettled by something outside. But no matter what I did, he wouldn't stop. Frustrated and tired, I decided to move him to the den, which was just outside my room and had the same walkout door. I figured it might be quieter in there, and maybe he'd settle down. After I put him in the den, I went back to bed, exhausted. I finally fell asleep, but it wasn't a peaceful rest. I kept dreaming of the spotlights and the barking dogs, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I groggily got dressed and made my way to the den to check on Kai. I expected to hear his usual chirping, but there was nothing. The cage was wide open, and Kai was gone. My heart dropped. I looked around the room, thinking maybe he had just flown out of the cage, but there was no sign of him. I asked my brother, the only other person in the basement, if he had let Kai out. He was still asleep and hadn't touched the bird. I went upstairs and asked my sisters and mom, but they all said the same thing. They hadn't seen Kai or let him out. The cage door had to be pinched and pulled to open, so there was no way it had just accidentally come undone. I started to panic. Where could he have gone? I searched the entire basement, the den, and even the area outside the walkout door. There was no sign of him. But then I found it. A small drop of blood near the door. My stomach twisted in knots. The door, which was normally locked, was now slightly ajar. It wasn't wide open, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I ran outside and searched the yard, calling Kai's name, but there was no response. Nothing. No chirping. No whistles. I didn't hear him mimic any sounds he'd usually make. I kept searching, hoping I'd find him, but he was gone. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like something wasn't right. In just 15 minutes, the basement door had been opened, the cage had been tampered with, and Kai was nowhere to be found. It didn't make sense. The only explanation I could come up with, and the one my family kept suggesting, was that it was the work of a skinwalker. They said that it was common for them to take animals, particularly pets, as part of their sinister rituals. But I didn't want to believe it. It sounded too far-fetched, even though the idea of skinwalkers had always haunted me since we moved to Utah. The stories of people seeing figures in the shadows, hearing strange sounds in the night, or even losing pets without explanation made me wonder if it was possible. But even then, I couldn't wrap my mind around it. Why would something take my parakeet? It seemed so out of place. Days passed, and I kept searching for Kai, but I never found him. I left his cage out in the yard, hoping maybe he'd come back, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. I never heard his whistle again. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. The strange events from the night before, the spotlights, the dogs, and the feeling of being watched, all started to make sense in a way I didn't want to accept. My parakeet had been taken, and I couldn't explain it. It's been years since then, but I still think about Kai often. He was a small bird, but he meant the world to me. And even though the mystery of what happened that night has never been solved, I've never been able to shake the feeling that something was watching us, that it knew exactly when we were vulnerable. And I still wonder if that night, when the roadblocks went up and the spotlight hit the Jeep, was the moment when it all started. I never liked that house. From the day we moved in, it felt off, like something about it didn't want to be lived in. It was a rental in an older part of town, 2 stories, with worn-out floors and a draft that always seemed to come from the wrong direction. The neighbors kept to themselves. The landlord was polite enough, but weirdly distant. She barely made eye contact when we signed the lease, like she was ashamed of something, but didn't want to talk about it. I didn't think much of it at first. Old houses creak, they make noises, and I figured I'd just get used to it. She didn't tell us about her husband until a few months in. It slipped out casually when she came by to check on a leak under the kitchen sink. Something about how he used to love this room. And then, without even blinking, she added, "He passed away here a few years ago." I asked how, and she just said, "He took his own life." It was hard. Then she changed the subject and acted like she hadn't just dropped that into the conversation, like she was talking about the weather. I didn't press it. What was I supposed to say? I was maybe 19 then, still kind of learning how to live outside my parents' house. I thought I was being mature by not reacting too much, but I should have paid more attention to how casually she said it, like it was just another part of the house. Things didn't start getting weird right away. It wasn't like the moment I knew someone had died there. I started hearing footsteps or whatever. It was slower than that. Subtle. Stuff that was easy to brush off. A flickering light. Something falling off a shelf that had been perfectly stable for weeks. I thought it was me being clumsy, or the house settling, or maybe even a rat or a mouse in the walls. It was a few months in when something happened I couldn't really explain away. I was up late one night, playing video games with a friend. We were both in the living room, sitting on opposite ends of the couch, screens lit up, controllers in hand, not even talking much except to react to the game. It was around 3 a.m., the kind of hour where the world gets quiet in a way that feels unnatural, like even the air is asleep. I caught something out of the corner of my eye. Just a blur. A fast, dark blur that darted across the room near the hallway entrance. I didn't react at first. I told myself it was my imagination, a shadow from the screen, something dumb. I didn't even pause the game. Then my friend stopped playing. He looked over toward the same spot. His eyes kind of squinted like he was trying to focus on something that had already moved. He didn't say anything, but his controller slowly lowered into his lap. I didn't even want to ask, but I had to. "You saw that too, right?" He nodded, slow and stiff. That was it. No further confirmation needed. We both stood up at the same time and left the living room. Just walked straight into the kitchen without saying a word. Stood there for a while like idiots. Like being surrounded by tile and cold appliances somehow made us safer. I didn't sleep well that night. After that, I started noticing more things. The house was always cold, even in summer. The living room especially. It felt like walking into a basement, even though we were on the ground floor. Sometimes I'd wake up with this heavy pressure on my chest like I hadn't been breathing properly. I blamed my mattress. There was one night when I was home alone. Everyone else had gone out of town for the weekend, visiting family or something. I didn't want to go, had some dumb excuse about work and wanting the place to myself. It was late again. I was in my room on my laptop, probably watching something pointless. The lights were off except for a small desk lamp. The house was quiet. I didn't have headphones in, so I could still hear everything. Then I heard something from the kitchen. Not just a bump or a creak. Something louder. A soda can being thrown. Not dropped. Thrown. It hit the linoleum floor hard and rolled a bit before stopping. I could hear the hollow aluminum spinning out. I sat frozen for a second. Told myself maybe it was a can on the counter that had somehow tipped over. Maybe vibrations from the fridge kicked it off. I knew that didn't make sense, but I told myself that anyway. And then I got up. Stupidly. I got up and walked toward the kitchen like a character in a horror movie who hasn't read the script. I stepped in, lights still off, using the little bit of hallway light to see. The can was on the floor near the fridge. Upright. No dents. Just sitting there. I didn't have time to process anything else because from the far corner of the room, between the trash can and the cabinet, I heard a hiss. Not a mechanical sound. A deliberate, angry hiss. I froze. Every part of my body went still like my own muscles didn't trust me anymore. The corner was pitch black. I couldn't see anything in there. Just this feeling. A tight, low pressure, like something was crouched in the dark watching me. I backed out slowly. Didn't turn my back. Left the can where it was. I slept with the lights on that night. If you can even call it sleep. But the worst thing, the one that still makes my skin crawl, didn't even happen in the moment. It was weeks later. I was cleaning out my phone, trying to delete photos and make room for more storage. Just scrolling through random screenshots, blurry selfies, food pics. Then I saw one that didn't belong. It was a photo of me, asleep on the couch in the living room. From the angle, it was clear the picture was taken from the kitchen doorway. You could see the side of my face, the blanket I had over me, the TV screen still on in the background. There was no one else in the house that day. I remembered the day because I had taken a nap after school, before doing anything else. I was completely alone. I even checked the metadata on the photo. The timestamp matched. It was taken in that exact window of time when no one else was home. There was no app glitch, no accidental timer shot, no remote camera, just a photo of me, taken by someone, or something, standing there while I was dead asleep and completely unaware. I stared at that picture for so long. I zoomed in on every corner, every shadow. I couldn't see anything in the background. Nothing weird. No faces in the reflection. Just me sleeping. But the fact that it existed at all was enough to make my blood run cold. I deleted it immediately. I don't know why. I wish I hadn't. Maybe part of me didn't want proof. Maybe I just wanted to pretend it didn't happen. After that, I refused to be alone in the house anymore. I started staying out late, sleeping over at friends' places, finding excuses to avoid being there when no one else was around. I didn't tell my family the full story, just bits and pieces. They probably thought I was being dramatic. But I knew. Something was off about that place. And not in some haunted, floating object, ghost in the mirror kind of way. Something real, tangible, like someone else had a key and knew our routines. Like maybe the landlord's husband hadn't been the only one who spent too much time in that house. Or maybe his death had left behind something worse than just a memory. Eventually, we moved. My parents said it was for money reasons, but I didn't care. I packed faster than I ever had in my life. Threw things in boxes without labeling them. I didn't want to spend one more night there than I had to. The day we left, I walked through the house one last time. Every room. Just to make sure we didn't leave anything behind. The rooms felt emptier than they should have. Like they were glad we were leaving. I locked the front door and didn't look back. I don't think about it often anymore. But sometimes when I'm scrolling through old pictures, I hesitate. I feel my heart rate pick up just a little. Like I'm scared I'll find something again. A photo I didn't take. A moment I didn't know happened. Some piece of time I thought belonged only to me, but didn't. I still don't know who, or what, took that picture of me. I don't need to know. What matters is that it happened. That someone was there. And that they haven't been back since we left. At least, I don't think they have. I remember the night I went for a swim at my dad's place, as if it were yesterday. It was a warm summer evening, and I'd spent most of the day helping around the old ranch. My dad's property wasn't like the newer houses with bright lights and quick access to everything. It was secluded. The house was built back in the 50s, with thick wooden beams and a rusty old porch swing. The pool was about a 5-minute drive from the house, nestled in a little hollow behind the barn. Over the years, I had made it my routine to go for a swim whenever the day had gotten too hot or stressful. But tonight, I just felt like being alone. I didn't want to be around anyone. My dad had gone to town, and I figured I could use the solitude. I grabbed my car keys, my dog Daisy, and hopped into my car. Daisy was my loyal sidekick, always excited to go anywhere with me. As I drove down the gravel path, I could feel the cool air coming through the cracked window, and the evening's darkness slowly took over. The ranch was quiet, aside from the occasional rustle of a coyote in the distance. The old ranch felt eerie at night. There were no streetlights out here, just the stars above and the distant hum of crickets. When I finally got to the pool, I parked my car next to the cracked concrete fence that surrounded it. The area was isolated enough that no one could just wander in. I got out, grabbed the lamp I'd brought with me, and walked over to the wooden table next to the pool. It had a couple of chairs around it. The lamp was small but bright enough to light up the surrounding area. The glow flickered softly against the dark backdrop of the trees, and the pool was still, its surface as black as the night sky. Daisy was already sniffing around, making her usual rounds. She never strayed too far from me. I left the lamp on the table and dipped my toes in the water. The temperature was perfect, not too cold or too warm. After a moment, I decided to start swimming, pushing off from the edge and cutting through the water with slow, deliberate strokes. The rhythmic sound of the water was calming, and I let myself relax. The night was quiet except for the sound of my breathing and Daisy's occasional bark. I swam back and forth, not really thinking about anything. When I stopped for a break, I lifted my head out of the water and glanced around. The lamp was gone, or at least it was darker. I figured the batteries had died, but it was still odd. The night had swallowed the light whole, and I found myself squinting into the darkness. I shrugged it off and kept swimming, not wanting to be bothered by something as insignificant as a dying lamp. I took another few laps, the cool water refreshing against my skin, and tried to focus on the sound of the wind through the trees. After a while, I paused again to catch my breath. This time, when I lifted my head from the water, the lamp was back on. Not only was it back, but there were shadows moving around it. At first, I thought it was Daisy, maybe jumping onto the table and messing with the lamp. It wouldn't have surprised me. She was always getting into things. But when I looked over, I saw her sitting next to the pool, staring toward the table, her body stiff and alert. She started barking, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Daisy never barked like that unless something was seriously wrong. I quickly wiped the water off my face, trying to get a better look, but all I could see was a small, dark shape. A shape that didn't belong. My heart started racing. I wasn't sure what I was seeing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I squinted again, trying to make sense of it, and that's when I saw it clearly. A small child, a toddler, maybe 3 or 4 years old, sitting on the table, messing with the lamp, turning it on and off. It looked like the child was playing, but something about the whole scene felt wrong. My pulse quickened, and I felt an immediate urge to move. I looked at Daisy, who was still barking, but now she was backing away from the table, looking toward the woods with wide, terrified eyes. I called her name, but she didn't listen. She turned and sprinted away, back toward the car. I froze. The image of the toddler lingered in my mind. My first instinct was to go and grab the child, but something told me to wait, to just observe. I didn't move, too afraid to get any closer. I stood there in the pool, my thoughts running wild. I couldn't process it. A kid, out here, alone in the dark. My mind raced through all the scenarios. Was it a neighbor's kid? Had they wandered over here somehow? But no, this wasn't right. No one lived nearby. I ducked underwater, trying to clear my mind, to calm down. I needed a moment to think. The cold water enveloped me, and I stayed there, holding my breath, trying to make sense of everything. When I surfaced again, my chest heaved with the need for air, and my eyes immediately went to the table. The lamp was still there, but now it was closer to the edge of the pool. The child wasn't there anymore. I blinked. Had I imagined it? My heart was racing as I tried to steady myself. My dog was nowhere to be seen. I scanned the area around the pool, my mind still reeling, but there was no sign of the child. Just the lamp, now sitting right at the edge of the pool, as though someone had placed it there deliberately. The air felt heavy, and my skin crawled. I couldn't make sense of what I'd just seen. Was it a prank? Had someone come out here to mess with me? But no one else had been at the ranch. I was sure of that. I didn't want to get out of the water. I stayed there for as long as I could, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread that was creeping up on me. But as the minutes dragged on, I knew I had to leave. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that I had seen something I wasn't supposed to see. I wasn't ready to face whatever had just happened, but I had no choice. I slowly swam toward the edge of the pool, keeping my eyes on the lamp, still glowing softly in the dark. As I reached the side of the pool and climbed out, I could feel the coldness of the night air on my wet skin. My heart was still racing. I grabbed my towel from the chair and quickly wrapped it around myself. My body felt heavy, like it had been drained of all its energy. I looked around one last time. The ranch, the pool, everything seemed so still, so quiet. But I felt like something was watching me, something that didn't belong. Without saying a word, I turned and hurried to the car, Daisy already waiting in the front seat, her head down and her body tense. I didn't go back to that pool after that night. The next day, I went back to check on the area, but everything seemed normal again. The pool was as it always had been. The lamp was back on the table, undisturbed. No signs of anything unusual, but the feeling I had gotten that night lingered. I couldn't shake the image of the child, sitting there in the dark, playing with the lamp like it was nothing out of the ordinary. To this day, I can't go near that pool at night, not by myself. It's been years, but I still get that strange feeling when I drive past it. I don't know what I saw that night, or who that child was. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I don't think so. Something about it felt too real, too vivid. It wasn't just a shadow or a figment of my imagination. It was as if the night had turned into something else entirely. Something that I can't explain, and I'm not sure I ever want to. I'll never go back to that pool at night again. That story truly gave me chills, and I can feel that strange weight in the air just by thinking about it. It all started when I was cleaning out the house. You know how people accumulate things over the years until it becomes this overwhelming clutter? Well, in our case, it was more than just normal stuff. There were piles of old furniture, knickknacks, random things that we never used or looked at. I hated it. The house was small, and every corner was filled with junk. So, I started throwing things away. It felt like a rebellion, like a small act of reclaiming control over the space. I was throwing out things left and right, even my mom's favorite lamp, and anything that just made the house feel suffocating. Eventually, I managed to clear most of the house. The living room was where I had the most success, getting rid of the bulky, outdated furniture. It felt like I was finally getting the place to look more modern, to make it feel like a home I could be proud of. But then the very next day, my mom came home with this horrible old sofa. It was a monstrosity, big, worn out, and just looked completely out of place. When I asked her about it, she said it had belonged to her father. It wasn't just a sofa, it was a family heirloom, apparently. But to me, it was just a horrible piece of furniture that I couldn't stand. I didn't want to get into an argument about it, but I was determined to get rid of that sofa, no matter what. I figured that it was my house too, and if I didn't like something, it was my right to get rid of it. But I had no idea what kind of effect that sofa would have on me. A few days later, I found myself home alone with my girlfriend at the time. We were just hanging out, and I was showing her around the house. Everything was dark, with the lights off, giving it a creepy feel. She was one of those people who claimed to be really sensitive to energies, like she could feel things that others couldn't. Honestly, I didn't take her seriously at all. I thought it was all just nonsense. So, to prove a point, I decided to set the mood, turn on only one light in the living room, and leave the rest of the house dark, just to mess with her a bit. I sat her down on the cursed sofa and went off to grab something from another room. I remember she was pretty freaked out, but I wasn't concerned. When I came back to the living room, though, I found her frozen, staring at the sofa with tears in her eyes. She wasn't saying anything, just crying and visibly terrified. I tried to get her to talk, but she just shook her head, refusing to explain what was wrong. We didn't stay long after that. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but looking back, I should have known something wasn't right. What happened after that was the start of everything. It wasn't instant, but over the next few days, I began to notice something strange happening to me. I'd find myself losing time, almost like I'd black out or fall asleep without realizing it. It wasn't like I was intentionally going to sleep, but I'd be sitting somewhere, talking to someone, and then I'd just wake up in the same spot, but hours had passed. I'd find myself back on that cursed sofa, the very one I hated. At first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed I was just tired, maybe stressed. But then things started getting weirder. I began to have vivid dreams, or maybe they were more like nightmares. It felt like I was in a constant state of half sleep, never really awake, but never fully asleep either. One of the first things I experienced was sleep paralysis, which was terrifying. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, but I was wide awake, trapped in my own body. It felt like the room was closing in on me, and I could see shadows moving in the dark. But then, there was something else. Every time I had sleep paralysis, I started seeing her. She was always there, standing at the top of the stairs, just watching me. She wasn't scary at first, not like a horror movie villain, but just unsettling. A pale woman in a white dress, the kind that looked like something you'd wear to bed, nothing fancy or out of the ordinary. Her black hair was long, and she never moved, just stood there, looking down at me. I couldn't move to look at her closely, but I could see her standing there in the same spot, over and over again. The first few times, I didn't really panic. It wasn't until she started moving closer that I realized something was wrong. Each time I woke up, she had gotten a little bit closer to me. I couldn't explain it. It felt like I was caught in some kind of nightmare loop. She'd just get closer, closer, until one night, She was standing right by the sofa. That's when everything really hit me. I remember the fourth time it happened. It was the worst. I didn't even realize at first that it wasn't my sister standing there. I was half asleep, but then I noticed her standing over me. I thought it was Natalie, my sister, at first. But then something felt off. She wasn't talking like Natalie would. She wasn't acting like Natalie. I tried to ask her to come closer, to look at her face, and that's when things escalated. She made this noise like she was annoyed, almost a hiss, and then she touched my back. The touch wasn't gentle. It was like fingers digging into my skin, hard, almost like she was scratching me. The pain was unbelievable, like she was pulling something from deep inside me. I screamed, or at least I tried to, but nothing came out. I woke up in a cold sweat, at 3 a.m., alone on the sofa, my back burning with pain. When I reached behind me, I could feel the scratch. It was huge, like someone had clawed at me with sharp nails. It wasn't just a surface wound, it felt deep, like it was coming from inside. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, but there was nothing. My arms were stretched out too far to have scratched myself. I ran to my bedroom, terrified, and saw the scratch in the mirror. It was bleeding a little, but not enough to be from a surface cut. It burned, like it was being torched from the inside. The worst part was that it didn't end there. The dreams kept coming, each one more intense than the last. I saw her 7 times, always in the same place, always in the same position. But the last time was the most bizarre. I found myself in some kind of dream where I was a priest or a reporter, I'm not sure which, and I was with a man investigating something strange. We ended up at this woman's house. She seemed ordinary at first, just a regular lady living alone. She talked to us about how everyone in the village thought she was strange, but she didn't mind. But then things started to feel off when I saw a strange book in her library. I knew I shouldn't have looked at it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I opened it, and it was her journal. What I read made my blood run cold. She had been married, and then she discovered her husband was having an affair with her childhood best friend. The anger, the betrayal, it all made sense. But what didn't make sense was that she had somehow summoned a devil. Not for her soul, but for her body. The deal was that she'd let the devil use her body for 5 years, in exchange for ending the affair. The deal sounded crazy, but she wrote about it like it was real. And then the worst part, she wrote that she woke up 5 years later with no memory of what had happened during that time, only a deep, terrible feeling that something was horribly wrong. I couldn't stop reading. I needed to know what happened. But as I turned the pages, I realized I was in too deep. The last entry was a drawing of her face, but it wasn't a normal portrait. It was distorted, ugly, monstrous. It was like she knew something had changed inside her. Just as I finished reading, she came back. The woman stood in the doorway, staring at us with eyes that felt empty, hollow. "I only asked you for this," she said, and then in an instant she was gone, disappeared into thin air. I panicked. I ran, but as I looked behind me, there she was again, standing right there. But this time, she had the same face as the drawing. I woke up with a start, my heart racing, only to find myself once again in sleep paralysis. And there she was, crying. She sat next to me, tears streaming down her face. Her words were a whisper. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I don't know what happened next." I was terrified, but all I could manage to say was, "I forgive you." The next thing I knew, I woke up, and it was 3 a.m., just like the others. And that was the last time I ever saw her. I've told this story to a few people, and it's always the same reaction. Complete silence, and a look of pure terror in their eyes. But the real kicker came when I told my ex-girlfriend about it. She turned pale, and then she asked, "Was she like your height?" Pale, with long black hair and a white dress. My blood ran cold because I had never described her that way. I had never told her any of the details. And yet, she knew exactly what I had seen. It was then that she told me something that made everything fall into place. She had seen the woman too. The day we went to the house, she had seen her, standing in the dark, watching me. When I went upstairs, she followed me, walking silently behind me until I came back down. That's when I realized it wasn't just my imagination. It wasn't a dream. Something had happened, something that neither of us fully understood. And that's when I made peace with it, because after I said those words, "I forgive you," I never saw her again. It It started like any normal evening scrolling through the internet. I had stumbled across a random thread on a website I wasn't familiar with, somewhere on the edge of my usual browsing habits. The website wasn't something I'd usually spend much time on, but that night I had a bit of extra time, and the curiosity of a strange thread pulled me in. It was about a woman who was having some health problems. Her throat had been swelling for weeks, and it was really starting to bother her. She talked about feeling constant discomfort, like there was something lodged in her throat, and the pressure would build up throughout the day. There were headaches too, and she started getting really fatigued. She'd been to the doctor multiple times, but the visits never seemed to help. Each time, the doctor would prescribe some form of treatment, antibiotics, throat lozenges, even some painkillers, but nothing worked. The swelling wouldn't go down. In fact, it only seemed to get worse. I remember reading her posts, and it wasn't just the medical details that stood out to me, but how she wrote them. She was frustrated, but there was an undertone of desperation in her words. At first, I thought she might just be exaggerating, maybe seeking attention or making a bigger deal out of something simple, like a cold or a seasonal allergy. But as the posts went on, something about it began to feel more real, and that started to make me uneasy. She described how her throat would swell up every night, almost like clockwork, and she started to have trouble swallowing. Along with the swelling, she had these frequent headaches that would sometimes last for hours, and her energy levels were so low that she barely left her house. When she did, she felt drained, and the smallest things seemed to tire her out. It was as if the life was being sucked out of her slowly. She seemed to be spiraling down, and the more she posted, the more I found myself reading. Her doctors couldn't help her, and at some point, she gave up on them. She started taking over-the-counter medication to try to manage the symptoms herself. Some days, it would feel a little better, but by the evening, she'd be back in the same miserable state. She was stuck in a cycle of trying different home remedies, desperate for some kind of relief. And yet, nothing worked. A few weeks into her posts, she mentioned how lonely she felt. With her health deteriorating and no one around to help, she asked a friend to come stay with her. She didn't want to be alone anymore, and I understood why. As her health continued to decline, it must have felt unbearable to be by herself. The loneliness, the constant discomfort, it had to have been overwhelming. Her friend came over, but at first, she didn't really believe the woman's claims. She thought maybe it was just stress or anxiety that was making her feel sick, but after spending a few days with her, even her friend couldn't ignore it anymore. The swelling in the woman's throat was more than just a minor issue, it was a real problem. And soon, her friend started showing the same symptoms. The whole situation took on a more sinister edge. It wasn't just one person now. It was two, both of them going through the same strange set of symptoms. And the thread kept growing longer as more people chimed in, trying to offer advice, theories, or suggestions. There were discussions about food allergies, viruses, even autoimmune diseases. But no one seemed to have any concrete answers. Everyone was guessing, just trying to help, but the woman's condition wasn't improving. If anything, it was getting worse. There was a point when the woman posted a picture of her throat, trying to prove how bad it had gotten. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but the photo she uploaded definitely wasn't what I thought it would be. She had been talking about her throat swelling to the point where it was almost unrecognizable. But the picture didn't show anything abnormal at all. There was no swelling, no redness, nothing that looked remotely concerning. Her skin looked perfectly smooth, no sign of inflammation or irritation. It didn't make sense. The comments on the thread exploded with confusion and disbelief. People were quick to call her out, accusing her of being a troll or faking the whole thing for attention. But the woman didn't back down. She didn't admit to anything. She just kept defending her story, insisting that the swelling was there. In fact, she argued with the people who pointed out the discrepancy, claiming that the photo must have been taken at the wrong angle, or maybe the swelling wasn't visible at the moment the picture was taken. But that didn't sit right with me. There was something off about it all. I couldn't understand why she would post a picture like that, showing no evidence of the condition she described in such detail. It made me uneasy, like I was witnessing something deeper than just a physical ailment. It almost felt like she was trapped in her own version of reality, convinced that something was wrong, even though the evidence didn't support it. It wasn't just the photo, though. It was the way she kept posting after that. She was so certain of her symptoms, so sure that something was terribly wrong with her, even though there was no visible sign to prove it. It was almost as if she had convinced herself to the point where it didn't matter what anyone else said or saw. Her belief in her illness was unshakable. And then there was her friend, the one who had come to stay with her. She had started showing the same symptoms, her throat swelling, the headaches, the exhaustion, and yet there was no visible proof of anything. It was as though both of them were feeding into each other's delusions, each one becoming more convinced that something was wrong, even when they couldn't see anything to support their claims. I spent hours reading through the thread, scrolling through posts that got more and more uncomfortable. People were offering suggestions, but none of it seemed to help. The woman and her friend were stuck in a cycle of sickness that no one could explain. Some people thought it might be psychological, some suggested it could be a rare physical condition, but whatever it was, it didn't seem to be getting better. After that photo, the thread started to lose steam. More and more people started commenting that they had been following the story for weeks, but hadn't seen any real progress. Some people got frustrated, accusing the woman of wasting their time. Others just gave up entirely, choosing not to engage anymore. I don't know why, but I couldn't let it go. The entire situation felt so strange, so unsettling. It was like I was watching something unravel in real time, and the fact that I had no control over it made it worse. I kept wondering what was really going on with these two women. Were they genuinely sick, or was there something else happening that they didn't understand? The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if there was a deeper issue at play. Some kind of psychological disorder that caused them to believe they were sick, even though there was no physical evidence to support it. I couldn't help but think about the people who have illnesses that are hard to diagnose, or worse, illnesses that only exist in their minds. Was this some kind of rare mental condition that made them feel ill even when they were perfectly fine? Eventually, I stopped reading the thread. I couldn't stomach it anymore. I had seen enough. The whole thing had become too unsettling, too real in a way that I didn't know how to process. I didn't know what happened to the woman or her friend, and I never went back to check. Part of me was afraid of what I might find, or worse, the feeling that I was somehow involved in their delusion just by reading their posts. It's been a few years now, but I still remember that thread. It's still something I think about every once in a while, especially when I come across stories about people who are convinced they're sick, but can't get a diagnosis. I'll never forget the way the woman defended herself, how sure she was that she was suffering, even when there was nothing to prove it. It was creepy, not because it was supernatural or out of the ordinary, but because it felt so real, and yet so disconnected from reality at the same time. It was a strange reminder of how fragile our minds can be, how easily we can convince ourselves of something that isn't true, and how unsettling it can be to witness someone else go through it without being able to help. I guess that's the part that stuck with me the most. The feeling of being so close to someone's delusion, seeing it unfold right in front of you, but being powerless to stop it. I live in an old house in New England, and growing up there, I got used to all the little strange things that would happen from time to time. My dad grew up in that house, and he's got tons of stories about things that happened when he was younger. He never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural, but there were enough weird things that even he couldn't ignore. Things like lights flickering for no reason, doors you'd swear you had closed coming back open, and stuff that would shift or move on its own. At first, it was easy to brush off as just old house problems, or maybe something just out of the ordinary. But after a while, even the smallest things started feeling unsettling. One day when I was 12, I was homesick from school. I didn't really have much to do, and I wasn't in the mood to just sit around. My stepmom was downstairs, laying in bed watching TV. It was one of those quiet, kind of eerie days where everything just feels still. I told her I was going to take a bath, grabbed a towel, and made my way upstairs. The bathroom was on the second floor, and there was something about it that always felt a little off. The walls creaked whenever you walked past them, and the door had this tendency to groan when it opened, no matter how slowly you turned the handle. It was the kind of place where every small noise seemed magnified, but I'd grown used to it. I filled the tub with warm water and just sank into it, letting myself relax a little. I pulled the shower curtain closed, trying to block out the rest of the world, and just zoned out. The steam from the water filled the room, and the only sound I could hear was the slow drip of water from the faucet. It wasn't the best place to be alone with my thoughts, but at least it was quiet. Then, the door creaked open. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I'd gotten used to people coming in and out of the bathroom. There was only one working toilet in the house, and with 4 siblings, it wasn't exactly uncommon for someone to need it while you were in the bath. I wasn't bothered by it at first. I thought it was my stepmom, probably rushing to use the bathroom since she was downstairs and probably tired of waiting for me to finish. The door opened wide enough for me to feel the draft of air, and I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate steps, like someone walking into the room. I even heard the sound of something shifting, like clothes rustling. I didn't think much of it, but then the shower curtain moved. It wasn't like someone had grabbed it and pulled it back. It was more like a breeze, something light, but enough for me to feel the air shift. I figured my stepmom was probably trying to get around the bathroom to use the toilet. It wasn't unusual to feel someone's presence when they walked past, especially in the narrow bathroom, but it was strange that I didn't hear the toilet seat lift. I would have heard it, right? It's that distinct sound of the lid shifting, the scrape of the plastic against the porcelain. So I pulled the shower curtain back, half expecting to see her standing there, maybe with that look of hurry up that she sometimes got. But when I looked out, nobody was there. The door was wide open, but no one was in the bathroom. I froze for a second. My heart started pounding, and that cold, gnawing feeling crept up my spine. It was that gut reaction, that immediate feeling that something wasn't right. My mind raced, trying to figure out what had just happened. I definitely felt someone there. I could still hear the faint sound of footsteps, and the air had shifted. It couldn't have been my imagination. I got out of the tub, the water sloshing as I hastily grabbed my towel, trying to shake off the unease. I don't know why, but I felt like I needed to confirm where everyone was. I hurried downstairs, my wet feet making soft slapping sounds against the wooden floor. The whole time, my mind was replaying what had just happened upstairs, the strange feeling of someone walking into the room without making a sound, but I couldn't figure it out. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I looked over to the living room where my stepmom was. She was still in bed, exactly where she had been when I left. The TV was still on, and she hadn't moved a muscle. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I'd heard the footsteps, the sound of movement, and I could have sworn someone had been right there in the bathroom. But it wasn't her, and it definitely wasn't anyone else in the house. I didn't know what to think, but I knew I didn't want to be upstairs alone anymore. I tried to play it off. It didn't make sense. My brain kept telling me I was just imagining things, but the feeling was still there, lingering in the back of my mind. But as I stood there, staring at my stepmom, still half wrapped in my towel, I realized something else. She hadn't moved. She hadn't gone upstairs. She'd stayed exactly where she was. I didn't want to say anything right away. I couldn't. I just stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't want to sound crazy, but something felt wrong. My heart was still racing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just experienced something I couldn't explain. I had no idea if anyone would believe me, or if it even mattered. But I couldn't just go back upstairs without knowing for sure what happened. I walked slowly back to the bathroom, trying to calm myself down. The house was eerily quiet again, just like it always was. The flickering lights, the creaking wood, the little things that you'd notice if you were paying attention. I couldn't let myself get lost in it, not now. I had to figure out what had just happened, why I felt so sure that someone had been in that bathroom with me. I opened the bathroom door again. The air felt different this time, thicker somehow, but nothing had changed. The tub was empty, the shower curtain still hanging where I'd left it. The only thing that seemed out of place was the door, which was now closed all the way, even though I hadn't closed it when I'd left. It was one of those little things, easy to ignore if you weren't looking for them, but it made my stomach twist. Had I really closed it? Had someone else? I couldn't tell. For the next few weeks, I kept a close eye on everything. More things started happening, little things, like lights flickering at night when no one was around, doors opening on their own when you were sure you had closed them, and stuff that just seemed to shift in the corners of the rooms. The weird thing was it never really bothered anyone else as much as it bothered me. I had 4 siblings, and with everyone always in and out of the house, it was easy to ignore things that happened when you were alone. Or maybe it was just that we all had grown used to it. We'd all grown up in this house, and it was part of life there. But I couldn't stop thinking about that day in the bathroom. I never talked about it, not to my stepmom, not to anyone. I didn't want to sound insane, and maybe deep down, I wasn't sure what had happened myself. Maybe I had imagined it. But every time I went into that bathroom after, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had been there. That sense of movement, the brush of air, the footsteps, it felt too real to ignore. A few years later, when I was older, I asked my dad about the house. He never really talked about it unless I pressed him, but when I finally did, he didn't seem surprised at all. He told me that the house had always been strange like that. It wasn't just the things that happened to him when he was younger, but things that he'd witnessed later, even after we moved in. It wasn't ghosts, he said. It was just the house, old and creaky, settling into itself. And yet, there was something in his voice when he said it. Something like he knew exactly what I was talking about. Maybe it was the old wood. Maybe it was the way houses shift and settle over time. Or maybe, just maybe, there was something more to it than that. But either way, I stopped asking. I didn't want to know what was really going on. I didn't want to think about the fact that maybe the house itself had its own secrets, ones that no one was willing to admit. And after a while, I got used to the little things, the creaks, the flickering lights, the things that moved on their own. I lived with it like everyone else. After all, it was just the house. It had always been this way. It probably always would be. But every time I walked past that bathroom, I couldn't help but remember that day. I still wonder what really happened. And though I'm not sure I'll ever have an answer, I know one thing for sure. Some things in that house will always remain a mystery. I remember it clearly, even though it happened years ago. Most people would probably think I'm just making this up, but I swear on everything I hold dear, it's true. I'd never experienced anything like it before, and honestly, I'd never really believed in the weird stories people told about things like this. Shadow people? Come on. That sounded like the stuff of horror movies or urban legends. But after that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it than I'd ever imagined. It started when I visited my friend's apartment for the first time. He just moved into a cute little place that was on the second floor of a nice old house. You know the kind, one of those buildings with wooden floors that creak when you walk across them, big windows that let in a lot of light, and that almost cozy vintage charm to it. The apartment itself was small but homey, and I remember thinking that it looked like a place where you'd expect to have a peaceful evening with friends. But as soon as I stepped inside, something felt off. I couldn't really put my finger on it at first, but there was an undeniable heaviness in the air. It wasn't anything that could be seen, but it was almost like the atmosphere in the apartment had weight to it, like I was carrying something around without realizing it. The air felt dense, and I couldn't shake the strange sensation that I was being watched. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was just tired from the drive, or maybe the building was older than I thought and the humidity or something was messing with me. So, we made our way to the living room, where we sat down and had dinner. I tried to focus on the conversation, on catching up, and just relaxing. But as we talked, my eyes kept drifting toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms and bathroom. The light in the hall was dim, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and flicker strangely against the walls. That's when I first saw it. At first, it was just a movement, a flicker of something tall and thin, like a human shape, but not quite. It was as though something or someone had passed by the doorway at the end of the hall. I couldn't make it out clearly, but it was tall, taller than any normal person. And the shadow, it wasn't solid. It was more like a silhouette, but the edges were distorted, almost like it was blending into the darkness itself. My heart started to race a little. I thought maybe it was just a trick of the light or my eyes playing games with me, so I tried to ignore it. But then it happened again, and again. Each time, it moved a little faster, like it was trying to stay just out of sight, but I kept seeing it, these tall, thin black figures that seemed to pace back and forth, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. I figured I was being ridiculous. I'd spent enough nights in dimly lit places to know how easily the mind can play tricks on you, especially when you're not paying close attention. I didn't want to freak my friend out, so I just kept quiet about it for a while. But it kept happening, and it wasn't just one shadow, there were more. I could see them darting past the doorway, moving like they were trying to stay out of sight, but always there. Tall, black, and unnaturally thin. At times, I'd catch one of them peeking into the living room, just enough for me to notice before it disappeared. The longer I sat there, the more uneasy I felt, but I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I didn't say anything right away. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I looked at my friend and said, "You're going to think I'm crazy, but I keep seeing." Before I could finish, he interrupted me, almost as if he'd been waiting for me to say it. "The shadow people? he asked, his voice calm, almost casual. I froze. What? He nodded, his expression a little too serious for my comfort. Yeah, I see them all the time. They've been around for as long as I can remember. At that moment, I wasn't sure what to say. I had no idea what he meant by shadow people, and I certainly didn't expect him to say it so casually. I asked him if he was serious, and he just shrugged and said it was a common thing. I thought maybe he was just messing with me, trying to get a reaction. But the way he said it, like it was no big deal, made it clear he wasn't joking. He'd seen these things before, and he wasn't scared of them. He just accepted them as part of his reality. It was around that time that I started to feel a little more unsettled. Maybe it was the fact that he wasn't fazed by it at all, or maybe it was the way he seemed to almost expect these shadowy figures to show up. Whatever it was, I didn't feel right, but I pushed it to the back of my mind and decided to stay for the night. We went on talking, and I tried to ignore the feeling that something was lurking just beyond my sight. As the evening went on, we made our way to the guest room where I was going to sleep for the night. I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling, but as I lay down on the bed, I couldn't relax. Every little noise in the apartment seemed to echo louder than usual. The creaking of the old house, the wind outside, the soft hum of the fridge. My mind kept returning to those shadow figures, and I kept wondering if I was just imagining things. But deep down, I knew I wasn't. I'd seen them, and now I couldn't unsee them. The room was dark, except for a faint light filtering in from the hallway. My eyes kept darting to the door, half expecting one of those black, tall shapes to appear in the doorway, just like they had earlier. I tried to convince myself that I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me after all the strange things I'd seen. But then I saw it. At the foot of the bed, just beyond the edge of the blankets, there was a figure standing there. Tall, dark, and skinny. It didn't move at first, just stood there like it was waiting for me to notice it. My heart jumped into my throat, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that if I ignored it, it would go away. But it didn't. The figure was still there, and I could feel its presence, like it was waiting for me to do something. I was terrified, frozen in place. I told myself that it wasn't real, that I was just imagining it, but the feeling in the room told me otherwise. The heaviness, that oppressive weight, was back, pressing down on me, making it harder to breathe. Without thinking, I whispered aloud, "Leave me alone." I didn't even know why I said it, but the words slipped out before I could stop them. And then I did something I never thought I'd do. I said the Lord's Prayer. I wasn't religious, not at all, but in that moment, it just felt like the right thing to do. I didn't know if it would work, but I was desperate. I said it out loud, my voice shaky as I stumbled through the words, praying to whatever force might be out there that I would be left in peace. The moment I finished the prayer, I felt it. The weight lifted, the air cleared, and the presence that had been there was gone. I opened my eyes, and the figure was no longer at the foot of my bed. I blinked a few times, almost in disbelief, and then I looked around the room. Everything was normal. There were no shadows, no figures, just the quiet stillness of the room. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept my eyes open, listening for any sign that those shadow people might come back. But nothing happened. I didn't see them again while I stayed there, and I didn't tell my friend what had happened in the guest room. I wasn't sure how he'd react, and I didn't want to sound like I was losing my mind. The next morning, I left early. I didn't even stay for breakfast, just packed up my things, said goodbye, and left. I didn't want to be around that apartment anymore. The heaviness, the shadows, it was all too much for me. I never went back to visit my friend there. I couldn't. Years have passed since then, and I've heard similar stories from other people. They call them shadow people, and from what I've gathered, they're not just figments of imagination. There's something more, something real, even if we don't fully understand them. But whatever they are, I hope I never see them again. That night changed something in me. Now, whenever I hear someone talk about seeing shadow people, I can't help but remember that feeling, the weight in the air, and the terror of knowing something was watching me. I may not be able to explain it, but I know what I saw, and I'll never forget it. I spent a lot of weekends at my nanny's house up in North Texas. Her place was a small, old farmhouse on about 35 acres of land, far enough out from the nearest town that it felt like the world stopped at her front gate. It was the kind of place that made you feel like you were in the middle of nowhere, especially at night when the sky seemed to stretch on forever. I always looked forward to spending time there. It was peaceful, and I loved the quiet, the space to roam around, and the fact that it felt like it was all mine for a couple of days. My nanny was one of those people who had stories about everything. She told me all kinds of things that didn't make much sense, like how she'd once seen a deer run so fast it disappeared into the woods in the blink of an eye, or how she'd heard coyotes howling at the moon and had to shut the windows tight so they wouldn't get in. But the thing that stuck with me the most was her talking about the ghost in the house. She was calm about it, like it was no big deal. "He's not bad," she'd always say with a smile. "He's just here. Been here a long time." At 14, I was way too skeptical to believe any of that. Ghosts were for movies and stories, not real life. I'd laugh it off when she'd mention the ghost, mostly because I figured she was just trying to scare me or make the house seem more interesting. I never took her seriously about it, until one night. It was around 2:30 a.m., and I was crashed out on the couch in the living room, trying to sleep through the heat. The old farmhouse didn't have central air, just fans, so it was always a little stuffy. I woke up needing to use the restroom. There was only one bathroom in the house, and it was tucked down a short hallway between the living room and my nanny's master bedroom. I rubbed my eyes and got up, still groggy, walking towards the bathroom in the dark, the only light coming from the moon through the kitchen windows. As I stepped toward the bathroom door, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just the shadows playing tricks, but then I realized what I was looking at was not a shadow at all. Standing just outside the bathroom door was a figure. It was tall and blurry, like a man-shaped smudge, but the edges seemed to waver in and out of focus. My heart dropped to my stomach. I couldn't move. For a second, I just stood there staring at it, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. But then it was like my body took over. I walked right through it. The coldness hit me first. It felt like walking through a wall of ice, like something from a nightmare where you're frozen in place and can't escape. The air was thick with it, and for a brief moment, I felt like I couldn't breathe. The figure didn't make a sound, but I felt its presence. The hairs on my neck stood up. I didn't stop to think, didn't even pause. I just sprinted back to the couch, leaping under the covers and pulling them tight over my head. My mind was racing, my heart pounding in my chest. I shut my eyes so hard, squeezing them shut like if I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me. The next few hours felt like an eternity. My mind was too alert, too awake, replaying the moment over and over, trying to make sense of what I saw. Was it my imagination? A trick of the light? I had no idea. But the fact that I had walked through it, that's what scared me the most. It wasn't like any ghost story I had ever heard, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Eventually, exhaustion kicked in, and I must have fallen asleep. I didn't wake up until much later, around 5:30 a.m., when the smell of coffee hit my nose. That was my nanny's signal that she was up and getting the day started. I rubbed my eyes, still half asleep, and got up, my feet hitting the cold hardwood floor. I walked into the kitchen, my mind still foggy, trying to shake off the bad feeling that lingered from the night. When I walked in, I looked over at my nanny, who was standing by the counter, humming as she poured herself a cup of coffee. I froze for a moment. She looked up at me, and before I could say anything, she grinned and asked, "You saw him last night, didn't you?" I didn't say anything at first. I just stood there, wide-eyed. How did she know? She hadn't been awake. She hadn't been there when I freaked out. I couldn't find the words. My mouth went dry, and I finally stammered out, "How did you know?" My nanny just laughed, her eyes twinkling with something I couldn't quite place. "I've lived here for years. It's always the same. Every time someone new stays, they see him. Doesn't matter what they believe in. He just shows up. He's harmless. Don't worry about him." I wanted to tell her it wasn't harmless, that it wasn't just some figure in the dark. But I didn't. I didn't know how to explain the feeling I had after walking through it. I didn't have words for the cold, the way it made me feel like I was in a dream or some kind of trance. But my nanny's calmness, the way she just accepted it, made me feel like I was the crazy one for being so shaken up. I wanted to be angry or scared or anything else, but instead I just stood there feeling a weird mix of confusion and disbelief. My nanny wasn't afraid of the ghost. In fact, she almost seemed like it was an old friend, like it was something normal, something you learned to live with. She'd had enough time with it to accept it as part of the house, part of the land, like the old oak tree in the backyard or the fence that ran along the edge of the property. They were just things you lived with. I didn't know what to think. I wanted to go home, back to my room, away from everything. But as I stood there, staring at my nanny's calm face, I realized something. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I couldn't pretend it wasn't real. After that, I spent a lot of time thinking about the house. It wasn't that I was haunted or terrified. It was just that, once you see something like that, you can't unsee it. The weirdest part was that after that night, it was like I became more aware of the house, of the creaky floors, the strange drafts, the way the air would shift from hot to cold when you least expected it. I never saw the figure again, but I always knew it was there, just behind the walls or in the hallways. My nanny continued to tell me about the ghost, always in that calm, matter-of-fact way. "He's not bad," she'd say, and I never doubted her again. But even now, years later, I can still remember that coldness, that sensation of walking through something that shouldn't be there. And I know that no matter how much time passes, I'll never really be able to explain what happened that night. Maybe I'll never know if it was real or if I just freaked myself out, but whatever it was, I've learned something. Some things don't need an explanation. They just are. And sometimes you have to accept them, whether you want to or not. When I was around 11 years old, we lived in a mobile home with my mom and 2 sisters. The layout of the house was simple, but it felt big for just the 4 of us. The bedrooms were at one end of the house, and the living room, kitchen, and bathroom were at the other end. My room was closest to the hallway, which led to the bathroom and the other bedrooms. My 2 sisters and I had our own rooms, while my mom and youngest sister, who was about 2 at the time, slept at the far end of the house. This happened on a morning just like any other. I woke up earlier than usual, before the sun had fully risen. I could see the faint light creeping through the blinds, casting soft lines across my room. At that age, I used to wake up early and just lie there, staring up at the ceiling, trying to make sense of my dreams or just enjoying the quiet. I thought I was the only one awake that morning. The house was still and peaceful, the kind of silence that you could almost feel in your bones. But then, I heard something. It started with a sound I was familiar with, the scrape of a chair against the kitchen floor. It was a sound I'd heard countless times, especially in the mornings when Mom or Dad used to get up early for coffee, or when we had breakfast together. It wasn't something that would have been out of place, but the timing was strange. It was still really early, and I didn't expect anyone to be awake yet, especially not my mom, who usually slept in a little longer. I listened more intently, and the sounds didn't stop. There were footsteps, light but deliberate, moving from the kitchen toward the living room. It was the sound of someone walking across the floor in a pair of slippers, or maybe bare feet. They didn't sound rushed, just casual, like whoever it was moving around the house like they had every right to. Then I heard it, the strum of a guitar. At first, it sounded accidental, like someone had walked into it without realizing it was there. The guitar had been left on the living room floor the day before, so my youngest sister could play with it. I'd seen her strumming it off and on, but it was odd to hear the guitar making noise now, especially so early in the morning. The guitar didn't stop at just one strum. I could hear the person, or whoever it was, shuffling around, their footsteps continuing through the living room, past the guitar, and down the hallway toward where our bedrooms were. The sound echoed in the quiet house, the footfalls muffled by the carpet, but clear enough that I could picture the person walking in my mind. It wasn't my mom. She always walked with a certain rhythm. This was different, more careless, like they didn't have a care in the world. I lay still in bed, not sure what to make of it. I kept thinking that it had to be my mom. She was probably up early for some reason. Maybe she was making coffee, or maybe she just couldn't sleep. It wasn't a big deal, but I felt that familiar sense of unease creeping in, a kind of awareness that something wasn't exactly right. Then the footsteps continued down the hallway, and I heard the door to the bathroom slam shut. I could hear it clearly, the solid thud of the door being shut with a little more force than usual. My door was closed, so I couldn't see anything, but from where I lay, I assumed that my mom had gone into the bathroom to get ready or something. The bathroom was the last room in the hallway, right before our bedrooms. It wasn't unusual for someone to go in there and take a while, especially in the morning when everyone was waking up. I stayed in bed for a while longer, not feeling quite ready to get up myself. I told myself that Mom was just getting ready in the bathroom. But as the minutes passed, I started to feel like something was off. I hadn't heard any more movement after the door slammed, and now that I thought about it, I hadn't heard Mom come out of the bathroom either. It was getting strange. It was quiet again, too quiet. No sound of Mom moving around the kitchen. No sound of her getting a cup of coffee, nothing. I shifted in bed, trying to brush off the feeling that was growing inside of me. But the more I thought about it, the more it didn't add up. My mom wasn't the kind of person to just go into the bathroom and stay there without saying anything. I started to feel uneasy, and a sense of worry crept in. I finally decided to get up and check on her, to see if everything was okay. I stood up, my feet hitting the cold carpet, and I walked toward the bathroom. My heart was beating a little faster now. I knocked on the bathroom door, softly at first, just to see if she was in there. There was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time, feeling a growing sense of concern. I waited a few moments, still no answer. That was strange. My mom always answered when we knocked. By now, I was getting anxious. I turned the doorknob slowly, opening the door, thinking maybe she hadn't heard me. But when I opened it, the bathroom was empty. I blinked, confused for a moment, as if I had somehow missed her walking out. But no, there was no sign of her at all. The bathroom was empty, the door wide open, the light off. I looked around for a few seconds, but there was no one there. I stood frozen, staring at the empty bathroom. The door was open, the room was empty, and there was no trace of anyone having been there. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Where had my mom gone? She couldn't have just disappeared. Had she gone back to bed without me hearing her? No, that didn't make sense either. I turned and quickly walked down the hallway toward my mom's room. I knocked lightly on her door, but there was no answer. I opened it slowly, just a crack, and peered inside. My mom and my youngest sister were still asleep, just like they had been when I woke up earlier. My mom was lying in bed, her body under the covers, and my sister was curled up beside her, both of them breathing softly. I stood there for a long moment, trying to process what had just happened. The sound of the chair scraping across the floor, the footsteps, the strumming of the guitar, the bathroom door slamming shut. None of it made sense. No one was supposed to be awake. No one was supposed to be up and moving around. But there had been noises, sounds, as if someone had been walking through the house. Someone who wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know if I should be scared or confused. Maybe I had imagined it all, I told myself, but deep down, I knew I hadn't. It felt too real. I went back to my room, my heart still racing, and climbed back into bed. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that it was just my imagination, but the feeling wouldn't go away. The sense of unease lingered in the pit of my stomach, and the silence in the house felt heavier than it should have. It wasn't just quiet, it was too quiet. And the longer I lay there, the more I kept replaying the sounds in my head. To this day, I can't explain what happened that morning. I don't know if I heard something real, or if my mind was just playing tricks on me. But I can still remember the way it felt. The way the house seemed so quiet one moment, and then so unsettling the next. I'll never forget the way the footsteps echoed in the hallway, the guitar strumming on its own, and the bathroom door slamming shut. The odd thing is, that wasn't the only strange thing that happened in that house. There were other things, small things that seemed out of place, things I tried to brush off at the time. But that morning, the feeling of not being alone in the house stayed with me for a long time. Even now, years later, when I think back on it, I still don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, or maybe there was something more to it. All I know is, whatever it was, it scared the hell out of me. A few years ago, I was walking through some woods, not the kind of path you usually find hikers taking, just a random track I discovered on a weekend when I was looking for something different. The kind of woods where people don't normally venture, and the trees are dense enough to block out most of the sunlight. It wasn't far from my house, but it felt like a whole different world out there, quiet, secluded, and untouched. I wasn't exactly sure why I went off the beaten track that day. Maybe I was looking for some time alone, or maybe I was just bored, trying to break away from the usual routine. The forest was thick with undergrowth, brambles, and tangled roots, and the air was still, except for the occasional rustling of leaves from a light breeze. It was one of those days where the air smelled fresh, earthy, like rain had recently fallen. But then, about an hour into my walk, I started to notice something strange. There was this overpowering, sickly sweet smell wafting through the trees, almost like something rotting, but it was masked by an artificial sweetness like old, decaying fruit or spoiled perfume. It wasn't something I'd ever smelled before, but it was strong enough to make my stomach churn. Being curious, I couldn't help myself. I started walking toward it, following the smell like a trail. The deeper I went into the woods, the stronger it got. Eventually, I came across a patch of brambles, thick with vines and leaves. I pushed them aside, and that's when I saw it. At first, it was hard to make out what it was. It was almost like a shape sitting slumped in the undergrowth, barely visible through the dense brush. But the smell hit me harder now. It was nauseating. I pulled back some more of the undergrowth, and that's when I saw him. This man sitting there, slumped against a tree, surrounded by flies. His skin was an unnatural shade of green and black, swollen like he'd been left out in the sun for far too long. His clothes were torn, and there were bits of his flesh that had rotted away, exposing the muscle underneath. His body was covered in small, crawling insects, flies, beetles, maggots. I could hear them even before I saw them, buzzing around the decaying flesh. I froze for a moment, my heart racing. There was no way this guy could still be alive. The smell alone told me that. But the sight of him, his open eyes glazed over, the empty expression on his face, it hit me harder than I expected. I wasn't sure what to do. I stood there for a few moments, staring at him. The whole situation felt surreal, like it wasn't real, like I was trapped in some kind of horrible dream. I knew I should call the police, but I couldn't move. It was like my body had gone into shock. Finally, I snapped out of it and pulled my phone from my pocket, dialing the emergency number. The operator answered quickly, and I told them what I'd found. They asked me where I was, and I gave them the best directions I could, though I knew they weren't the clearest. The woods weren't exactly well traveled, and it wasn't like there were street signs out here. I'd have to wait for them to figure out where I was. The operator was calm, telling me to stay by the body and not to touch anything. Wait with the body until the police arrive, she said. I don't think I really understood what she meant by that. I just stood there, staring at the body, feeling like I was in some sort of nightmare. The woods had turned unnervingly quiet, and all I could hear was the buzz of flies around the decaying corpse. I sat down on the ground, trying to steady my breathing, but my mind was racing. Why was he out here? How long had he been here? He looked like he had been dead for days, maybe even longer. I couldn't understand why no one had noticed. Surely, someone must have been looking for him. I glanced at my watch. The police were taking their time. It felt like hours had passed, but I knew it hadn't been long. The sky had begun to darken, and the temperature dropped. I had no idea how long it would take them to arrive. All I knew was that I was stuck out here with a dead body, alone in the dark, in the middle of the woods. I couldn't stop looking at him. The body had been exposed to the elements for so long that it was hard to even tell what he looked like when he was alive. There was nothing to indicate his identity. No wallet, no ID, no visible signs that he had been a person like me, once full of life. Now he was just a lifeless thing, rotting in the woods. His expression was frozen in time, though his body was anything but still. I kept seeing the twitching movement of the flies as they landed on his skin and crawled along his flesh. As the minutes stretched into what felt like hours, my mind started to wander. I started imagining what he might have been like in life, though the gruesome sight before me made it hard to form any kind of clear picture. I thought of his family, if he had any. Were they still looking for him? What had led him to this place, to take his life out here, alone in the woods? I heard a rustling in the trees, and my heart skipped a beat. I quickly looked around, hoping it was the police arriving. But no, it was just a small animal, a deer maybe, moving through the underbrush. I breathed a sigh of relief, but it didn't last long. The reality of the situation settled in again, and the solitude was almost unbearable. As it got darker, the air felt heavier, colder. I started shivering, not from the cold, but from the nerves, from the dread. I kept looking over at the body, my stomach doing flips every time my gaze landed on him. I tried not to think about the fact that I was alone with a dead man in the middle of nowhere. My mind kept playing tricks on me. I started hearing things, the sound of movement just beyond the trees, the faint crack of a branch breaking. It felt like someone was watching me. The sound of sirens finally cut through the silence, distant but growing louder. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The police were almost here. But even as I heard them coming closer, I felt a strange unease in my gut. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe some sense of safety, but I didn't feel safe. Not with the dead man lying in front of me. Not with the dark pressing in around us. It was as though the forest itself was closing in, and I was trapped in its grip. By the time the police arrived, it was nearly pitch black. They came in from the main path, and I waved them down. 2 officers approached, their flashlights sweeping over the ground. I led them to the body, feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. As soon as they saw the body, they went into action, one of them kneeling down to inspect it while the other kept a hand on his radio, calling for backup. They asked me a few questions, but I was too shaken to answer them clearly. I just told them what I had found, how I had called them, and waited here. After a while, the officers confirmed what I had already suspected. The man had committed suicide. They couldn't tell how long he'd been there, but it had been a while. They explained that he'd probably been dead for several days, maybe even a week. The police took over, securing the area, calling for the coroner to come out. I just stood there, feeling like I was in a fog, disconnected from everything. The world around me felt unreal. The man's death, the whole situation, it was all too much. The whole experience stuck with me long after I left the woods. I had trouble sleeping for days. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face again, twisted in that vacant expression. In my dreams, he started talking to me. His voice was a whisper at first, then it grew louder, angry, accusing. He blamed me for disturbing his final resting place, for being the one to find him. In my dreams, he told me to leave him alone, that I should have just walked away. And worse still, he told me I needed to end it, that I needed to die. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but it felt so real. I woke up in a cold sweat, heart racing, the voice still echoing in my head. It happened again and again, night after night, each dream more vivid, more disturbing. It wasn't just the anger in his voice that terrified me. It was the way he seemed to know everything about me. His words felt like they were coming from somewhere deep inside, as if he was calling from a place that wasn't just in my dreams. I tried to shake it off, to convince myself it was just stress, just my mind playing tricks on me. But the dreams didn't stop. For months, I couldn't escape them. They haunted me. The man, the body, the smell, it all felt so real. Eventually, the dreams began to fade. The voice didn't speak to me as much, but I could still feel it lurking in the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow, I was still connected to that moment in the woods, to that dead man whose face I could never forget. It's been a while since it happened, but sometimes, when the night is too quiet and my mind drifts, I wonder if it's ever truly gone. Maybe that man still lingers somewhere in my thoughts, in my dreams. Every now and then, when I wake up in the dark, I think I hear him, his voice faint and distant, calling me once more. And tonight, as I sit here, typing this, I feel that same unease creeping back in. I know he'll be back in my dreams. I'm sure of it. I was a cook in an old building, a place that had seen more than a few decades of wear and tear. At the time, I was in my late 20s, fresh to the kitchen life, still getting used to the hours, the heat, and the smell of grease that clung to everything. The restaurant had been open for over 20 years, a small, successful institution in the neighborhood. It wasn't much, just a little place tucked between 2 other buildings on a quiet street. But it had its regulars, people who had been coming since the place opened, and the kind of charm that you don't find in a flashy, modern restaurant. The building itself was old, clearly not built to be a restaurant. It had that lopsided feeling you get when you're inside something that's been around too long. The basement, where we stored stuff, was damp and musty, the walls crooked like they were leaning in toward you. It was the kind of place that made you want to keep your eyes down and your back against the wall. The basement wasn't big, but it felt tight and uncomfortable, especially when you were alone down there. But of course, I spent a lot of time down there. It was where we kept extra towels, cleaning supplies, and whatever else we needed for the restaurant. It wasn't a bad job, though. At least at first it didn't seem bad. I remember my morning routine like it was yesterday. I'd clock in, pull my apron on, and then take a few minutes to just get my head together. I had a lot to do, and I wanted to be ready for the day. So, I'd take my time in the bathroom, even if it was just to take a quick shit, like every normal person. It was my moment of peace before the madness started. But after that, it was straight to work. I'd head to the basement, just like I had 1,000 times before. One morning, I was down there folding towels, nothing out of the ordinary. The basement was dimly lit, a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were gray and wet-looking, and the floor had an uneven texture to it, like the concrete wasn't even. The air was thick with that musty, damp feeling you get in old buildings. It wasn't a pleasant place to be, but I wasn't afraid of it. It was just part of the job. Behind me, in the corner of the basement, was the office. It wasn't much of an office, really. Just a small desk, a couple of chairs, and a dusty old computer. The office wasn't a separate room. It was part of the basement, no real walls between it and the rest of the space. There was a shelf on the wall above the desk, which held a lamp, some files, and a few random knickknacks. It wasn't anything special, just a corner that no one really paid attention to. The light in the basement was always dim, and the office was even darker, tucked away in the back. As I folded the towels, the sound of the building creaking was normal. It was old, after all, and the sounds of wood shifting and floors groaning were just part of the atmosphere. I barely noticed them anymore. But then something happened that made me stop. Something that didn't belong. I was in the middle of folding a towel when I heard a loud crash from behind me. At first, I thought it was just the sound of something falling, maybe a box or something light being knocked over. But it was way too loud, way too sudden. It sounded like something had been thrown across the room, and when I turned around, I saw the desk lamp flying off the shelf above the office desk. It hit the computer, knocking it over, and then the phone on the desk fell off the hook and landed on the floor with a sharp, unsettling clatter. I froze for a moment. My heart raced, and I felt that cold trickle of sweat down the back of my neck. The room was silent except for the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water somewhere in the walls. But the weirdest part? I was alone. No one else was in the building yet. It was just me in the basement, staring at the mess in front of me. I stood there, not sure what to do. I thought maybe it was just some freak accident, like the lamp had fallen on its own or the desk had shifted somehow. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. There was something off about the whole thing. Something wrong. I didn't move right away. I stood there for a few seconds, my eyes darting around the basement. The lamp was on the floor, the computer was knocked sideways, and the phone was still off the hook. The office was dark, and there was no one else in the room. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. I don't know what I thought was going to happen, but I felt like something wasn't right, something that had been building up for a while. I didn't have the guts to go over to the desk right away. Instead, I turned back to the towels I was folding, trying to shake the feeling of dread creeping up my spine. I was trying to convince myself it was nothing, just some random accident or my imagination playing tricks on me. But as I kept folding, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air felt heavier, the space around me seemed to close in a little more. It wasn't a feeling I could explain, but I felt it in my bones. And then, as I was folding another towel, I heard it. A soft creak. It came from the office, and it was followed by a faint, almost imperceptible scraping sound. I knew I hadn't moved anything in the office. The creaking grew louder, and then I heard it again. This time a louder thud, followed by the sound of something dragging across the floor. It was coming from the direction of the desk, and my stomach sank. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help it. Slowly, I turned around, my eyes fixing on the dark corner of the basement. The office was just ahead, but it felt miles away. The shelf above the desk was empty now, the lamp no longer there. The desk was still a mess, but the computer had shifted to a new position, now angled at a strange tilt. The phone was still on the floor. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a flicker, a shadow in the corner of my eye. I couldn't be sure what it was, but it moved in a way that didn't seem right, like something was shifting in the dark. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. But I knew it hadn't just been my imagination. There was something in that room with me. I don't know how much time passed after that. I stood there frozen, barely breathing, listening to the silence in the basement. My mind was racing. I thought about going upstairs to check on the rest of the staff, but something kept me rooted to the spot. It was as if my body was telling me that if I moved, if I went anywhere near that office, something terrible would happen. So I just stood there, staring into the shadows, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But nothing did. The noises stopped. The office was still. The lamp wasn't moving, and the computer wasn't making any more strange noises. The basement was quiet again, just the occasional creak of the building settling. But I knew something had changed. The air felt different now, colder, heavier. I left the basement as quickly as I could after that. I couldn't stay down there any longer. I had to get out of there, to get some fresh air, and just calm myself down. I didn't tell anyone about what happened at first. I didn't want to seem crazy, and I didn't think anyone would believe me anyway. But from that day on, every time I went down to the basement, I felt it. That weight. that sense of something watching me, waiting for me. I couldn't explain what happened that day. There was no logical explanation for the lamp flying off the shelf, for the noises I heard, or for the feeling that something was there with me. But I knew I wasn't just imagining it. Something had happened, and I wasn't alone in that basement. I had to keep going back to work, had to keep opening the restaurant, but every time I stepped into that basement, I felt it again. That cold, suffocating presence. I couldn't shake it, no matter how hard I tried. It's been years now, and I still think about that day. I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was a freak accident. Maybe it wasn't. But every time I pass by that old building now, I can't help but remember the feeling of being watched, of something lingering in the dark corners of that basement. The place has been closed for a while, but in my mind, I can still hear the creaks and thuds echoing through the walls. I can still feel it, as if whatever was there is still waiting, still watching. Years ago, when I was still in school, I remember one of the oddest weekends I had, one that still sticks with me. It was the weekend my mom and sister went out of town to my cousin's graduation. I was probably around 15, and I had opted to stay home with my dad. We decided to have a kind of guys' weekend. It was an unspoken thing, just the two of us hanging out, doing guy stuff. We were supposed to watch movies, talk about sports, maybe play some video games, and generally just enjoy the weekend without the usual hustle and bustle of family life. We even bought steaks to grill, which seemed like the perfect way to spend the night. Things were going exactly as planned. I remember how easy it all felt. My dad was a great guy, funny, easygoing, the kind of person who could talk to anyone, make you feel comfortable. He had a way of making ordinary things feel important. Even when we talked about mundane stuff, like the wrestling matches we'd watched or the latest sports news, it all felt engaging because he was so involved. We laughed, told old jokes, and just let the evening unfold. It was simple, and in a way, it felt like the sort of perfect evening that could last forever. He made everything seem like an adventure, even if it was just a quiet night at home. But then, out of nowhere, he pulled something out of the closet that I hadn't seen in years, a Ouija board. At first, I thought it was a joke. My dad was known for messing with me, especially when I was feeling a little too comfortable. He'd pull pranks, tell outlandish stories, or exaggerate details just to see how far he could push me. That's why I didn't think much of it at first when he said, "Hey, you want to try this?" I figured it was just another one of his weird ideas. "Really?" I said, giving him a skeptical look. "You want to do this now?" I thought we were just grilling steaks and watching TV. He smiled almost mischievously and said, "Well, you said you wanted to hang out, so why not try something different? This thing works, I swear." I stared at him for a moment, waiting for him to break into laughter or start some sort of elaborate punchline. But he just kept staring at the board, all serious. That's when I started to get uncomfortable. It wasn't so much the board itself, but that he was so intent on making me believe in it. It didn't make sense to me. My dad had always been the Sunday school teacher type. We went to church every Sunday, and I grew up with a pretty solid foundation in faith. The idea of him dabbling with something like a Ouija board seemed so out of place, so contradictory to everything I thought he stood for. I couldn't wrap my head around it. It made me feel a little uneasy, honestly. "Are you serious right now?" I asked again, trying to gauge if he was pulling my leg. He nodded, not a hint of humor in his face. "Yeah, I'm serious. This isn't just a toy. It works, believe me." I wasn't entirely sure what to make of it. Part of me wanted to call his bluff, but there was another part of me that started to feel a little bit wary. Something about it didn't sit right. I mean, I wasn't exactly expecting a ghost to show up or anything, but I wasn't sure I wanted to find out if it really did work. I shrugged it off, thinking it would be harmless, that it was just some silly, harmless fun. After all, we'd only be messing around with a piece of wood and some plastic planchette. How could it hurt? The night was already a little strange in its own way. The kitchen light above the stove flickered dimly in the otherwise quiet house. There was no one else around, no mom, no sister, just the two of us. It was one of those moments that felt like it was slowly building to something, though I couldn't yet pinpoint what it was. Still, we sat down at the kitchen table, and my dad set the board down in front of us. "Okay," he said, sounding more serious than ever. "Place your fingers on the planchette. Don't push it, just let it rest there." I wasn't exactly thrilled about it, but I did it anyway. I placed my fingers lightly on the planchette, feeling the cool surface under my fingertips. The board was old, probably sitting in that same closet for years. It looked worn, the edges fraying just slightly. I could smell the faint dust that had collected on it, mixed with the scent of the steaks cooking outside. I could still hear the faint sizzle of the grill through the open kitchen window. For a moment, I thought I might just relax and go along with it. My dad did the same, placing his fingers gently on the planchette. "Now, just wait for a little while," he said. "It'll work, trust me." We sat there in silence. The minutes ticked by, and nothing happened. At first, I wasn't sure what I expected, but I found myself getting more and more bored. It wasn't that I didn't want to believe, but honestly, the whole thing just seemed a bit ridiculous. I could almost hear my dad suppressing a grin, as if he knew how out of place the whole situation was. "Nothing's happening," I finally said, breaking the silence. "Just give it time," he replied, still intent on the board. He sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as me. The whole thing felt like a bad act at this point, a charade. I sighed and pulled my fingers away from the planchette. "This is dumb," I muttered, standing up from the table. "I'm gonna watch TV." Dad didn't try to stop me. He just nodded as I walked out of the kitchen, heading into the living room. I plopped down on the couch and turned on the TV. I half-watched a show, but mostly I found myself thinking about what my dad had said. Why was he so adamant about this thing working? Was he really serious? I tried to shake it off. I figured it was just some sort of weird dad joke, and he'd probably laugh about it later. A few minutes passed, and then I heard him get up from the table. He walked out of the kitchen, and I heard the sound of something being smashed against something hard. The sharp crack of wood hitting would made me jump slightly. I turned around, expecting to see him laughing, or maybe trying to get my attention with some exaggerated expression. But when I looked back, my dad was holding the Ouija board in both hands, his face dark with frustration. Without warning, he brought the board down onto his knee, snapping it in half. The sound was loud, almost too loud, like he was angry. I watched in shock as he smashed the board again, this time with even more force. The pieces of the board scattered across the kitchen floor. Without a word, he grabbed the broken pieces and shoved them into the trash. He yanked the trash bag out of the can and carried it outside. I stayed where I was, not knowing what to do. Part of me wanted to ask him what was going on, but I could tell that whatever it was serious. He didn't speak a word as he returned from outside, walking through the back door with a blank expression on his face. He didn't say anything to me, and I didn't ask. I had no idea what was going through his mind, but I knew better than to press him about it. The rest of the night went by in a strange silence. We didn't talk about it. We didn't mention the Ouija board or what had just happened. It was like that whole part of the evening had just vanished, like it never existed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. It was as if that moment had created a crack in the otherwise smooth surface of our night, a crack that I couldn't ignore. I didn't ask my dad about it, and he didn't offer any explanation. The weekend passed, and it never came up again. I didn't mention it to my mom when she came home. I didn't even bring it up to my sister. For years, I never said anything about that night to anyone. The memory lingered in the back of my mind, an uncomfortable shadow that I couldn't quite shake off. My dad lived for another 14 or 15 years, right into his 70s. We had many more weekends together, and we spent plenty of time watching sports, grilling steaks, and talking about the same old things. But that night, with the Ouija board, was never brought up again. It remained unsaid, an unspoken part of our history. In the end, I never found out why he did it, why he brought out the board, why he smashed it, why he was so serious about it. But as I got older, I started to realize that sometimes there are things people don't want to talk about. Maybe it wasn't something he felt was worth mentioning, or maybe he was just trying to spare me from whatever he experienced all those years ago. Whatever it was, I don't know, and I'll probably never know. We moved into the big blue house when I was about 8. It wasn't just any house. It was one of those older homes that had that worn-down charm, the kind you could tell had seen decades of life, but still had this almost magical feel to it. We were excited about the new space, the backyard, the fresh air. But there was one thing that stood out right away, the back door. It led to a huge drop, maybe 10 feet from the ground. The previous owners hadn't bothered to build a deck, so there was just a steep drop into the yard, which was really strange considering the rest of the property was so well kept. I remember that the first thing my dad did after we moved in was build a deck. He always had projects going on, something to keep him busy. He spent days out there with tools scattered all around, cutting wood, hammering nails. It wasn't a complicated job, but it was a big one. I'd watch him through the kitchen window, occasionally running out to hand him a hammer or a screw when he needed it. It seemed like the deck would never be finished, but once it was, it felt like the whole place transformed. The deck stretched the whole length of the back of the house, a little over to the side, and I loved it. It was perfect for playing outside without falling off the back of the house. The space under the deck was just as inviting. It wasn't completely closed off. There were gaps between the wooden slats that made up the floor of the deck. My siblings and I started to use the space under there as a playhouse. We'd crawl under, creating little hideouts and making up all sorts of games. The smell of dirt and wood would mix together, and we'd spend hours hiding out there, laughing and pretending. It was our secret place, and it felt safe, sheltered from the rest of the world. But like with everything, time passed, and we eventually grew out of the playhouse. We found new things to do, and the space under the deck was left behind. It was still there, hidden away in the shadows, but no longer a place of joy and laughter. We didn't go under there anymore. A couple of months later, we noticed a strange smell. At first, it was subtle, a faint, earthy odor that lingered just outside the house. We didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just the old house settling, or perhaps it was something to do with the plants and trees around the yard. But it got worse. The smell started to seep from under the deck. It wasn't like the smell of fresh dirt or wood, or anything like that. This one had a sour, rotten edge to it. It wasn't strong at first, but as the days passed, it became more noticeable, and eventually, it filled the air around the back of the house. I remember the day my dad decided to investigate. He went outside after dinner, right when the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. I saw him grab a flashlight and crouch down near the edge of the deck, peering underneath. My siblings and I stayed inside, watching him through the window. He moved around for a while, the flashlight beam dancing across the ground. Then there was a long pause. I could tell something had caught his attention. His posture stiffened, and I saw him look back at the house, his face pale in the light from the porch. Then, in a sudden burst of movement, he crawled out from under the deck, almost scrambling to get out. His face was as white as a ghost, and his eyes were wide. I couldn't understand what had happened, what he had seen. My siblings and I ran to the back door, pushing it open to ask what was going on. "We need to go inside now," he said, his voice strained. He didn't explain. He just turned and walked straight back into the house, like he wanted nothing more than to forget everything he'd just seen. We asked him again, but he didn't say anything more. He was distant, distracted. It was the first time I'd seen my dad so shaken, and for days we didn't talk about it. We went on with life. But that strange smell continued to linger around the house. I could never really shake the feeling that something was off, though no one mentioned it again. It became a kind of silent understanding, a thing no one brought up. We'd walk past the back door, and I could almost feel the weight of that unspoken knowledge in the air. Years passed. We grew older, and eventually, we all moved out of the house, but the memory of that place always stuck with me. It was only recently that I asked my dad about it. We were sitting at the kitchen table, just the two of us, a cup of coffee in front of each of us. The house was empty now, the rooms silent as we sat there. I brought it up casually, like it was no big deal. "Hey, remember that smell under the deck, when we first moved in?" I asked. "What was that all about?" He went quiet for a moment, staring at the table, before slowly looking up at me. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "A man," he said, his voice low. "There was a man under the deck. His hands, they were cut off. The police said he bled out from the wounds." My heart dropped. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what he was saying. What do you mean?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. "The smell," he continued, his face hardening. "It wasn't something we could just ignore. The body, it was there for a while. The police said it was too late. By the time they found him, he'd already died from blood loss. His eyes seemed distant, like he was seeing something far away, something he couldn't forget. Why didn't you say anything?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I could barely understand the weight of what he was telling me. "What was there to say?" he replied, his voice heavy. "There wasn't anything anyone could do. We didn't know. And once we found out, I didn't want to say anything. There was no need to stir things up. It was a closed case. He was just a man who ended up in the wrong place." There was a long pause. I sat there, trying to make sense of everything. That space under the deck, the smell, my dad's reaction, it all made sense now, in the worst possible way. But some questions still lingered. How did the man end up there? What had happened to him before he ended up dying under our house? I don't think I'll ever fully understand what happened. And maybe that's for the best. Some things you just don't need to know. But I'll never forget the way my dad looked that day. His face pale as he crawled out from under the deck. I'll never forget that smell. And I'll never forget the feeling that something unspeakable had happened just beneath our feet, hiding in the shadows. Now, when I drive past the old house, I can't help but look at the deck. It's still there, still standing tall, though it's no longer the same. The gaps under the deck have been filled in, and it no longer looks like a place for kids to hide away. It's just a deck now, just part of the house. But I know the truth of what's beneath it, and I don't think I'll ever look at that house the same way again. That night, like most summer nights in southern Utah, was hot but still. The sky had that clear, crisp feel to it, the kind where you could see every star without straining. I was with my friends, pretty much the usual crew, just trying to make the best of a weekend with nothing much else to do. In a place like this, where everything feels stretched out and endless, getting together was the highlight of our weekends. The air around here always felt kind of dry, and the silence was thick, no real distractions, no noise except for what we made. Usually, we'd drive out to some spot we all knew well. You know, a favorite camping spot off one of the nearby canyons, or up past some of the rock formations where we could light a fire, play guitar, and just hang out. But tonight, everything felt a little off. Every usual spot we had was taken, and as we passed through each one, we could see other trucks and tents set up, people doing exactly what we wanted to do. We weren't in the mood to hang out with anyone else, so we decided to head a little further south. About 30 minutes south of our usual spots, we pulled off the highway into this open, scrubby field. It was one of those places that seemed empty, but not quite desolate, like a forgotten stretch of land between the hills. The land was flat with a few scattered bushes, and the air had that crispness of the desert at night. Cold enough to feel a chill, but not too cold to stop you from sitting outside. It was peaceful, but it also felt isolated. There weren't any houses for miles, just the highway to the east and the mountains off to the west. At first, everything seemed fine. The headlights of the truck illuminated the surrounding area, casting long shadows over the dirt and scrub. We piled into the back of the truck bed with blankets and coolers. The plan was simple, no fire tonight. We weren't in the mood to bother with all that, so we just wanted to hang back and look at the stars. The sky was perfectly clear, and we could see the Milky Way stretched across the dark horizon. There wasn't a cloud in sight. As usual, we started talking about random things. Music, stuff we had done that week, stupid plans we might never actually do. But after a while, the conversation shifted, and I don't even remember how it happened. It was one of those nights where everything kind of melts together, and you can't even recall exactly what sparked it. I think someone mentioned skinwalkers, something from the Native American folklore that always seemed to pop up when we were sitting around in the middle of nowhere. One of us, probably Mark, started talking about skinwalkers, wendigos, and all that other creepy stuff, and we all fell into it. Everyone seemed intrigued, but it also felt like we were trying to spook each other. We'd been there for about an hour when my friend Sarah had to pee. She was always a bit hesitant about going off into the wilderness alone, and I could tell she wasn't thrilled about walking away from the group in the dark. So, I went with her. We both knew the drill. If you needed to go to the bathroom, there was one tree out in the field that we'd use as a marker, and no one ever strayed too far. It was about 20 feet away from the truck, but it felt like a mile when the only light came from the few faint stars above. Neither of us had great flashlights. My phone didn't have much battery, and hers had no flashlight app. So, we had to be careful as we made our way through the scrub, stepping over rocks and avoiding patches of prickly pear cacti that seemed to pop up out of nowhere. The darkness around us was thick, but the air was cool. The whole time we walked, there was a kind of unsettling quiet, where you could hear every rustle of the bushes, every scuff of our feet in the dirt. I don't know what it was, but there was something about that night that felt different. Not terrifying, but there was a sense of unease. I don't think either of us had talked about it, but we both felt it. There was something wrong, something in the air, though neither of us would admit it to the other. We did our business quickly, trying not to make noise, because it just felt like something was watching us. I'm not sure what I thought it was. Maybe it was just the nerves that had started to build after we talked about skinwalkers and wendigos. Maybe it was the silence that surrounded us, the kind of quiet you only get in places like this, where the only noise is the wind or the occasional animal. When we finished, we started making our way back to the truck. As we neared the spot where the truck was parked, something caught our attention, a sound out in the distance by the base of the mountains. At first, I thought it was just the wind or some animal, but then I heard it again. It was soft at first, like a giggle, but not a human giggle, something higher pitched, more like a shriek, like someone was trying to laugh but couldn't quite do it right. It stopped us both in our tracks. We didn't say anything for a second, just stood there in the darkness, staring out toward the mountains. It wasn't something I could explain, but it didn't sound right. It didn't sound like any of the people we'd met out here. It was just wrong. Who's messing around? I called out, my voice carrying in the still night air. I figured it had to be one of our friends, but we hadn't heard any car doors, no movement from the truck. I glanced over at Sarah. She was wide-eyed, looking in the direction of the sound. It wasn't long before we heard another voice. This one was deeper, almost as if it was slowed down, distorted. It didn't sound like anything we could recognize. It came from the opposite direction, just off to our left. Both of us froze. It was like our bodies knew something before our minds did. Without saying a word, we started running. We didn't look back, didn't hesitate, just sprinted toward the truck, desperate to get back to the safety of the group. The closer we got to the truck, the faster we ran, until we were both out of breath. We reached the truck bed, and there they were, Mark, Mike, Jenny, and everyone else, sitting in the back, just like we'd left them. You guys trying to mess with us? Sarah and I asked in unison, out of breath and completely shaken. But they all just stared at us, confused. What are you talking about? We've been here the whole time, Mark said. We looked at each other, then back at them. There was no way they had moved. No way they could have made it to where we were without us hearing them. But they all insisted they hadn't gone anywhere. So, we started accusing each other. They thought we were just trying to mess with them, and we thought they were trying to scare us. But deep down, none of us could shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Then, all of us remembered something that made our blood run cold. We had been talking about skinwalkers, wendigos, and spirits, and it hit us. You're not supposed to talk about that stuff. It attracts them. We had been laughing it off, but now now it felt too real. Without saying much, we all agreed it was time to leave. No more messing around. We piled into the trucks, the mood suddenly serious. The engine started, and we were all silent as we backed out of the spot and turned onto the road. The headlights cut through the darkness, and as we pulled away, something caught our attention, the tree. The one we had used as the bathroom marker. In the harsh light, we saw something standing in front of it. It was huge, at least 8 feet tall. It had the shape of something like a horse, but on 2 legs. For a moment, we all just stared at it, too stunned to move. The thing didn't seem to be moving at all, just standing there, facing us. But the second the headlights hit it, it was gone, just vanished. There wasn't any time to make sense of it, no time to process what we'd just seen. We all screamed at once and slammed the gas pedal to the floor, spinning out and nearly crashing into each other as we all scrambled to get out of there. None of us spoke for the rest of the drive back, and after that night, we didn't go anywhere near that spot again. Every weekend after that, we made sure to stick to the designated campsites, the ones we knew were safe. Because whatever we saw that night, it wasn't something we were ready to face again. It started with my mom. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it was just her who was the first to talk about it. I didn't know how serious it could get until I went through it myself. But the way it slowly spread through our family was something that stayed with all of us. Each of us had different experiences, but there was something similar in the feeling. Something that felt shared even if we didn't know it at the time. We lived in a small house just outside the city, not rural but quiet enough. 1 story, 3 bedrooms, nothing out of the ordinary. My mom slept in her room at the end of the hall. My sister and I shared the room across from hers, and my uncle, he only visited from time to time, stayed in the guest room next to the kitchen. The first time my mom mentioned something, she didn't describe it like a bad dream. She said it was real, too real to be a dream. She said she woke up one night frozen in place. Her eyes were open, but she couldn't move. She could see the edge of her room in the dark, the way the dim light from the street lamp outside her window lit up the dresser and cast soft shadows against the wall. But she couldn't turn her head, couldn't blink, couldn't scream. And then she felt a presence near her. Close, right next to her head. She said it wasn't like someone just standing near the bed. It was like they were leaning in, so close she could feel breath on her skin. And she heard a voice, a low, raspy whisper in her ear over and over again, asking her the same thing. "Where are your kids? Where are your kids? Where are your kids?" She said the whisper wasn't fast or loud, just slow and steady and constant. The more she tried to move, the more panicked she became. It wasn't just fear, it was like being buried alive in her own body. Eventually, she broke out of it, screaming and crying, and sat up in bed shaking. She didn't tell anyone at first, just stayed quiet about it for a while, hoping it was a one-time thing. But she never forgot how real it felt. She swore it wasn't a dream. Then it was my sister. It happened in the middle of the night, while we were both asleep in our room. She told me about it in the morning, pale and a little shaky, like she hadn't slept at all. She said she'd woken up, but couldn't move. Not her arms, not her legs, not even her neck. Just her eyes. She said it felt like something heavy was pressing down on her chest, like a pile of bricks pinning her to the bed. Her breath came short and shallow. It felt like she was suffocating. She said the strangest part was that she could see me. I was asleep in the same room, just a few feet away in my own bed. She could see me out of the corner of her eye, and she said she tried to scream, to get my attention, but no sound came out. She just laid there, paralyzed, feeling like something was crushing her. Eventually, the pressure let go, and she gasped and sat up crying. I hadn't heard or seen a thing. When she told me, I didn't know what to say. I believed her. She looked serious, scared even. But I hadn't experienced it, so I couldn't understand it. Not really. My uncle was next. He stayed over one weekend, sleeping in the guest room. I was up late, watching TV in the living room when I heard something strange. A kind of muffled, panicked noise, like someone trying to talk with a pillow over their face. Then I heard it again, louder, more like a scream. I jumped up and ran to the guest room. My uncle was thrashing in the bed, sweating and making this awful choking sound. My mom came running too, and we tried shaking him, calling his name. He finally shot up, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, eyes wide like he'd seen something horrible. We asked him what happened, but he just shook his head. He never told us. He wouldn't talk about it. After that, it felt like a pattern. It didn't happen all the time, not even every week. But it wasn't just one person anymore. And every time it happened to someone new, it was just a little more disturbing. Then it happened to me. And to this day, I wish it hadn't. I had fallen asleep on the couch in the living room. I remember because I'd been watching something late, probably some old movie, and I didn't feel like going to my room. It was quiet in the house, lights off except for the dim glow of the TV. I must have drifted off sometime after midnight. At first, everything was dark. Then I opened my eyes. I wasn't dreaming. I was completely aware of everything around me. I could see the ceiling, the shape of the fan blades above me, the darkened edges of the room. I could even hear the low hum of the refrigerator down the hall in the kitchen. But I couldn't move. At first, I thought maybe I was just groggy, still waking up. But when I tried to shift my arm or turn my head, nothing happened. It was like my brain was sending the signal, but nothing responded. Panic crept in slowly. I could feel my heart beating faster, my chest rising and falling with sharp, tight breaths. But my limbs stayed frozen. Then I heard it. At first it sounded far away, like someone screaming in the distance. But not just any scream. It was a woman's scream, raw, bloody, and loud. Painful. Full of something I can only describe as pure terror. And it got closer. It didn't feel like something outside. It didn't feel like a noise from the street or someone in another room. It felt like it was inside my head, like it was coming from deep inside my ears, like it was echoing through my skull. The scream got louder and louder, and with it came this unbearable ringing in my ears. It felt like a fire alarm had gone off inside my brain. I wanted to move. I needed to move. Every part of me screamed for it, but nothing worked. And worse, there was something else. Something in that moment, something I couldn't see or explain, was pushing against me. Not a physical touch, not something in the room, but a pressure, like something trying to get in. Not through the door, not from outside, but into me, into my head, into my body. It was like something else was in that noise, hidden inside that scream, trying to take over. And I couldn't stop it. I don't know how long it lasted. Time didn't feel real. But I remember the one thing that saved me was the tiniest sound from the real world. A sound that cut through the scream like a blade. My mom. She'd heard me grunting from the couch, soft, panicked noises I didn't even know I was making. She came into the room and saw me lying there, eyes wide, twitching, trying to move. She shook me. I could feel her hands, but I was still stuck. Then I felt something else, something sharp across my cheek. It felt like a scratch, like nails dragging across my skin, burning and sudden. And then I gasped, sat up, and the scream vanished. The room was silent. My chest heaved, and I was soaked in sweat. My mom was right there, wide-eyed, asking if I was okay. I nodded, but I wasn't. I was far from okay. We turned on all the lights that night and sat in the kitchen for hours. I couldn't stop shaking. My mom stayed with me, made me drink water, held my hand even though I didn't say much. There was a red mark on my cheek where I felt the scratch, faint but real. The next morning, I tried to explain it, but there were no words that fit. It sounded crazy even to me. And yet, I knew it was real. We started doing some research after that. Not into ghosts or demons or anything like that. We didn't want fairy tales. We wanted answers. Real ones. That's when we found it. Sleep paralysis. It matched everything. The inability to move, the hyper-awareness, the terrifying hallucinations, both auditory and visual. The crushing weight, the sounds, the feeling of a presence. It was all part of a well-documented condition. Not common, but not rare either. Some people only experience it once in their lives. Others more often. And it could run in families. It didn't make it feel better, exactly. But it gave it a name. It gave us something to hold on to. Something that made us feel like we weren't going insane. We learned that it often happened when people were extremely stressed, sleep-deprived, or going through changes in routine. All things we had in common during those months. We didn't stop it from happening altogether. But we started being more careful. We worked on getting better sleep, reducing stress. We talked more openly when it happened again. We stopped hiding it. And slowly, the episodes became less frequent. Not gone, but manageable. We came to understand it, not fear it. To this day, I still remember that scream. That sound that came from nowhere, but felt like it was everywhere at once. But now I know what it was. It wasn't a ghost, or some evil thing trying to take over. It was my own brain, caught between sleep and wake, freaking out and feeding on fear. And maybe that's the scariest part of all. Not what's out there in the dark, but what's already inside us. It had been a long, exhausting day. The funeral, the emotional toll of everything, the drive back home from out of state. I was hoping to make it back as quickly as possible, but as soon as we hit the highway, things started to go wrong. It wasn't the kind of trip where everything was going to go smoothly, I guess. I had my kids with me, 2 young ones, and I couldn't help but feel the weight of it all pressing down on me. Losing a loved one is never easy, but being stuck on the road with a car that refused to start, that felt like the final insult. My husband couldn't come with me. He couldn't get off work at the last minute, so I had to do this alone. Except I wasn't really alone. I had brought my neighbor along because, frankly, I didn't want to deal with all this by myself. The kids were already upset about the funeral, and I didn't want to add to their stress with this unexpected setback. My neighbor, Ted, had been across the street for years, but he had a knack for showing up when things went wrong. I thought it was just good fortune when I called him to help, but as the trip wore on, I quickly learned just how wrong I was. The closer we got to the Illinois border, the more Ted seemed to push my buttons, and by the time we pulled off the interstate with the engine sputtering to a stop, we were barely speaking to each other. "I told you not to drive this car on such a long trip," he muttered under his breath. But it wasn't like I hadn't known that already. It had been my own decision to take the car. I couldn't deal with the tension anymore, so I snapped back. It wasn't even about the car anymore. It was everything. The exhaustion, the frustration with my husband being stuck at work, my kids being upset. Ted's voice seemed to set off something in me, and before I knew it, we were screaming at each other by the side of the road. He kept blaming me for the situation, and I couldn't understand why he wasn't trying to help more. I limped away from the scene, the sharp pain in my foot sending waves of discomfort up my leg. The wound wasn't deep, but it sure as hell hurt. It had happened earlier in the trip, and now it felt like a cruel joke. My foot had been stabbed by something sharp, a stray piece of metal that I hadn't noticed on the ground. I was already tired, and walking in the heat with a wound didn't make things better. But I couldn't stay in the car arguing with him, so I started walking toward the nearest gas station. Maybe I could get directions, maybe someone could help. The heat of the day was still hanging in the air, the asphalt radiating waves of warmth. My foot throbbed with each step, and it was hard to keep moving, but I had no choice. I had to keep going. I walked past semi-trucks, big rigs idling, their engines growling in the background, sending clouds of exhaust into the air. It felt like the world was too big, and I was so small, so helpless. When I finally made it to the gas station, the lady at the counter seemed kind enough. I asked her for directions to the nearest town and a car parts store, trying to mask the fact that I was on edge and still limping. Her directions, however, made no sense. She gave me directions that would have sent me in the opposite direction of where I needed to go. But I didn't know better, so I started walking the way she'd told me to. The pain in my foot was only getting worse. I was sweating by now, and the realization that I might be truly lost started creeping into my mind. I was scared. I was alone. My kids were back at that gas station, and I was on the side of a highway in the middle of nowhere with no real idea where I was going. The whole situation felt wrong. I wanted to turn back, but there was no turning back. Then, out of nowhere, a car screeched to a halt right next to me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up, expecting to see someone familiar. But the person in the driver's seat was a woman, and there was something about the way she looked at me that made my stomach churn. She rolled down her window and asked if I needed a ride. At that moment, I knew I didn't want to get in her car. Something in her voice, her eyes, it felt off. It wasn't just a gut feeling. It was like everything in me screamed to stay away. "I'm fine," I said quickly, stepping back. But she wasn't hearing it. She leaned out the window, her smile growing wide, and insisted that I get in. She kept pushing, saying things like, "You can't walk in your condition. It's not safe out here." The way she said safe felt threatening, as if she knew something I didn't. "I'm okay, really," I said again, my voice shaking a little. But the more I resisted, the more pushy she became. "You're on your own then," she said, slamming her brakes and speeding off. I could feel the tension in my chest as she disappeared into the distance. Something about that whole exchange left me cold. I stood there, frozen for a moment, just trying to process what had just happened. The moment she sped off, a new fear settled over me. I had felt it before, but now it was undeniable. That woman had made me feel unsafe. Her urgency, the way she wouldn't let me go, everything about it had been wrong. I had no idea who she was or what her intentions had been, but I was convinced she was up to something. I didn't know what to do. I was still standing there, trying to gather my thoughts, when a truck pulled up beside me. This time, I didn't hesitate. I opened the door before the driver had a chance to say anything. The man in the pickup truck looked like he was in his 40s, not too old, but not young either. He had a calm demeanor, and I could see the concern in his eyes when he saw the look on my face. "I saw that lady stop, and I thought maybe it was your boyfriend or something," he said, eyeing me carefully. "It seemed like you two were arguing." No, I said quickly. It was a woman, and I didn't feel safe with her. She made me feel like something was wrong. The man nodded, a serious expression settling on his face. I figured as much. You can never be too sure around here. I explained what had happened, how I had been walking to get directions, how my car had broken down, how I'd been arguing with Ted back at the station. I could tell that the man was trying to understand, but was also trying to keep calm. I didn't blame him. I was scared, and he was just a stranger helping me out. We didn't talk much as he drove, but I kept my hand near the door handle the entire time. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, but I knew I couldn't turn back. Not now. The man pulled into the gas station, and I told him I'd be fine, that I could walk back to my car once I got the part. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed, letting me out. I thanked him profusely. It wasn't much, but I was grateful he had stopped when he did. I walked back to my car, feeling like a weight had been lifted off my chest. The starter had gone out, just as I suspected. It wasn't an easy fix, but at least it was manageable. Ted was sitting in the car with the kids when I returned, looking irritated but relieved. The kids were fine, oblivious to what had happened. As I drove home that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, something dark, just waiting for the right moment. I kept looking in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the woman's car speeding up behind me, but it never came. I eventually made it back home, safe and sound. The car was fixed, the kids were fine, and the creepy lady never showed up again. But I knew I'd never forget that feeling of fear, the strange unease that had followed me on that lonely stretch of road. I was just your typical high school girl, dealing with the ups and downs of school life, the drama, the crushes, and everything that comes with it. But there was one thing that stood out in the small town I grew up in. The presence of someone who gave off an unsettling vibe, even before I knew what he was really capable of. His name was Kyle, and he went to the neighboring high school. I had heard of him long before I ever had an interaction with him, and those stories were enough to make anyone nervous. Kyle wasn't like the other kids at school. He didn't exactly fit in. He had a reputation, one that was well known and whispered about behind closed doors. It wasn't just that he was a little different or had an odd sense of humor. He had a darkness about him, something that people couldn't quite put their finger on, but everyone could sense it. He was the kind of guy who would say things that didn't quite make sense, things that made you feel uncomfortable, but didn't raise immediate red flags. It was only later, as I heard more, that I realized just how dangerous he really was. At some point, Kyle got expelled from his school. I'm not sure what happened exactly, but I remember the rumors. He was a mess, a ticking time bomb that no one seemed to know how to handle. The next thing I knew, he was doing something bizarre. His mother, who was always a quiet, unassuming woman, was selling burritos. Yeah, you heard that right. Burritos. But here's the kicker. They weren't just any burritos. Kyle started delivering them, driving them to our school like some kind of underground food service. It wasn't DoorDash. It was sketchier, way sketchier. I don't know what it was that drew me in. Maybe it was curiosity or the fact that I hadn't eaten anything that day. But I decided to buy a burrito from him one day. I mean, a girl's gotta eat, right? I figured, what harm could it do? The burritos were actually good, way better than I expected. It felt a little strange, like I was doing something I shouldn't. But who doesn't like a good burrito? I didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't long before I had a run-in with Kyle's mom. She came to my school to drop off some burritos, and while I was grabbing one, she said something that stuck with me. "You should date a girl like that," she said, looking at me with a kind of strange approval. I was taken aback. I didn't know what to make of it. I guess I had been polite and friendly when I bought the burritos, but the way she said it made me feel like she knew something more about me than she should have. I brushed it off as one of those weird things people say, but it stayed with me. Things escalated quickly after that. It wasn't long before I started hearing about Kyle's darker side, stuff I hadn't known before. People whispered about him drugging people, manipulating them, doing awful things without any sign of remorse. It was like he had no conscience, no sense of right and wrong. But still, he kept selling those burritos, driving them to schools like it was all normal. I could never shake the feeling that there was something off about the whole thing. Then came the story that made everything click into place. Kyle, after some time, took bath salts. I don't know what drove him to do it, but it was bad, really bad. He ended up stabbing his pregnant girlfriend, attacking her in a fit of rage after she tried to escape from him. She had been trying to get away from him for days, but he was violent, abusive, and completely unhinged. It was a brutal attack. I don't know all the details, but I heard she survived, and miraculously, so did the baby. That day, when I heard he was arrested and thrown into jail, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Kyle was finally behind bars, where he belonged. I figured that was the end of it. I would go on with my life, and Kyle would be locked away for good. But I was wrong. It wasn't long after his arrest that I started getting messages from him on Facebook. At first, I didn't think much of it. I had long since stopped buying burritos from him. In fact, I didn't want anything to do with him. But his messages started coming in more frequently, and they were always unsettling. He'd try to flirt with me, make weird comments about how he liked me, things that felt invasive and creepy. I told him to stop. I told him to leave me alone. But it wasn't just some simple message. No, it got worse. He didn't take no for an answer. He kept sending these long, rambling messages, each one more disturbing than the last. I blocked him, but that didn't stop him. He found a way around it, messaging me through different accounts, using fake names, pretending to be someone else. I tried to ignore it, thinking it would go away. But one day, I did something stupid. I don't know why I did it, but I sent him a picture of me and my boyfriend. I wanted to show him that I was with someone, that he had no chance with me. I guess I thought that would get the message across. I was wrong. The next message I got from him was horrifying. He told me he was going to have one of his friends Photoshop his head onto the photo of me and my boyfriend, and then print it out. He said he was going to show it to everyone at the prison, tell them that I was his girlfriend, that we were together. It was like he was trying to make his sick fantasy come true, and I was caught in the middle of it. I didn't know what to do. I felt trapped. This wasn't just some annoying guy hitting on me anymore. It was something much darker. I tried calling the prison, hoping to report that Kyle had access to a phone, that he was using it to harass me. I don't know if anything came of it, if they investigated or took any action, but the thought that he had so much control from inside a prison cell made me sick. It made me feel like I wasn't safe, like no place was safe from him. As the days passed, I stayed vigilant. I told my boyfriend about the messages, and we both kept a close eye on my social media accounts. I made sure to lock everything down, changing my privacy settings and deleting anyone I didn't trust. But even then, the unease never went away. Kyle's words haunted me. The fact that he could so easily cross boundaries, that he could harass me from behind bars, made me feel like I was always looking over my shoulder. Eventually, Kyle's messages stopped coming. I'm not sure why, but I think maybe the reality of his situation set in. Maybe he realized that no one was buying into his delusions. Or maybe he just moved on to someone else, looking for another target to fixate on. I'll never know. What I do know is that the feeling of dread he left behind lingered for a long time. I still think about it, every now and then, about how easily someone can cross the line, how someone who seems so harmless at first can turn into a monster, about how close I came to being one of his victims, just another name in a long list of people he hurt. But the thing that sticks with me the most is how much people like him can hide in plain sight, how he could go from selling burritos to stabbing someone, and how the rest of us just stood by, not knowing how to stop him. In the end, I never heard from him again. He faded into the background of my life, locked away in prison where he couldn't reach me. But the lesson he taught me has stayed with me forever. Trust your instincts, and never let anyone like that into your life. Some people are just broken, and no matter what you do, you can't fix them. You can only protect yourself from them. And that's exactly what I did. Got away, stayed away, and never looked back. I'm safe now, and he's still behind bars where he belongs. But I'll never forget what it felt like living under that shadow, knowing that someone like Kyle was out there, lurking, always watching. And I know that if I had made just one different choice, if I had let my guard down even a little, I might not have made it out the other side unscathed. I grew up in a small town in New Zealand, a place where everyone knew everyone else, and life was simple. It wasn't a bustling city with a lot of noise or constant movement, but it was a peaceful town that everyone felt safe in. People walked the streets, waved hello to each other, and kids rode their bikes around the block without much worry. It was the kind of place where you'd expect to see the same faces every day, where your neighbors felt like family. My older sister and I went to the local primary school, just a few minutes away from our house. It wasn't a big school, just a few classrooms with kids that mostly lived in the surrounding area. Every day, my sister and I would stand by the back gate of the school, waiting for our mom to pick us up and walk us home. Our school was small enough that the back gate didn't have much traffic. Most of the parents picked up their kids at the front gates, where the buses dropped off, or parked in the main car park. So the back gates were usually quiet, and that was where my sister and I liked to wait. Mom, bless her heart, was always terrible with time. She never managed to be on time, and I mean never. So when the school bell rang and it was time to go home, we'd often end up waiting for her to show up. It wasn't a big deal for me, really. I'd just look around at the empty playground or watch the occasional car go by. My sister, though, would always get a little impatient. She'd glance down the road, then look at her watch, and start pacing back and forth. But for the most part, it was just a quiet wait. There were times when I would get bored and start talking to my sister about whatever came to mind, but mostly we'd stand there, hands in our pockets, waiting. One afternoon, though, something happened that changed how I thought about those days of waiting. It was a warm, typical afternoon, and we were standing at the back gate like usual. My sister was wearing her blue school jacket, the one she loved because it had a little embroidered logo on the chest. I was in my school uniform too, the red and navy one that was always too big for me. We had been there for a while, maybe 10 minutes or so. I remember staring off into the distance, watching the empty road stretch out before me, waiting for the familiar sight of our mom's car. That's when a van pulled up beside us. It wasn't a big, flashy van or anything. It was a plain white van, one of those unmarked ones that you'd see on the roads every now and then, often associated with deliveries or tradesmen. It slowed down as it came near, and then it stopped right next to us. At first, I didn't think anything of it. People drive by all the time. But then the man in the van rolled down his window and called out to us. "Hey there, you two. You waiting for someone?" His voice was friendly enough, though there was something about it that didn't quite sit right with me. It wasn't the usual way people spoke when they passed by, at least not that I had ever noticed. I glanced at my sister. She was staring at the man, her eyes wide but calm. At that age, she was always the more mature one. She took everything in stride, never really panicked unless it was something big. She didn't say anything right away, but I could tell she was unsure. The man continued, his tone shifting a little. "I can give you a ride home if you want. It's getting late, and it doesn't look like anyone's coming to pick you up." I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't fully understand what was happening at the time, but something about this man, the van, and the way he was talking made me feel uneasy. I looked up at my sister, silently hoping she would know what to do. She did. "No thanks," she said firmly, taking a small step closer to me. "We're waiting for our mom." The man smiled, but it was a smile that didn't feel right. It felt forced, like he was trying too hard. "Ah, come on, don't be shy," he said. "I'm just trying to help. It's no trouble, really." He kept talking, his voice becoming a little more insistent. "I'm just a nice guy. You can't be standing out here all alone. It's not safe." My sister didn't budge. "We're fine," she said, her voice calm but firm. "We're not supposed to talk to strangers." The man's smile faltered just for a second, and that's when I saw it, his eyes wide and intense, staring at us. They weren't the eyes of someone who just wanted to help. They were calculating, like he was sizing us up, trying to figure out how to get us into that van. He let out a frustrated sigh, but then he suddenly straightened up and looked past us, as if trying to spot someone. He must have seen our mom coming down the road because in that moment, he quickly rolled the window back up, slammed the van into reverse, and drove off without another word. We stood there for a moment, both of us too stunned to move. I don't know how long we stood there, but when our mom finally arrived, her car pulled up to the gate, and she got out, asking if we were okay. My sister didn't say much, just nodded, and I don't think I said anything at all. I don't remember much after that, or at least I didn't for a long time, but it stuck with me. The feeling of that man's eyes on us, the sense that something was wrong. It wasn't until I was much older that I fully realized how close we had come to something awful. Looking back now, I understand how my sister was so calm. She had been taught well, probably by Mum, how to handle people she didn't trust. I, on the other hand, was young enough not to understand the danger fully, though I felt it in my gut. I've thought about that day often, especially when I think of how lucky we were that Mum showed up when she did. It wasn't until years later that Mum told us stories from her childhood that made that moment come into sharper focus. She had grown up in Saudi Arabia for a few years, where her father had worked as an engineer for an airline company. Life in Saudi had been very different. It was a place where things weren't always as they seemed, and people could be in danger without warning. Mum told us stories about how she and her father would walk through the markets in Saudi, and sometimes soldiers would arrive and start herding people together. They would drag people off to be executed in the local stadium. It wasn't just a story, it was a memory of something real. Her father would always grab her, pull her into a nearby store, and hide her around the back to keep her from being caught up in the madness. But there was one story that stuck with me the most. One day, while they were at the market, a foreign woman who had been walking nearby had her hair exposed under her headscarf. The soldiers had seen it and quickly detained her. They made her kneel in front of everyone, and right there in the middle of the street, they roughly cut all her hair off. The woman's scalp bled as the soldiers shaved her head, and Mum and her father had to watch from their hiding place helpless. The woman's humiliation was palpable, and it scared Mum to the core. It was hard for me to imagine a place where such things could happen. But it was those stories that made me realize how much danger can lurk in the most unexpected places. The man in the van wasn't just a lonely driver trying to help. He was a stranger with intentions we couldn't understand, and we were lucky that my sister had the presence of mind to turn him away. I don't know what would have happened if Mum hadn't shown up when she did. Maybe nothing. Maybe something much worse. It's a thought that still sends a shiver down my spine. What I learned from that day is that even in the quietest of places, there are people who might try to take advantage of your trust. And it's important to listen to that gut feeling when something feels off. The man in the van disappeared, but he wasn't forgotten. Every time I walk past the back gate now, I can't help but remember how close we came to something bad happening, and how grateful I am that we were able to walk away from that day unharmed. It was a reminder that safety isn't something you can always take for granted, no matter how small or peaceful a town may seem. I can't stop shaking. My hands are still trembling as I type this, and my heart won't slow down. It's been about 30 minutes since it happened, and I'm still trying to process everything. I'm okay now, but I wasn't sure if I'd be okay then. I don't think I'll ever forget what happened tonight. I've never been so scared in my life, and it was all so real. It all started like any other night. My girlfriend and I were hanging out, just driving around and having some quiet time. We decided to park in an empty lot near a few buildings, where no one usually went. The lot had this kind of isolated vibe to it, and it was peaceful, just us and the sound of the engine ticking as it cooled off. The lot was poorly lit, but we didn't mind. It was quiet, and that made it perfect for what we were doing. We weren't doing anything crazy, just talking and being with each other. Then, as we were messing around, the windows started fogging up. You know how it gets when it's cold outside, and the heat's on inside the car? It's not anything unusual, but in that moment, it felt like we were in our own little world, isolated and safe. Then, out of nowhere, the headlights of another car appeared. We weren't sure if they were coming in our direction at first, but we saw them pull up and park a short distance away from us. I immediately froze. My heart skipped a beat, and I glanced over at my girlfriend. Her eyes were wide. We both knew what we were doing wasn't exactly innocent. We weren't doing anything illegal, but we weren't exactly following the park and be safe rules either. So, in a panic, we quickly pulled up a movie on my phone, trying to act like we were just two people hanging out like anyone else. But the car didn't move. It just sat there, parked in the dark, no lights on, no sound. I could feel the tension rising between us. It had to be the cops. I'm no expert, but it felt like we were busted. I held my breath, waiting for a tap on the window or the harsh yell of an officer telling us to leave or give us a ticket. But nothing. The car just stayed there, and we waited. 2 minutes passed. Then 5. We didn't move. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, trying to make out anything in the darkness. The whole situation felt wrong, but I couldn't place why. A few more minutes went by, and I could see that the other car still wasn't moving. I turned to my girlfriend, and she was just as tense as I was. We both assumed it was just the cops, waiting us out, trying to catch us in the act. Another car suddenly pulled up right in front of us. A huge black truck, so dark you could barely make out the details. Its windows were tinted so heavily that you couldn't see inside at all. It parked directly in front of our car, blocking us in. The lights went off, and for a moment, there was complete silence. I froze, my stomach sinking. I thought it was the end. I couldn't believe it. I was waiting for a knock on the window, the sound of an officer's boots on the pavement. But nothing. No noise. No lights. Nothing. The seconds stretched on like they were minutes. I couldn't breathe. 10 minutes went by. Then 20. The black truck still hadn't moved. I could hear my heart thudding in my chest. I looked around, but everything was still. No one was getting out of either car. I started to feel this sick realization creeping in, like something wasn't right. Police wouldn't sit there for this long. If it was a cop, they would have come over by now. I glanced over at my girlfriend again, her face pale in the dim light, eyes wide. She was scared too. I knew it. I could feel it in the air. Something was wrong. And that's when it hit me. These weren't police cars. Neither of the vehicles had any identifying marks. No stickers, no sirens, no lights. Nothing. Just these two huge, black, unmarked vehicles sitting in the dark, watching us. I could feel my pulse start to race. This was bad. This wasn't a simple traffic stop. I could feel the danger in my bones. I kept telling myself, stay calm. It's okay. Just wait it out. Maybe they'll leave. But they didn't. They just sat there. I had no idea what to do. Should I drive off? Should I confront them? I didn't know. The air in the car felt thick, almost suffocating. My mind was racing with thoughts I didn't want to entertain. What if these weren't cops? What if we were about to be in serious danger? The thought of being stuck in that parking lot, with nowhere to go and no way to defend ourselves, sent a wave of cold dread down my spine. I'm a big guy, but I've never fought anyone. I wouldn't stand a chance if these guys were here for the wrong reasons. The car felt smaller, tighter, the space closing in on me. I checked the time. 30 minutes had passed. I could barely keep my hands from shaking. Every muscle in my body was tense, like I was ready to jump out of my skin. But I didn't. I couldn't. It felt like the longer we waited, the worse it got. But I had to stay calm. I had to, for my girlfriend's sake. I turned on my phone, pulled up the police scanner app, and started listening. Maybe it was a stupid thing to do, but I couldn't sit there anymore. I needed to know if anyone was coming. A few more minutes passed in silence, and then, finally, something happened. I heard the unmistakable sound of sirens in the distance. A police car with lights flashing drove by the parking lot. My heart leaped. Maybe, just maybe, the situation was about to change. The moment that police car passed, everything changed. The two black cars, those creepy, unmarked vehicles, revved their engines and peeled out of there like they were running from something. Tires screeched against the pavement as they sped off, one turning sharply, the other following close behind. They were gone in an instant, disappearing into the night. I could barely believe it. The tension in my chest loosened, but I was still so shaken up. My heart was pounding, and my breath was shallow. I waited for a few more moments, trying to process what had just happened. And then I heard it. The police scanner buzzed with activity. The voices were frantic, full of urgency. The officers were on the hunt, searching for two suspects who were reportedly involved in a series of kidnappings. They had been spotted nearby, driving around in those exact kinds of cars. The message made my blood run cold. We had been sitting there, trapped in that lot, with two suspected kidnappers just feet away. I don't know how long I sat there, just trying to absorb what had just happened. I turned to my girlfriend, and she looked just as stunned as I felt. We didn't speak for a long time. I didn't have the words. All I could do was pull out of the parking lot and drive. We kept the phone calls going, just to make sure we both got home safe. It wasn't until we were both home, safely in our apartments, that the weight of it hit me. I couldn't stop thinking about how close we were to something bad. My mind kept replaying the images, the black cars, the tense silence, the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. It's been a while since that night, and I still feel rattled. Every time I hear a siren or see a black truck, I freeze up for a second. I don't think I'll ever forget the fear I felt in that parking lot, the helplessness. I wasn't sure if I was going to get to go home that night, but we did, and I'm grateful for that. I don't think I'll ever take that for granted. It was my friend Matt's first year in college, and he was back on break for the summer. He and I had always been close, so when he said he was home for a while, I was excited to catch up. After a few days of just hanging out, Matt suggested we go to his mom's place. She lived in a small house on the edge of town, a few miles away from where we grew up. Matt's mom, Debbie, was into all sorts of weird stuff, ghosts, paranormal investigations, the supernatural, stuff like that. She was an enthusiast, always dragging us to haunted spots and watching cheesy ghost hunter shows. We didn't take it seriously, but it was always fun to entertain her. That day, we cracked open a few beers, sitting on the porch and chatting. As the sun began to set, Debbie got an idea. She was excited, her eyes practically sparkling, and mentioned something about a local haunted house not far from where we were. I'd heard of it. Every town had a haunted house rumor or two, but this one seemed different. It was close enough to be in the same town, but far enough that I hadn't heard much about it. She convinced us to drive over there. It wasn't hard to find. It was the kind of house that stuck out in the landscape. Old, dilapidated, like something from a horror movie. The kind of house people would drive by with a quick glance, wondering if it was even safe to approach. But we did because, well, what else were we going to do? It wasn't like we had anything else planned, and Matt and his mom were excited. We pulled up to the house, and the first thing I noticed was the group of people standing outside. Ghost hunters, probably. There was a small, brightly colored van with an antenna sticking out, the kind you see on those cheap reality TV ghost hunter shows. They were setting up their equipment, walking around with flashlights, looking all serious and mysterious. It was all a bit much. But Debbie seemed thrilled, eager to see what these professionals were up to. She started walking toward them, but Matt and I were both not feeling it. Instead, we stayed back by the car, just watching. We weren't really buying into the whole ghost thing, but Debbie was into it, and when she was like that, it was hard to say no. Eventually, after some back and forth, she said she wanted to talk to some neighbors around there, see if we could maybe camp on the property sometime. We had no plans for the night, so why not? I wasn't exactly jumping at the idea of staying on some creepy property, but it didn't seem like it could hurt. Debbie's excitement led us down the road, where we came across the first house. We knocked on the door, but no one answered. After a few seconds, I could see through the window that someone was standing just inside, glaring at us. The person didn't even seem surprised by our presence, just annoyed. I had a feeling this wasn't the first time someone had approached this house about the haunted property. We quickly gave up on that one and walked further down the road. There was a second house up ahead, a small, one-story cabin with a long driveway that was filled with broken-down cars. The whole place had a creepy vibe to it. It didn't look like anyone lived there full-time, and yet there was something off about the place that made my stomach twist. The house looked abandoned, but there was a feeling like it wasn't really empty. We didn't really talk about it at the time, but looking back, the whole thing felt wrong. But we didn't leave. Instead, we walked up to the front door and knocked. No answer. So, after a brief hesitation, we just walked in. I'm still not sure why we did that. It wasn't something I would normally do. It wasn't something Matt or his mom would usually do either, but we did. And the moment we stepped inside, the atmosphere changed. There was loud music playing, the kind of music that felt out of place. It was old-timey, creepy, with a distinct vintage sound that almost felt like it was from another era. The kind of music you might hear in an old horror film, the kind that made your skin crawl. I didn't understand why it was so loud, so in your face. But we walked further in, trying to figure out where the music was coming from. We moved through the house, poking around like we had every right to be there. The more we explored, the more uneasy I felt. It felt like we were intruding on something we had no business in, but we didn't leave. There was something compelling about it, something drawing us deeper into the house. The living room had an odd setup, with a painting across from the couch. It was a large painting of a man. His face was painted in a way that made him look like he was bleeding. His eyes stared straight ahead, his expression cold and distant, like he was trapped in the frame. The blood was so vivid that it felt almost real. I couldn't look at it for long. I walked into the bedroom next. It was tiny, just a mattress on a frame with no blankets or pillows. The dresser was bare except for one thing, an unopened pack of small underwear. They were packed away neatly, but it didn't sit right with me. Why were they there? Why were they the only thing in the dresser? And what kind of person lives in a house with no furniture except for a bed and a pack of underwear? On the porch, there were more strange things. Jugs of water, dozens of them, lined the edges, stacked like they were waiting for something. Maybe they were there for hunting, or maybe there was another explanation. But it didn't feel right. We found a bookshelf, and on it were VHS tapes. A lot of them. Most of them were blank, with tape on the labels. Each label had a boy's name written on it. Billy, Dylan. I can't remember all of them, but there were at least 20. My mind started racing. Why were these tapes there? What were they for? The names seemed so random, but they also seemed deliberate. It felt like someone was collecting something they didn't want others to see. I wanted to take one of the tapes. I couldn't explain why, but I felt an overwhelming urge to take one, to find out what was on them. I didn't though. My friend and his mom didn't think it was a good idea. Debbie, especially, was adamant that I shouldn't take anything from the house. She said something about ghosts following us if we did. I don't know if she truly believed in that stuff, but in the moment, I didn't argue. We spent about 20 minutes exploring the house, just wandering around like it was normal. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. After we left, I was unsettled. I kept thinking about those tapes, about the house, and the strange music still echoing in my mind. I reported the place anonymously. I didn't want anyone to know it was us, especially because we had trespassed. I didn't hear anything about it after that, though. Nothing came of it, and as far as I knew, no one ever investigated. I still don't know what those tapes were, or if they were even worth investigating. It was a small town, though, so if there had been something wrong, I feel like we would have heard about it. But still, to this day, I can't shake the feeling that something wasn't right about that place. We walked around in there like it was no big deal, but the whole time, I had the sense that we were in the wrong place, in the wrong situation. and we weren't even sure who owned the house. We just walked in like we had every right to be there. But maybe we didn't. Matt, his mom, and I all remember that day differently. We still argue about who was the first one to walk into the house. Neither of us would ever normally do that, and yet we did. There's no answer for why we did it. All I know is it felt wrong, even in the middle of the day. And I don't know if I'll ever stop wondering what was really going on there. I still remember the terror like it was yesterday, even though I'm about to turn 30. It's strange how the mind can latch onto something, some feeling, some presence, even from such a young age, and carry it with you all the way into adulthood. For as long as I can remember, I've had night terrors. But when I was little, it wasn't just dreams. It was something else entirely. I must have been around 3 or so when it first started. My parents owned a small movie theater in a small town, not a corporate cinema, but a little 2-screen place that served the community. It wasn't glamorous or anything, but it was ours. My dad ran the place, and I spent a lot of time in there, often sneaking into the dark corners of the building. There was an attic and a basement, and I made it my mission to explore those places. I saw movies I probably shouldn't have, a lot of them too violent for someone my age, but I would crawl around up there in the dark, just me and the shadows, or what felt like shadows, sometimes things that didn't quite look like shadows at all. I think that's where it started, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's just what I tell myself. It's what I want to believe, because it seems easier. Like if I can trace it back to something physical, I could just box it up and move on. But I still remember those first few times. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, sweat dripping down my forehead, and I could feel them. They were there, just outside my room. Not in the hallway, not even at the door, but right outside in the shadows. I couldn't see them, but I knew they were there. I could feel them watching. The feeling was like being suffocated with a heavy weight, like something was just waiting for the perfect moment to get me. So I would scramble, terrified, my little legs shaking as I dashed down the hallway to my parents' room. It was always a race against whatever was out there. I never made it in time, but somehow, my parents never seemed to understand. They would pull me close, soothing me, telling me it was just a nightmare. But I knew it wasn't. It wasn't just a bad dream. It was real. The terror didn't just go away with time. It stuck with me, and it got worse as I grew older. When I was 7, I remember riding my bike around the park near our house. I loved to ride for hours, my legs pumping, wind in my face. It was something that helped me escape. But then, there would be these moments when I'd stop, staring at the streetlight near the park entrance. I didn't know why, but I would just be drawn to it. I'd focus on it so hard, and then it would happen. I would hear them. It wasn't like voices in my head, but more like a presence, something pushing its way into my mind. It would start softly, like a whisper at first, telling me things. Telling me to do bad things. Telling me that I should hurt people. Kill people. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, a strange trick of the mind. But it felt so real, so vivid. The words would wrap around me, gripping my chest, making it hard to breathe. I'd try to shake it off, but it would follow me. Even when I got home, I couldn't escape it. The terror wouldn't leave. I'd lay in my bed, staring at the walls, knowing they were out there. Watching. Waiting. Sometimes it felt like they were inside the walls, right next to me. I could feel their presence, crawling just behind the plaster, just behind the wood. And when I told my parents, I could see it in their eyes, just a flicker of worry, then a soothing smile. They'd say everything was fine, that it was just a phase, that I was just imagining things. But I knew it wasn't. I could feel them, feel their eyes on me. And I would cry for them to stay with me, but I never told them everything. I didn't think they would understand. The years passed, and eventually it seemed to go away. I got older, went through my teenage years, and things started to settle down. The feeling faded into the background, a distant memory I tried to bury. By the time I was in my 20s, I thought it was all over. I thought I'd moved on. But when I turned 25, it came back. And when it did, it hit me harder than ever before. I wasn't sure why, but everything just shifted. I had this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong, that something was still out there, still watching. The terror gripped me once again, but this time it wasn't just at night. It was during the day, too. I couldn't escape it, no matter how hard I tried. It was like it was always there, lurking at the edge of my mind, like a shadow I couldn't shake. It didn't help that I had moved to a small cabin in the woods, away from the noise of the city. I wanted peace and quiet, but now I wasn't sure if it was the quiet I wanted or if I was just running from something. The forest around me was dense, and the isolation was both a blessing and a curse. At night, the sounds of the woods were all I could hear, the rustling of leaves, the distant howl of coyotes, the creak of old trees swaying in the wind. But in that silence, I could still feel them. It started again, the whispers. Not just at night, but during the day as well. There was always this feeling, like a weight pressing down on my chest, like I couldn't breathe. Sometimes, I'd look out my window and see nothing but trees, but something in me would still scream that they were out there, watching me, waiting. I would hear sounds from the woods, but when I would go outside to check, there was nothing there. Just trees. The same ones I'd seen 100 times before. But I could feel it. They were there. And no matter what I did, I couldn't escape it. I kept thinking back to my childhood, to those days when I'd hear their voices, when I would feel their eyes on me. It was the same. It hadn't changed. Only now, I was alone in the woods. No parents to comfort me. No one to tell me it was just a bad dream. One night, I was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling. I couldn't sleep. The house was so quiet, too quiet. That feeling, that oppressive feeling, was back. It was like a pressure on my chest, like something was pushing me down, trying to force the air from my lungs. I could hear the wind howling outside, but it felt different, like the wind was too close. Suddenly, I heard something. A creak, followed by a faint scratch on the wall, like fingernails dragging down the plaster. My heart pounded in my chest, and I froze. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to look. But I couldn't help it. I slowly turned my head toward the wall, my breath shallow, my eyes wide. Nothing. I exhaled, trying to calm myself, but my body wouldn't relax. The fear was still there, gnawing at me. I could feel them, just outside my door, behind the walls, in the air around me. I knew they were watching. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. I lay there for what felt like hours, the terror growing with every passing minute. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I couldn't make a sound. Then, something changed. The air around me felt colder, the silence deeper. It was as though the world had stopped. I felt it, that unmistakable presence moving closer, coming for me. But this time, I wasn't a little kid anymore. I wasn't going to run to my parents' room. I wasn't going to hide. I was alone in the woods, and whatever this thing was, it wasn't just a nightmare. It was real. It was always real. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, and I realized something. Maybe it wasn't them at all. Maybe it wasn't something outside of me. Maybe it was inside me, in my mind, something that had never really gone away. I had spent my whole life running from it, trying to outrun the terror, but now I saw it for what it really was. My mind, my fears, my childhood imagination. Maybe they had just taken on a life of their own. I never saw whatever it was. I never felt it touch me. But the fear, that sense of being watched, never really left. It became a part of me, and in some strange way, I realized that the only way to truly escape it was to stop running. Now, I'm living in the woods, and I can still feel it sometimes. But I've stopped fearing it, because I understand now, it's not something out there. It's just a part of me, something that I've carried for years. And maybe, just maybe, that's the only thing that ever truly wanted to kill me. When I was about 11 years old, I had this small room to myself at the end of the hallway in our house. It wasn't anything special, just a bed pushed up against the corner near the window, an old wooden cabinet for my clothes, and a small desk I barely used unless I had homework. My bed was a little too narrow, but it was mine. The paint on the walls was slightly chipped in some places, and the door didn't close right unless I kicked it a bit at the bottom. Still, I liked having a space that was mine. It made me feel a bit grown up. That summer, it was hot. I mean, the kind of hot where even if you're lying still, you can feel sweat building up behind your knees, in your armpits, and down your back. We didn't have air conditioning in the house, so the only relief I had was this old standing fan that made this low, rhythmic whirring sound when it was on. I'd gotten used to it over the years, and now I couldn't fall asleep without it. Even the uneven clicking noise it made every few minutes felt familiar. It was one of those nights where the heat feels thicker than air. I had my windows open, hoping some kind of breeze would come in, but nothing helped. I lay on the bed in this spread out position, arms and legs stretched wide like I was making a snow angel. hoping the air would hit as much skin as possible. I wasn't wearing a shirt, just a pair of thin shorts. I remember how the sheets stuck to me every time I moved even a little. That night, I didn't bother with a blanket. There was no way I'd need one. I don't remember what time I fell asleep, but it must have been late. My eyes had been glued to the slow-moving blades of the fan until they started to blur and fade into darkness. The sound of insects outside was faint but constant, mostly crickets, maybe a few cicadas. That kind of white noise, plus the fan, usually made it easier to doze off. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. I didn't look at the clock. All I know is I opened my eyes suddenly, and the first thing I noticed was how cold I felt. Not cool, like from a breeze or something, but cold, like the kind that prickles your skin and sinks into your chest. It made no sense. The air was still, the fan was still spinning, but I felt like someone had pulled me out of a hot bath and left me in a freezer. Then I realized I couldn't move. At first, I didn't panic. My mind wasn't awake enough to process it. I just tried lifting my arm, but nothing happened. I tried shifting my legs, my head, even twitching a finger, nothing. That's when my heart started pounding. Not just fast, wild. I could hear it inside my ears, like someone had stuffed cotton in them, and all I could hear was that thumping sound, fast and uneven. I stared up at the ceiling and felt that familiar fear crawl into me. The kind that starts in your stomach and spreads out into your limbs. I've always been the nervous type. If I heard a strange noise outside or saw something weird on TV, I'd cover my head with a blanket and wait until it went away. But this time, I couldn't even do that. My arms and legs were stuck. I couldn't even turn my head. I was frozen in that exact same spread out position I had fallen asleep in. It felt like something was pushing down on my limbs, holding me flat against the bed. My first instinct was to close my eyes tighter, like I always did. I squeezed them shut, trying to tell myself it was just a dream, or maybe I was just imagining things. But the feeling didn't go away. The pressure on my arms and legs, the pounding in my chest, the cold, everything was still there. Then I did something different. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was because I was so scared I didn't want to feel like a coward. Maybe it was just curiosity. But I decided to open my eyes and look. It was the worst decision I could have made. My room was dark, with only a little bit of light coming from the street lamp outside. It was enough to make out shapes, the corners of the desk, the pile of clothes on my chair, the edge of the fan still turning. But right above me, crouched or maybe kneeling on the bed, was a black figure. I couldn't see its face. I couldn't even tell if it had one. It wasn't like seeing a person in the shadows. It was more like a hole in the air, just a dense, dark mass where no light touched. It was right over me. I couldn't tell if it was touching me, but the weight on my arms and legs felt like it was. Like it had one hand on each limb, holding me down. My body didn't move, not even a twitch. I tried to scream for my mom, to say anything at all, but nothing came out. My mouth wouldn't open. My chest heaved like I was out of breath, but there was no voice, no sound. I blinked. The figure didn't move. I tried to look directly at it, but I wasn't wearing my glasses. My vision is bad enough that, without them, everything past a few feet is just a blur. So I couldn't make out any clear features. No face, no clothes, no eyes, just the thick black shape of something pressing down on me. I closed my eyes again. Hard. I counted to 10 in my head, hoping when I opened them, it would be gone. I reached 10, opened them slowly, still there. Same exact position. Not moving. Still pinning me down. I did this over and over. Counted to 10, sometimes 20. Opened my eyes. The same dark shape. The same cold pressure. The same racing heart. After a while, I don't know how long, maybe 5 minutes, maybe longer, I gave up trying. I was sweating so badly I could feel it dripping down the sides of my head into my ears. My whole body felt damp, but I was still cold. I shut my eyes and started praying in my head. Not loud, not even with words really, just this desperate wish for it to end. I told myself over and over again, this can't be real, this can't be real, please just let me wake up. At some point, I don't know when, the pressure started to fade. I didn't feel it lift. There was no sudden release. It was more like my limbs just gradually became my own again, like feeling returning after they'd been numb. First my fingers, then my toes, then my arms and legs. My chest felt lighter. My mouth could move. I opened my eyes one last time. There was nothing, just the room again. The fan still turning, the window open, the night sounds outside. No figure, no weight, no cold. but I didn't move right away. I stayed frozen for a few minutes, not because I couldn't move, but because I didn't trust it. My heart was still pounding so hard that I thought I might throw up. I finally pulled my limbs in tight and curled into a ball, hugging my pillow like it was the only thing keeping me alive. I didn't sleep again that night. I don't think I even blinked for a long time. I stared at the wall, then the window, then the door. I didn't want to close my eyes again. I was sure that if I did, it would come back. I lay like that for hours, waiting for the sky outside to turn from dark blue to gray, then light orange. I didn't get out of bed until I heard people moving around the house. I waited until the sounds of breakfast, dishes clinking, the fridge opening, told me the day had really started. When I finally sat up, I noticed how soaked the sheets were. Not from pee, I was sure of that, but sweat. It was everywhere. My back, my neck, even under my knees. The pillow I'd been holding was damp, and the fan, still spinning like always, felt completely useless. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't know how to explain it. Saying I saw a figure or couldn't move would just make me sound like I had a nightmare. But it didn't feel like a dream. I was awake. I remember every second of it. I remember the exact pattern of the ceiling, the sound of the fan, the smell of the heat in the room, that mix of fabric, sweat, and dust. I was there. I was awake. For weeks after that, I was scared to sleep in that position again. I'd lie curled up on my side, usually with the light on. I never said anything to my parents, but I started falling asleep in the living room sometimes, pretending I was watching TV. I didn't want to be in that room alone. Not because I thought something supernatural had happened, but because something in my body had gone wrong. Like my brain had betrayed me. It felt more terrifying than a ghost. At least with a ghost, you can tell yourself it's not real. But this came from inside me. Later, I learned about sleep paralysis. I found out that other people had experienced the same thing, being unable to move, feeling a weight on their chest, sometimes seeing shadowy figures. Some even saw the exact kind of dark shape I saw. It helped a little, knowing I wasn't alone, but it also made it worse in a way. If so many people had felt this, then it was real. It wasn't just some weird dream. It didn't happen again after that. Not like that. I've had nights where I felt a little frozen for a few seconds, or nights when I'd wake up feeling panicked. But never like that night. Never with that figure. Still, even now, sometimes when I sleep on my back and stretch out in the heat, I remember that feeling. The pressure, the pounding heart, the dark shape leaning over me. And every time, I roll onto my side, close my eyes, and hope it doesn't come back.